Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to our commission meeting of April 23rd, 2025. I'm going to actually turn it right away to our city clerk to give any instructions before we get started.
Morning, everyone. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive, 3rd floor. The public may attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comments in person may appear at the Commission Chamber. To participate and provide comments virtually during the Commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us. or by telephone at 305-224-1968. Again, 305-224-1968. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, 813-928-576-71#. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Please note that the Zoom link, webinar ID, and telephone numbers provided for this commission meeting are static and do not change from meeting to meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And before we get started, I'm going to ask to lead us in our invocation Rabbi Nissim El Nakave of Temple Moses of Sephardic Congregation of Florida. He works with, in North Beach, works with Rabbi Daniel Hadar. Thank you for being here.
Mayor, Commissioners, it's a real honor to be here. Ribono Shel Olam, Master of the universe, we stand before you with gratitude and humility, seeking your presence and blessings. Grant us wisdom in our thoughts, clarity in our speech, and compassion in our actions. May the work that's done here today bring you honor, healing to our world, and unity among all people. Provide our tremendous mayor and the fantastic Miami Beach commissioners with the strength and wisdom to continue to pursue initiatives that bring wealth, harmony, and prosperity to this beautiful city and to all our communities. Almighty God, bless those who lead with integrity, those who serve with dedication, and those who seek truth and justice. May peace and hope guide our steps. Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your words of inspiration that hopefully will carry us through the day and beyond. I'm actually going to ask, if you don't mind, I see our fire chief, our police chief, and really any fire and police who are here who would want to come up and maybe do a group Pledge of Allegiance. I would love that. See if you guys can do this in unison. You work so well together, so let's see if you can do it here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nice. I got the idea as I was driving to City Hall yesterday, and I saw a police car leading a couple of fire trucks to wherever they were going. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we start our meeting, I just want to ask that we consider just a moment of silence in memory of His Holiness Pope Pope Francis. My mind went to my childhood to John Paul, but to Pope Francis, who the spiritual leader of Catholic faithfuls around the world, and a true symbol of humility, of a man who stood for the voiceless and who really embodied the spirit of service, regardless of faith, of service. And so I'd appreciate a moment of silence.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. So let's think we're ready to start our Sutnick half hour. It's called the Sutnick hour because we do a half hour for lunch. But thank you, David Whitaker, and the
Good morning,
GMCVB.
Commissioners, Mr. Manager, staff that we work so closely with. Of course, David Whitaker with the Greater Miami Convention and Visitor Bureau. I have a very special guest I'm going to yield in a moment. But every chance I get, I want to thank you for your support and leadership to make this an amazing place to live, work, and play. But because of that, it's an amazing place to visit. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your support of your Convention and Visitor Bureau. We're so excited about what's happening across the street with now this accelerated construction. You know, it's funny, my guest, and really we're honored to have him here. He's traveling around the country. He's the president and CEO of U.S. Travel, kind of the national body. And they especially work with us in Washington on things that are, whether it's border security, visas, and some of the headwinds that our national brand is dealing with, and Jeff's going to talk about that. You know, we know that international visitors are so important to us here. And although they're only 30% of our 20 plus million, roughly 6 million, they are, and that's 30% in Georgia, by the way. And their spend is about half. So they spend twice as much, stay twice as long. So we know how important international visitors are, how important international events are. We're collaborating with you on FIFA in a couple of years, all the big major international events, including the major health and fitness event that you're leading. So international visitors are so important to us, and it's a big, big part of our brand identity around the world. And it's a big, big part of our economic engine. So it's a great pleasure that I introduce, he's visiting us from Washington, D.C. with his staff. Let me have you meet Jeff Friedman.
Thank you, David. I appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to join you here in Miami Beach. As David mentioned, I lead the U.S. Travel Association, a D.C.-based organization that is focused on increasing travel to and within the United States. Typically, you would say that that's a relatively easy thing to do. What else would people want to do rather than come to the United States, travel around the United States? And we actually do have some great things, some tailwinds working with us coming out of the pandemic. The desire to travel, the desire to create experiences and memories has never been stronger. It's never been greater. You see that in your numbers right here in Miami, 27 million visitors, including here to Miami Beach, more than $20 billion in spend. People have wanted to travel. You throw on top of that some of these key events that David referenced. We've got the World Cup coming in 26, America 250. We've got the Olympics coming to America. We've got event after event after event, which creates ample reason to travel. Unfortunately, right now, however, we're beginning to see a pullback in travel. In March, European travel to the United States was down 17%. Latin American travel to the United States was down 10%. Canadian travel to the United States was down more than 10%. Asian travel, which was already down 50% from pre-pandemic, slid even further. Right now, a perception seems to be forming around the world that perhaps the U.S. doesn't want people to come here. There's articles running overseas, fears of being detained or otherwise discouraged from getting into the United States. We have to address these misperceptions. These misperceptions have a sneaky way of becoming the reality that people believe. We have to address this. The criticality of these international visitors to Miami Beach, to Florida, to the rest of the country is absolutely certain for our nation. My ask of each of you is to really champion the role that visitors play here in South Florida, in Miami Beach, the importance of domestic travelers, the importance of international visitors. We have a really concerning trend right now that we have to address, and your support is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to call our first virtual caller, Lisa Napolitano. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hey, good morning. Lisa Napolitano, homeowner Sophie, over 20 years. I have no conflicts of interest to disclose. The absence of opposition to this proposal and the refusal to acknowledge opposition are not the same. I'm here this morning to let you all know there is in fact opposition in North Beach, Mid Beach, and South Beach. I sent you this morning over 250 signatures of residents on a petition against this project. Our primary objection concerns the height and the proposed amendment to our zoning laws. The proposal to build not one, but two 400-feet towers is by definition overdevelopment. And overdevelopment in North Beach is not a private affair. It has ramifications for all of Miami Beach. A dangerous precedent will be set that opens the floodgates to other high-rises across our island and rewards demolition by neglect with special zoning. We all know it's entirely possible to build a profitable hotel condo development at 200 feet. The Faena and Amman, to mention a few, and buildings in Surfside are examples. In closing, we do not entrust the enforcement of our zoning laws or the protection of our island's character and natural beauty to developers. We entrust it to you, our elected representatives, many of whom campaigned on platforms of in-scale development. Approval of this project is a betrayal of that trust. For that reason, I and over 250 other Miami Beach residents strongly urge you to deny the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor Minor, Commissioners, City Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Randy Hollingworth, and I am honored to have the opportunity to possibly sit on your Historic Preservation Board. I have been a proud homeowner in the Collins Waterfront Historic District now for 25 years, and in that time I have become very actively involved in the community. I sit on the executive board of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. I am also on the executive board that oversees the Public Spaces Group, and I'm also the president of my condominium here in Miami Beach. Professionally, I bring more than 30 years of experience as a landscape and urban designer, both in Florida and around the world. I have an undergraduate degree in landscape architecture and a master's degree in urban design from Harvard. That has given me the privilege of helping developments around the world work on projects that balance growth and context-sensitive, historically aware design. Before making Miami Beach my permanent home, I lived in Tampa and I served on the Historic Preservation Board there for 2 years. That gave me a lot of background on collaboration and how important that is. Also on the importance of local voices and the challenge and reward of protecting a community's historic identity while allowing for thoughtful evolution. I view preservation not as a way to freeze time, but as a framework for meaningful progress. Miami Beach's layered architectural history from Art Deco to Miami modern architecture and post-war modernism is a cultural asset and economic driver. Our buildings don't just home us, they say who we are. I believe the role of the board is to protect what makes Miami Beach distinctive while helping grow it wisely and sustainably. I would be honored to contribute my time and expertise to that mission. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your vote.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Alex Micah. Go ahead, sir, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alex Maka. I live here in Miami Beach, and I'm here today to ask you to vote no on resolution C7AE, C7AV, and R7H. I know that politics for some people can feel far away from our day-to-day lives, but these resolutions matter. And these resolutions don't help people who actually live here. They are about funneling money into Israeli bonds, recruiting foreign business from the occupied Palestinian territories, and pressuring a local theater to change what movies it shows, right? None of this fixes things here at home, and none of it addresses things that we actually need as a community. So we have real problems right here in Miami Beach. Rents are out of control. Small businesses are struggling. Flooding gets worse every day, every year. Why aren't we talking about those issues? Why is our city commission focusing on an entirely other country's politics instead of helping the people who actually live here? These are not neutral proposals. These are political. They are harmful. They are not what our community stands for. And to speak on Israeli bonds, they're a risky investment, and they don't even follow our city's own rules. Not only that, but they support an apartheid government that is actively committing genocide against the Palestinian people. Creating special programs to attract Israeli and Jewish-owned businesses sends the wrong message. Miami Beach is beautifully diverse. Why are we playing favorites? Let's support all of our local communities. And as for O Cinema, I can't believe we're going over this again, but we go there for films, not for filtered political messaging. This city government has absolutely no place in telling artists what kind of stories they can or can't share. We were literally trending.
Thank you, sir. Your time
as
is up. Next, please, state your name.
Mr. Clerk, can you list me as a co-sponsor of C7AE on the Israeli bonds and C7AV on attracting Israeli investments by Commissioner Magazine?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please add me as well.
Good morning, Mayors and Commission. Thank you for hearing this item. I'm here to support item C7AM. Quick thank you to Commissioner Dominguez for being the champion for this Reef Park project and all of the co-sponsors, Commissioner Magazine, Tanya Bott, and David Suarez, and the rest of you all for being so supportive of this item. It brings me much joy to talk about this space. Just last weekend, we had a little window in amazing weather, and we saw many threatened bonnethead sharks clustering in over these endangered corals. It was a very magical moment, as well as about a 6-inch seahorse free swimming, which is one of the first ones I've ever seen in my life. This is 500 feet from our shore, next to the busiest beach in the United States and the busiest section of the busiest beach in the United States. The GMCVB, who spoke earlier, we have a letter of support from them for this project. And when we talk about tourism and the diverse way to bring people to our city, ecotourists are an incredible option. Divers like to go diving early in the morning, stay at nice hotels, have a fancy dinner, and then go to bed at 10 because they need to get up to do the next sunrise dive. So these are low maintenance, high spend tourists that are here to enjoy what makes our city unique and special to us that other cities really cannot compete with. This area is incredible. It defies logic that it exists, and we're just so excited about the community support. We had over 100 people at our latest Coral Reef Happy Hour, which the mayor and Commissioner Dominguez spoke at. We have over 3,000 signatures on our petition and letters of support from environmental organizations and political leaders across the state. So thank you for having this item on the commission today, and come diving with us sometime. So thank you all.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm David Grieser.
Okay. Our next virtual speaker is Johan Moore. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. I call both to object to some items and to support some items. The items I oppose are, in fact, R7H, which continues to meddle in O Cinema's internal autonomy, C7AE, which would more worthily and municipally usefully read to critically evaluate the alleged benefits of the current bond purchase policy, which solely permit Israel bonds and no others. I also object to C7AV, though to the extent that the intention is to incentivize Palestine's Jewish occupiers to consider the United States as a preferable and safer alternative, I am supportive of that inclination. I want to thank Commissioner Fernandez for C4O in support of Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association's request for speed humps. I also want to support C4D, Commissioner Fernandez, bike share stations in new developments. I'll say that on behalf of Sustainability Committee. We think that is an excellent environmental idea. I am somewhat surprised to see R5V on the agenda, but if that is simply in the spirit of Commissioner Fernandez' moratorium, which I believe you passed last time on utility bill increases, to discuss how to best have increases not be regressive, then that is maybe an appropriate item. And I was unclear on the mayor's R5AD. Is that intended as an antidote to those increases? And finally, I call to object to C7Z.
Thank you, sir. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. There is a long line of people, so I'm going to cut it down to 1 minute because we're not going to get to everyone, and I want to, and there's a lot of people online. So if you can make your comments in 1 minute, I appreciate that.
Just regarding the last caller, we don't have time, nor is it the place to go into Middle East history and the history of Israel and the surrounding Arab nations. But I'll just note that I object to the phrase Palestine's Jewish occupiers as a very offensive, false, and anti-Semitic remark.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Patrick Breshik here. I live at 1754 Meridian Avenue, right across the street from Pride Park. I'm here in support of the Reef Project that we've been talking about, and I wanted to thank all of you guys for supporting this project as well. This is an opportunity for the city to celebrate its natural ecosystem. It's very in line with the Blue Zones meeting that we just had, you know, making Miami Beach healthier and safer for everyone to come and visit and for those of us who live here to enjoy. This effort isn't just about protecting the reef, it's also about protecting the people that want to go visit the reef, the snorkelers, the scuba divers, the paddleboarders. So this is just making our city safer and offering another ecotourism opportunity for us to celebrate. Just this last weekend, we were talking about, we saw sea turtles, seahorses, dolphins. We didn't see dolphins last weekend, but we'd see them out there regularly. So I also work in the tourism industry, and we know that times are uncertain. So we hope that as the city is considering potentially tightening its budget, that this is important for us to celebrate. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Karen Rukas. Karen, please unmute yourself, state your name, and you have 1 minute, please.
Yeah, my name is Karen Rukas. I'm at 1030 9th Street. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Let me get it. Okay. A couple of years ago, we got rid of the waste or trash brokers, which was a good thing. And then we went, of course, directly with the two waste management companies that service South Beach. Last year, we had a 6.5% increase, and this year, they were wanting to increase us by 20%. So our fee would be 20% higher. This is ridiculous, and it has to be solved, hopefully, by this commission, commissioners looking at single haulers for the entire South Beach area. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez, for your support on C7AM, and also the co-sponsors, Commissioner Suarez, Bott, and Joe Magazine. Thank you. As I said, I'm a Miami Beach resident and a frequent diver snorkeler of Miami Beach, and also part of the Women's Water Collective, which is a local community of women that share a deep love for the ocean and water sports. We've spent countless hours diving right off the shore here in Miami Beach, just a short bike ride from my apartment. And we often do this at sunrise and see incredible biodiversity out there. I've seen species on our shores that I haven't seen in the Florida Keys, in Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, Mexico, and Bonaire, including guitarfish, which are really cool ray-looking guys that sleep on the bottom floor, burrfish that have these spiky, like yellow spikes, and yeah, we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Short. Thanks.
I did. That was C7AM, and I'm listing Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. I'll do it right now. Thank you, please. Go ahead. I'm going to call the next virtual speaker is Franklin Perez. Mr. Perez, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Franklin Perez. I live at 598 Kerrigan Woods Trail, Oviedo, Florida. Do not vote for outrageous resolutions R7H, C7AE, and C7AV. Miami Beach's mayor is once again trying to impose his support for Israeli apartheid through these three resolutions that supports continued censorship at the O Cinema, funds genocide through the purchase of Israeli bonds, and encourages discriminatory business policies such as favoritism for Israeli-owned businesses. Enough! Israel is a Jewish supremacist apartheid state that has been committing ethnic cleansing, human rights abuses, and now genocide against Palestinians for 76 plus years. Stop supporting Israel. Stop giving it weapons, stop giving it money, and condemn it for what it is, an apartheid and genocidal state that has murdered 186,000 plus Palestinians in Gaza. Vote no on outrageous resolutions R7H, C7AE, and C7AV. Thank you. Goodbye.
I think any reasonable person watching this meeting, your use of the words apartheid, genocide, supremacist, and then 76 plus years, you just basically said it all. You just said that the Jewish state should not exist, that Israel should not exist. That's where your angle is from. That's where all these comments come from. There are people who do not believe, unlike every other group of people throughout the world, whether you're Italian in Italy, Cubans in Cuba, but there are people who really don't believe that Jewish people should have a state in Israel. And you just literally explicitly said it. So thank you for that. I appreciate at least your honesty.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Olerking, and I am an ocean advocate from Miami. I'm also speaking about the reef. And again, thank you everyone for your support. This is so exciting.
I think I'm the only non-sponsor at this point, and I was at that meeting, which was very impressive. So please add me. I don't want to have to stand out.
Perfect. Well, we know that the past couple of years, Miami Beach has worked hard to change their reputation and the reasons that people come here and to make this a safe place and welcoming. And we know that diving generates about $1 billion annually in the state of Florida, 12,000 jobs, $250 million in wages. And when you ask online forums, where can I dive in Miami? People say there isn't any place to go. They say Lauderdale by the Sea, Lauderdale by the Sea, Blue Heron Bridge, Blue Heron Bridge. What we can do today can change that. This is a community building and legacy building moment. When looking forward, you can imagine like the breakthroughs on the coral reefs that are going to happen. You can know that you had a part of this. Someone seeing their first stingray while diving, you had a part of this. And this is such an important moment for all of us. So thank you, all of you, for your support.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Govind. Govind, please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Govind Shrasthav. I'm a resident of Miami Beach, speaking in opposition to C7AE, which maximizes a risky and harmful investment into Israel bonds. Miami Beach's own investment policy exists to keep our budget safe and helps create returns that can be invested into our community. Israel bonds clearly fail to comply with principles in this policy and puts our taxpayer dollars at risk. One of the policy's 3 main investment objectives is the liquidity of capital, but Israel bonds cannot be touched outside of their maturity date and so are completely illiquid. They're also risky. Moody's, S&P, and Fitch have all recently downgraded them to the point where they don't meet our policy's minimum credit rating thresholds for other investments. Making an exception for Israel is a slippery slope that could lead to future budget deficits and even tax increases. As a city, we should increase investments into products like the Federal Home Loan Bank, which supports affordable housing development, instead of investing into a foreign government. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. State your name, address, and you have 1 minute, please.
I'm Donna Neville. I live in North Beach. I oppose all 3 resolutions related to Israel. I'd like to note that something is clearly wrong that a number of today's resolutions at a Miami Beach Commission meeting are about support for Israel. First of all, based on comments at commission meetings and in resolutions, I'm not sure that the commission really understands that Judaism and Israel are not one and the same. The Jewish people have a long and rich religion and culture, while Israel is a nation state rooted in an ideology, Zionism, that is responsible for expelling and dispossessing the indigenous Palestinian population from its land and homes. Many of us love being Jewish, myself included, and are deeply opposed to injustice, which is why we don't support a nation state when it's been enacting unfathomable violence on the indigenous Palestinian population that has lived in Palestine for centuries. That's why we are deeply opposed to any resolution that supports more investment in Israel bonds that will go toward furthering injustice and brutality. And finally, we live in a beautiful, multi-faith, multiracial city.
So what's interesting is that Israel increasingly has good relations with many of its Arab neighbors. There are over 500 million Arabs who live surrounding less than 10 million Jews.
Thank you so much.
Gaza not even controlled by Israel for over 20 years, but yet people still have your comments and you're entitled to them. But that's why I'm going to keep correcting the facts. and also, when I deem it, hate speech. Because hate speech is not going to be allowed in this forum, whether it be against any group, racial, against black people, LGBTQ community, and certainly not against Jews.
So our next virtual speaker is Amanda. Amanda, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute. Amanda, please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go to Sara de los Reyes. Sarah, unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning. This is Sarah de los Reyes. Please vote for C7AM, this marine reef and park and marine conservation area, and hope that we get something like that in Sunset Harbor, that we get our waters here to be nice and clear. And also please vote for R5Z, prohibiting floating structure used for rent and secure other vessels in our waters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes, good morning, Mayor Minor, commissioners, and city manager, and everyone. My name is Sandra Casola, and I live at 7451 Harding Avenue. I'm here today to speak in support of an item that's going to be discussed later on, which is the Doville project. As a North Beach resident of 32 years with my family, I support this project. I think it's going to be beneficial to that specific area and to North Beach. Because ever since the original Doville vanished, businesses in that area have had a decrease in income and are struggling, and there's not as much foot activity of people as I used to witness when I lived in the original Doville, because I lived there for 3 years, and I saw a lot of people with their families, and there was much more activity, and now there's less activity. And so I think that this project is something that should be supported and should be approved. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next caller is Genevieve Claus. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Geneva Claus, and I am here today to urge the Commission to vote no on C7AE, C7AV, and RH7. Miami Beach has an obligation to invest in affordable housing, transit, or healthcare, among many other pressing issues. Miami Beach should leverage its investments to generate returns that benefit our residents without violating international law or the right of the Palestinian people to live in freedom and with dignity in their homes. When you send our tax dollars to be invested in war, you should remember Pope Francis's words, "Let the weapons be silenced. War does not solve any problem. It only sows death and destruction, increases hate, and multiplies revenge." While I do encourage the city to invest in small businesses, I'm perplexed and concerned by the measure put forward to specifically encourage investment in Israeli-owned businesses. Why are we encouraging foreign business ownership from one specific place in Miami Beach? We should all be encouraging businesses from all of our diverse communities in the city. The city is continuing to play a very risky legal game, although R7A might not seem as blatant in this.
I apologize for you out of time. Next, please, state your name, address. You have 1
Hello,
minute.
Commission. My name is Ariel Ramos. I live currently in 735 50th Street in the Lakeview neighborhood. And I've lived my whole life in Miami Beach. I've been at this house I owned the house 44 years. And it's gotten to the point where it's a critical stage now that the flooding within just solely the last year, we're getting water inside the house. I've talked to Commissioner Magazine about this, and after 44 years, it's like unbelievable that all of a sudden the flooding is at a critical stage, and I'm here per the consent agenda item that we really need for you guys to do something in the short term, but definitely in the long term, we need something seriously done, because I mean, all our neighbors now are getting not only water in the backyard, in the front, in the street. It's really, really bad. But now, as I stated, water's coming in through the front and through the back.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Chris Uriarte. Please unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Chris Uriarte, resident at 645 Michigan Avenue. Thanks for hearing me today. I'm another resident that's in support of item C7AM about protecting this incredible coral reef that we have off of South Beach. I just want to stress that there's a real return on our taxpayer investment in funding this initiative. You might be aware that healthy reefs act as a natural barrier to protect our shores. This ultimately leads to less expenditures on beach restoration projects due to erosion and storm damage, as well as less damage to our adjacent buildings and properties. And as you've heard from others today, this really provides a great opportunity for us to invest in responsible ecotourism opportunities and really take advantage of this flagship attraction that we have in Miami Beach, which is our great beaches and our great ocean. So I want to thank you again for supporting this item C7AM. Have a great day.
Thank you. Mayor, we have gone now 30 minutes.
People are waiting online, so obviously we'll end. Sorry, I don't know your name, but we'll end there. But we'll continue to give them a minute.
Okay, so blue vest will be the last person speaking. Thank you so much, and I will. So let's go ahead, please. You have 1 minute. State your name and address.
Wanda Jamin, 8305 Crespi Boulevard. I'm here to oppose the Doville project for many reasons. Number one, the developer owes a lot of money to the city and now is asking for approximately $6 million to be reduced to $15,000. Number two, there's liens in place that the city never took care of, went to sleep for so many years. That is called negligence. Thirdly, it should have never been put in the agenda without this settled, the money and the liens. Fourthly, it was kicked to the planning board, which they recommended it to the body, and they are lobbyists for the developers. I also have reservations with Commissioner Batt. She's also a North Beach resident, and you turned drummer and cheerleader for the developers on the last meeting.
Thank you so much.
So I'm asking all of you to please vote no on this project. I have more to say, but there's no time.
Commissioner Bott.
I have very many very good reasons for why I'm supporting what could be a transformative project for all of North Beach. I don't have the time to discuss it here, but if anybody would like to get those reasons laid out, I'm happy to share my email address with you. Please feel free to reach out to me. It's Tanya@miamibeachfl.gov. I stand behind my decision, and I stand behind my support of the project. And I did not support the Ross project, but comparing those situations are apples and oranges. So if somebody wants to have a conversation with me where I'm not eating up the commission's time, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Ken Barnes. Please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute. PJ, let's go to the next person with this.
My name-
Go ahead, Mr. Barnes. Oh. Let's go to the next person with the screen name of Wafa. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Wafa Mason. I live at 6621 South 57th Street. I'm here to speak out against the City of Miami Beach resolution to censor our cinema and to call attention to a broader pattern of representation and political alignment that we as a community must reject. Our cinema has long been cultural, concentrate, a space for independence, voices, bold ideas, and meaningful dialogue. The city attempts to censor this institution is not just an attack on the theater, it's an attack on the right to free expression. When government officials decide what art is acceptable, we all lose. And let's be clear, this is all happening alongside the city's vocal support for the Israeli government, even as the global outrage grows over in Gaza. More than 70,000 plus Palestinians have been killed, entire neighborhood flattened, and basic human rights trampled.
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Hi, I'm Helena Crystal, and I live in 770 West 50th Street in Miami Beach, Florida. I am proud to be a third-generation Miami Beach homeowner, and I want to begin by sincerely thanking Commissioner Fernandez for initiating the Lakeview resolution, and I'm so grateful to all our co-sponsors and for the entire commission for taking the time to fight for our community. Our block on 51st Street, west of Cherokee, doesn't have a single storm drain. When it rains, water flows from the crown of the street directly onto our properties, flooding driveways, sometimes entering garages like mine, and sometimes even intruding in our homes, creating real concern for families trying to protect their most valuable asset, which is their home. This consent agenda will help to alleviate our flooding, bring the water to the Delaware drain, and protect our homes from future water intrusion. We're ready to work with the city on long-term infrastructure improvements, but right now we respectfully ask each of you to just vote yes on this consent agenda item. And I have my entire block here in the second row in full support. So thank you all so much for what you do for us.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is, I think, has a screen name of iPhone. PJ, call the next person, please. Nina, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Nina, and I'm a resident of South Florida, and I am speaking out against Resolution C7AE, R7H, and C7AV. I think it's important, after hearing everybody's interest in investments in the city, to refrain from investing in Israeli bonds, to refrain from trying to mute O Cinema from sharing the truth. And I'll also add that the mayor continues to defend Israel and defend apartheid when, in fact, Gaza is occupied by land, air, and sea. We are also seeing a genocide happening to the Palestinians, and we as residents of Florida and as America, we should not be open to investing in that. If you just look at what happened in Easter, thousands and thousands of Palestinian Christians were prevented from going to church and praying during Easter. So it is not a Jewish-only state. It is a state that is important to all three of the main monotheistic religions, and no one should be prevented from praying there, and no one should support that.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
By the way, I feel like I live in an alternate universe. So here's the facts. So you have a situation where Israel literally leaves Gaza. By the way, Israel didn't even control Gaza in the West Bank until 1967. It was controlled by Egypt and Jordan. So for 19 years, the world didn't say a single word. The UN didn't pass resolutions against Egypt and Jordan like they do against Israel now. But that's besides the point. Israel vacates Gaza over 20 years ago. Israel's army literally forcibly removes the last remaining Jews. There's no Jews in West Bank and Gaza. There's no openly many things in West Bank and Gaza, because you know why? You wouldn't survive. Many people in this room would not be alive, if they were there. That is a fact. That is a fact. So when you talk about apartheid, on October 7th, 2023, Hamas literally, in a full-scale military attack that was filmed, by the way, they filmed it. So the proof is all there. Israel was increasingly allowing workers to come in. By the way, there's a border. Of course there's a border. Countries have borders, and that Israel had a border, but they were allowing workers in. Money was flowing in from other Arab nations. But Israel was attacked. Please let me finish. When you run and get elected office, you can speak as long as you want to. Please, Sergeant. I give the respect for the people who speak, but I'm going to counter hate speech when it comes this way. By the way, you know what's funny? By the way, at the last meeting, we had a number of individuals, and it doesn't matter. By the way, Jewish, non.
Nazis were doing their jobs too. Nazis were doing their jobs too. All of you not opposing genocide. Nazis were doing their jobs.
Wow, we literally just heard, in case people didn't hear it, that Nazis were doing their jobs. By the way, that's literally what the speaker who was asked to leave. Think about that. The Nazis were doing their jobs. So think about when these people are coming here and saying genocide and apartheid, you have people who really believe that Nazis were doing the job. That's what we're dealing with here. And that's why I keep intervening, because this is not a normal debate about policy, which I welcome, not in this commission meeting. This is not the place for it. But not hate speech. Anyway, what I wanted to say, it doesn't matter. By the way, you notice a lot of the callers come in, they say they're from South Florida, they don't even live here. At least you live in North Beach. But by the way, I have verified, not that I tried, people came with me, many of the speakers who came last time and said, oh, by the way, I'm Jewish. And I only mentioned it because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish, not Jewish. This is an issue that affects human kind, and that's why our commission takes the strong stance, because it's a strong ally of Israel, of America, one of our strongest in the world. But people came up here and said they were Jewish, and they're not. People lie because they're trying to make a point, and that's even sadder than anything. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Bonilla. I am a community advocate, and I'm the executive director of Urban Paradise Guild. We are an environmental organization, and we're here to support agenda item C7 AM. And so right here in your front yards, you have this valuable asset that helps with storm surge. But beyond that is a great economic engine. It stimulates the local economy, and I'm very excited because there's all these thriving endangered species there. It's also very exciting to know that this is going to create access for people to come worldwide to come visit Miami Beach, and for you guys to be leaders and to leave a legacy project for generations to come. You know, I know some other people have stated some of the species, but when we have natural, endangered, and threatened species, it is something to boast about. It is something beautiful, and I'm just here to support that, and thank you very much.
Our next virtual speaker is Robin Jacobs. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Robin Jacobs. As Chair of the Convention Center Advisory Board, I haven't yet had the opportunity to bring the specific item that Palmview requests to the full board due to late notice. However, our board has consistently recognized the Miami Beach Convention Center as a vital driver of our local economy, our global image, and our quality of life. Pride Park is a key part of why Miami Beach Convention Center is so attractive to major conventions. We're able to book fly-in events like Adobe, where we see hotel rooms filled, restaurants bustling, shops thriving, and citywide revenues rising. These events support the entire city, not just the immediate neighborhood around the Miami Beach Convention Center. In fact, 90% of the economic benefit from these events is felt outside the Convention Center district. When we can't book these events, that benefit evaporates, and what we get instead is a rise in drive-in traffic. Attendees who add pressure to our roads and parking. We need a balance. That is why Pride Park's flexibility is so important. It was part of the $600 million investment our residents voted for.
Thank you so much.
With
I
both the
apologize,
green-
Ms. Jacobs. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Adam Saper, a Jewish resident of Miami Beach at 10th and Lenox, speaking in opposition to C7AE. And I first want to start by correcting the gross mischaracterization by the mayor as to the speaker who was just ejected and what she was saying. You know, Mayor, and everyone else here on the dais knows that she was not saying that the Nazis were doing a good job. She said that what the Nazis were doing, please don't interrupt me, sir. What the Nazis were doing is just following orders, and it resulted in one of the greatest atrocities of our lives. I would appreciate it if his fellow chamber members and the fellow commissioners would speak to the mayor and do not let that stand. I stand here because a few weeks ago, the bodies of 15 emergency workers were pulled from a mass grave. They were shot in the chest, back, and through the head, thrown into the ground alongside their ambulances, a UN worker, a UN truck, and a fire truck, crushed and mangled. The perpetrator's identity of this atrocity is not in question. They were executed by the Israeli military. A vote to maximize the city's
that were murdered,
a vote to maximize the city's investment
babies thrown in ovens, women raped.
Mr. Clerk, I'm just going to ask for an extra 30 seconds so I complete without being interrupted by the mayor.
I don't
please.
grant it. You can have the exact time you were allotted.
Okay, a vote to maximize the city's investment in Israel bonds is a vote to support that atrocity and countless others like it. They are war bonds, unrestricted loans to a foreign government.
Thank
While
you,
some
sir.
on this dais may believe that such atrocities are necessary evils or perhaps even
Thank
just
you.
necessary,
Our next, thank you. Our next virtual speaker is
Mr. City Clerk, am I a sponsor on this item? Or-
I will add you if you're not.
Thank you. Please add me as a sponsor.
On both items.
Notice
correct?
the more we hear, the more we keep sponsoring.
Our next virtual speaker is John Hutton. Mr. Hutton, you have 1 minute. State your name and address.
Good morning, Commission. My name is John Hutton. I live at 5401 Collins Avenue. And I'm speaking in support of C7AM. I'm speaking on my behalf as well as on behalf of Reef Line, which strongly supports this marine conservation area for all the reasons the other speakers have so eloquently stated. This reef project will not only preserve this national treasure, but also will enhance safety for not only the natural reef, but the reef line structures. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Francisco and I live in North Beach. I want to speak against R7H. Last month, the motion to defund and evict O Cinema didn't go well. Fortunately, Mayor Minor withdrew it. It's really sad that the city is interfering with O Cinema's programming again. It's disappointing that Miami continues to promote itself as a global art capital when the truth is that a lot of these cultural institutions fear government interference. Politicians are not film programmers. However, if you want O Cinema to screen a documentary with an Israeli point of view, I strongly recommend No Other Land, an Oscar-winning documentary by 4 directors. 2 of them are Israeli. I would like to close with a quote by one of my favorite political filmmakers, Costa Gavras, whose underrated film Hannah K is very relevant right now. He once said this: "Cinema doesn't exist in order to solve society's problems. All we want is to tell stories. We point our finger to what we don't like, but it is for the people to make their own decisions." Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next
By
virtual.
the way, it's the institution's choice to ask us for money, which we have generously granted.
Our next virtual speaker has a screen name of iPhone. Please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Carolina Bolado. I live at 2939 Indian Creek Drive. I have two quick comments. Just want to express support for C7AM. This is a great project, and I want to echo what others said about the importance of protecting our reefs to help prevent beach erosion. I also am opposed to R7H, whatever one thinks of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I have a lot of concerns when government begins meddling in what a movie theater can show. I understand they receive government funding, but this is the same thing that's being played out with universities. I just don't think that we should be, the city commission should be dictating what a movie theater shows. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please state your name, address. 1 minute, please.
Good morning. My name is Sam Van Leer, 1020 Northeast 90th Street. I am president and founder of Urban Paradise Guild. We fight climate crisis and protect South Florida. So I'm here to speak in favor of C7AM, the Miami Beach Reef, and thank you so much, Commissioner Dominguez and all the sponsors for your support. This is a visionary step that can unlock a new economic engine for South Florida. We have over 3,000 signatures on the petition, and of those, 49% are from Florida, 46% from the US, and 6% are international. And this has just so much value to the community. I also have 27 letters of support, which I'll present, and this includes letters from state senators and representatives, the county mayor, and the Greater Convention and Visitors Bureau, Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau, among others. They recognize this, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Karina. Karina, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Karina Sibata. I live at 855 Euclid Avenue in South Beach. I'm here to speak against agenda items R7H, C7AE, and C7AV. So I've had the privilege to attend some commission meetings before, and I've heard from multiple commissioners that you all have described your jobs as to ensure that our taxpayer dollars are being used responsibly and also to the best of our community as residents. So I'm asking as a resident to please do good on your promise and do not use our tax dollars towards any sort of war or to sponsor Israel. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, sir. State your name, address. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Spencer Roberts. I live at 411 Northwest 43rd in over on the other side of the estuary. I'm a scientist and ecologist at University of Miami. I wanted to thank the Commission for their support so far toward the establishment of Miami Beach Marine Park. As we know, our reef is a stunning and fragile ecosystem, home to hundreds of species, many of them endangered. It's a story of resilience and recovery, rising from the sediment it was buried in a decade ago, but there is nothing to legally prevent this from happening again. NOAA nautical charts still designate our jetty as a spoiled dredge area. So what we need is we need the federal government to recognize this, and we also need to protect this habitat from the threats, ongoing threats of anchors, fishing. I really want to ask the Commission to address the illegal fishing on the jetty and to establish a no-take protected area, get it recognized by the federal government. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Isaac Hoffman. Go ahead, please.
My name is Isaac Maurice Hoffman. I'm a Surfside citizen at 9141 Froude Avenue and a proud Jewish man. I'm calling in support of O Cinema, not because I take issue with Miami Beach's support of Israel, but because I take issue with censorship. At Florida State University, where I'm currently a student, in addition to the tragedy we just suffered, we have been suffering odious censorship attempts on our local cinemas, trying to stop us from playing harmless pro-queer films like Rocky Horror Picture Show. And it breaks my heart to see similar censorship back home, no matter from what angle. We're better than this. We don't need to be telling movie theaters what they can or can't play just because we disagree with their ideology, from the left, from the right, from the center. I just don't think it's necessary, and I think that we need to take a look in the mirror about this.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. State your name, address, and 1 minute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bean. My real name is Hill Blackett. I live here on the beach, but I also own a home over in the city. The reason that I'm here is to oppose the 3 Israel-related resolutions. Originally, I wanted to really speak in particular about this resolution related to attracting Israeli and Jewish businesses. You know, this just seems way out of step with like the whole idea of what American liberal democracy is about. It's about pluralism. It's about a space for everyone. And so if the city is saying we especially want to attract businesses that are owned by members of a particular ethno-religious group or a particular national group, that to me just seems insane and way out of step. On the other hand...
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Wayne. Wayne, go ahead, please. State your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
I wasn't going to speak, but I have to get rid of the Orwellian speak of some of these members in the chambers and on phone. The Hamas, Hezbollah, Assad, Iran, Russia combination has killed 1 million Syrians and Lebanese and displaced 70% of the population, tens of millions, in the last 20 years alone. 70% of the population. They're going to do the same to Israel. And we've seen a half a dozen Holocausts, not just the Nazi Holocaust. You can look at the Holocaust in the Tsars of Russia. You could look at Spanish Inquisitions. You could look at thousands of years of Holocaust on the Jews. And we are the second diaspora of Jews in the world, the United States and Israel. And I will lend my life to both countries with honor.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Marcela Novella. I'm a Miami Beach resident for 27 years. I'm here in support of item C4F, sponsored by Alex Fernandez and Commissioner Tanya Bott. Thank you all for coming to our Commissioner Fernandez, Rosen Gonzalez magazine, Bott, Dominguez for coming to my home the other day to meet with our neighbors, to see what our issues are. I really appreciate it. Since our visit, you actually did a lot of great work with enforcing the illegal parking because it has allowed for better flow of traffic. It's a little less dangerous because a lot of people were going double down a one-lane street, so it's actually made a huge impact on the quality of life on our neighborhood, and I'd like to continue pursuing that with this new memorandum and creating a special taxing district for our neighborhood. Thank you.
We're going to continue with the in-audience members because everyone who was originally online on Zoom has spoken, so.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Ricardo Dunin, Barney, resident on 3542 Flamingo Drive, being there for almost 20 years. About 3 years ago, I got involved with my neighbors talking about this special taxing district. I can say no uncertain terms that most people are in support. It makes a lot of sense because Flamingo Drive is like an island. Nobody has business to be there unless they live or they're visiting. A lot of traffic concerns, getting traffic on Pine Tree worse, security of people. There's no traffic actually in rush hour. On the other direction, people cut. If there is an emergency vehicle to come in, They cannot come in. There's safety concerns on crime. So I think that's a great idea, and I'm here to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry, which item? Okay.
Starting? Hi, Alice from South Beach. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for your time. I'm here because I love Miami Beach, so much so that my friends call me the mayor. But I'm worried about what direction the city is heading in, especially with the introduction of Resolution C7AE, AV, and R7, all of which put foreign interests above us here in Miami Beach. I had a different version of this speech that had a bunch of numbers trying to appeal to the ethics of sending $20 million overseas, 10% of our city's total investment portfolio. But I realized it doesn't matter because you're not listening. Last month, you withdrew one resolution only to reintroduce 3 that are focused on the same foreign power. Why? Move on. We need help here. Please, please. Thank you.
Mary Michelle, Southwest Ranches. 1 minute to defend the Constitution and the laws of this land. 1 minute to speak against authoritarian control. But yet the autocrats can go on and on ad nauseum when they have the microphone. But you know what? I don't even need a minute, because the only thing that needs to be said is that this mayor, this council, does not serve the city of Miami Beach, the state of Florida, nor the United States of America. They serve Israel, a foreign country and an entity that has parasitically infiltrated every level of our government. You, sir, and your band of pretenders are traitors to the United States and the Constitution. And God willing, one day you will be tried for treason, not excluding the minions that do your bidding, all of whom swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, but are willingly choosing to surrender our country to an internally invasive coup by a foreign power. Time.
Good morning. My name is Kat. I live in North Miami Beach. I'm here to object to 3 resolutions, C7AE, AV, R7H, that together reveal a city government that is obsessed with promoting and protecting Israel rather than serving the needs of Miami Beach residents. On top of that, city officials are intimidating O Cinema again, sending the message that if you don't align with Israeli policy, that you cannot exist here. What a disgraceful precedent. Elections are coming up. You were all elected to serve Miami Beach, not the interest of a supremacist project oceans away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes Sutnick.
Okay, let's get to the consent agenda.
Yes, Mayor. So the following items have been separated from the consent agenda. You have a list in front of you with them. Mayor Minor is separating C7BB. Commissioner Dominguez is separating C7AU. Commissioner Magazine is separating C7AV and C7AZ. Commissioner.
Hang on a second. AV and which ones?
A Victor, C7AZ, Zebra.
Okay.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Suarez is separating C7AU and C7C. You may not have C7C since it was done after we copied the paper you have in front of you, but Commissioner Suarez, C7AU and C7C. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding the separated items and excluding the addendums, which will be heard after 5?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I will make a motion to approve this, but I would like our consent items to be called today, Mayor. I'm asking you very kindly to please call them, because I see that you pulled to your schoolyard project that is very important, and I don't want that to be delayed. That is very important for the residents of North Beach. Biscayne Elementary, we've worked years for that, so I'm not sure why you pulled it. I would ask you now to not pull it, because there's going to be another year before it moves forward, but residents and children and families are going to suffer because of that. So I will move this item, but I would like you to immediately call that item, please.
Well, we will hear it today. I'll also ask this body, and I think we've gotten a little bit away from it. On some items, we need to say our statements, go back. Everyone gets a couple of times to speak, but sometimes we've been going 5, 6 times around. We really need to move on from items. It makes it hard for me. We're trying to get through as many items as we can, and we're getting bogged down. We have some major items today we're going to spend a lot of time on, but we got to get through them. But I will call the item today.
Yes, because otherwise working families are going to suffer because you pulled this item. So I just want to make sure that it gets heard today because
We will hear
the
it
trend
today.
has been that you pull certain items and then they don't get heard. Well, I'm advocating for a bunch of our working class families in North Beach. And I think that pulling this item, there's nothing positive that's going to come about it except for children and families that are going to not get a beautiful park on a fallow piece of land. And it just seems to me that there's something political about it. It's not right. It's totally a positive item. And I just want to understand what's happening with you pulling this item. So please call it, hopefully immediately following the consent agenda, which is normally how we run things.
Thank you for the editorial.
I need a second, please.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, a second by,
Wait, to move the consent agenda.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
a second by Commissioner Suarez. This is for the consent agenda excluding the pulled items and excluding the addendums. All in favor, please? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda excluding the separated items are approved 7-0.
It's called C7AU.
C7AU is approved Doville fines and lawsuit settlement. It was separated by Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Dominguez.
Two people pulled it, me
Oh.
and David.
Let her go
Commissioner
first.
Dominguez.
Thank you. So this item has to do with approving the Doville fines and the lawsuit settlement. And I have been speaking to a lot of people in North Beach. I've also spoken to the development group. And one thing that's really important and of concern for the people in that area is that they're not displaced from their homes. And some of their buildings are older, and they worry that this new level of development will be a factor in potential gentrification. So in having discussions, I would like to propose that 30% of the fines that are collected go to a fund so that buildings up in North Beach, whether it's Abbott or Byron, Carlisle, areas north of 73rd Street can apply for a grant if their buildings have elevators that aren't functioning or recertification issues, so that that fund can help.
I'd like to speak about the.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you. So the reason I pulled this is because I'm more concerned about the condition of the property. And PJ, if you could put up the empty lot picture, please. Okay. This is what the current site looks like at the Doville site. And as you can see, you've got some, I guess, some weeds in the top right corner. PJ, you could put it down, and if you could please put up code section 14-501. Okay, if you could kind of zoom in to the highlighted section, that'd be great. And for those of you who are watching, let me read it to you. This is section 14-501, maintenance of vacant lots after demolition of structures. Intent. It is the intent of this section to regulate an improved or unimproved lot that has become vacant or the ground has been left in disarray or excavated due to demolition of a structure on the lot, and to implement regulations to one, ensure the lot is rehabilitated in a park-like experience. Okay, you can put it down, PJ, thanks. So this is one of the big problems with this project, is that the owners of this property, the Morellos, have used this tactic to get the residents of North Beach beaten down and feel disenfranchised. They are taking advantage of the collective exasperation of the community. It's funny because the Morellos know exactly that leaving the vacant lot like in that condition was going to play right into the psychological advantage of their playbook. I'm the only one who went to the city manager with this code section and asked, why are we not fining the property for making sure that this isn't a park-like experience? Correct. And so I was met with sort of a, well, sorry, we didn't know. And for 3 years, this lot sat in this condition in a gravel pit when our city administration should have enforced the code and left it in a park-like experience. And so when I look at this settlement agreement, which I have right here, and it's on page, I believe it's page 7, under section 7, looking here, it says, uncured violations at the hotel property. Failure to install sod violation remains open, and owner shall remain liable for curing the failure to install sod violation with any fines that may occur within 5 business days of obtaining an affidavit of compliance and payment in full of any then outstanding fines and interest with respect to the failure of sod in violation. The city shall record a release of lien with respect to the failure of sod violation. The city acknowledges that the owners have commenced to cure the failure to install sod violation, and the owners agree to diligently pursue the cure of these violations to ensure that they have been completed by or before December 31st. Okay, again, December 31st. So that's 7 months away. So this agreement right here states that they have until December 31st to put it in a park-like appearance. Why are we doing that? Why, Eric? Why are we saying that they can have another 7 months to leave it a hole in the ground with just gravel, where it's already been 3 years like this? So what I suggest we do with my colleagues, okay, is part of this agreement, let's put some real teeth in this and ask the developer and the Morellos to turn this empty lot into a park-like appearance with irrigation, sod, grass, and possibly, if they really want to be a great benefit to the community, public access. I mean, we don't necessarily know when this project, if it gets approved, is going to commence. Let's require in this settlement agreement that they finally bring the property into compliance within 30 days. Okay? I think it's very simple. Let them come back on the next reading with a site plan, and let's finally get this area irrigated, sodded, and looking beautiful. So I don't know how my colleagues feel about that. I certainly don't think that giving another 7 months to making it look like an eyesore is good. I think Mr. Martin can do a great, quick project to make the property look like a park until then. And I think now that we have an agreement that they're going to sign, and I understand that there's already monies and funds in the escrow, I don't see why we shouldn't, hold tight, put some teeth in this, and make sure that the area it looks good until if and when the construction starts.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And then Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Suarez. I'm fully supportive of improving the conditions of that immediately. In fact, how I originally got involved in politics was my wife at the time was pregnant with our daughter during Zika, and we lived right across from a mud pit that was 5 parks. So I understand the toll that that can take on people living next to a site like that. So I'm fully supportive. I probably would draw the line at providing public access because I'm just thinking about a liability perspective. And even if we would push that, whether that could come back to us at all, but I wouldn't, extend that liability to any property owner. So I'm going to be supportive of cleaning up this site. I think it's righteous for the community. I'd be happy to work with you or any of the other colleagues of not just doing this for this specific site, but better mandates all around town for some of these properties because, when we respect our architecture, our public rights of way, that should also extend to properties that may be vacant and not moving forward in the forthcoming weeks, months, or perhaps even years.
Commissioner Bott, then Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So if anybody has been to the Doville site recently, you'll know that it is actually sodded. It is currently actually sodded. I can't speak to the irrigation. If there are additional things that can be improved, that's a conversation I would definitely entertain. My understanding is that it is going to be that way until the shovel hits the ground. It will be usable. I think there may be legal implications about providing access to the beach walk, but I would certainly be very interested in having those conversations, Mr. Manager, to figure out if there's a way to make some access available, because I think that's a great idea. But it's curious that there's grandstanding about a mud pit that was already rectified. And so I would like today for us to be moving forward on facts and not conjecture or incorrect information, because I don't think that serves the body well at all. And also, I do believe there is a motion and a second for Commissioner Dominguez's suggestion, and we should probably.
Well, I can't predict what our colleagues are going to say, so I'm having everyone speak.
Okay,
and
sorry.
Then we'll pull the vote. Yeah. But Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I'm so glad that you brought this up because it's part of some legislation that I passed a while ago where you have to have fencing and lighting and improve areas that are vacant. And the developer is sitting here in front of us, so hopefully he can speak on improving this area. Good job.
Mayor.
Good job, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, I don't expect the area to just be sodded, Commissioner Bott. The code requires that the lot is rehabilitated in a park-like appearance, not just sod, a park-like appearance. That's what our code currently suggests. And this is exactly what I'm asking for, is that the developer bring this into a park-like appearance in the next 30 days, bring back a site plan with an irrigation plan, and make sure that the place or that the lot looks beautiful, not just sodded, okay? I want to just bring it into code, and this is going to sit dormant for a little bit, if this gets approved, up to possibly 5 years. So let's get this right now, and let's make sure that the lot is beautiful and not just sodded.
Just very quickly.
I just want to add that, I don't know what the insurance liabilities are, and if it is going to be a few years, I would have no problem if you wanted to have, I don't know if public access is possible or not.
And we could
let us know. I'm speaking. But I think this is a great initiative. I passed legislation like this because we do have unsightly vacant lots across the city. And if it is going to be 5 years, I think this is a positive policy. So let's hear from him as he's standing here and see what he's willing to do.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question.
I have Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Suarez, then Commissioner Fernandez.
All right, so we're going to do, but you just said earlier, we're going to do multiple rounds before people get a first round.
That is fair. Commissioner Fernandez.
So I just want to know, just for the record, because I wanted to see the conditions of the property since we were approving this. I even saw palm trees installed there. So I just want to know, what is your intent with the property if it's going to be empty? I saw grass and I saw palm trees. Are you going to open it up to the public? Are you going to keep it irrigated, as the commissioner, the vice mayor is mentioning? Because at the end of the day, you can develop a beautiful project, but if that's years down the road, in the meantime, our residents are dealing with a nuisance. And we need to ensure that it just doesn't stay green today and that the palms don't just stay beautiful today, but between today and the delivery of a project, that it doesn't go back into being a nuisance.
Mayor, Commission.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Suarez, then we'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
You can call me Commissioner. Thank you.
I agree with your premise that it should have been rectified years ago. And I applaud your holding the city accountable for other sites like this, should they occur, because it should not have happened, it should not happen, and it should not happen in the future. It is currently sodded and with palm trees, and if there can be more done to make it open to the public and to ensure that the grass is green and safe and clean and well-maintained, I am all for that. I support this item. My point is that what you showed is a picture from, I don't know, 6 months ago, a year ago. Now, it doesn't obviate the fact that that condition was that way and should not have been. I agree with you. My point is, if you're going to say this is what it looks like, that is not what it looks like now. So can we just please deal with the facts?
Yes, the facts are this lot has been dilapidated for 3 years. Okay, excuse me. Let me finish. I
We
think
can't have this back and forth, one at a time.
this lot has been dilapidated for 3 years. It is. They may sod it for a month, and then it gets into that condition after a month because there's no irrigation. What I'm saying is we have an opportunity now through a settlement agreement to require them to bring it to a park-like appearance. That's going to stay a park-like appearance until such time if a project is approved and they begin construction. And Mr. City Attorney, if we ask for public access and the city can control the land or maintain the land, can we indemnify the developer from any liability issues at the project?
I would not recommending providing indemnity. I mean, that is something that the city can do, but it's not an ordinary course of action to indemnify a private party. That might be one of the public benefits that the developer could offer, is to allow for public use, but I understand there may be liability concerns that prevent that.
So is that a function of getting insurance?
Yes.
Okay. So look, I mean, again, guys, I think we all know the developer and the Morellos, are asking for a doubling of everything. At least let's get them to make this look like a park, okay? Have access, maybe even make it a park for the next 5 years until they begin construction, and then require them to get insurance for liability. I mean, that's the least they could do.
Commissioner, are you making a motion? What's your form of redress here?
I would like to make a motion, so in the next hearing, the developer brings back a site plan for a park with beach access, well, with public access, and until such time that construction, if approved, starts.
I would second that.
David.
Mayor, Commission, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'm really honored to be put in this place to really change and revitalize North Beach. This property should have been a park. You know, this property, was in bad condition. Last year, fourth quarter, we started designing it. We actually hired a landscape architect. We worked engineering, submitted plans. We got our permit in March, and we immediately commenced turning it and complying to the codes, Commissioner Suarez, that you're requiring. Irrigation, palm trees, sod, fencing, gating. As it relates to the public access, which is something that we love to do. I just got to study that a little bit before next meeting to understand kind of just the liabilities and what exactly, because doing a lot of the community outreach. I don't know if you know, but we're going to be providing 2 public access, 2 beach walks to connect to the beach. And some of the residents are a little concerned with what happens. Some of the residents are concerned with what happens at night in those areas and those types of things. And so I'd like to study that with the design team, but definitely by next commission, I'll solve the public access, but definitely complying with the code. We're paying 100% of the fines, not a penny less, and appreciate the comments, and we will address it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Again, just to be clear, I think there needs to be a site plan presented to us next commission with,
We got it.
with irrigation.
Commissioner Dominguez has a motion and there's a second.
As amended.
So let's repeat the motion because we're.
So I have, go ahead. I have two proposed amendments, and both have been made a motion and seconded. The first one is Commissioner Dominguez's 30% grant for the neighborhood, just to be brief. And the second one is, and that was Commissioner Dominguez and Commissioner Fernandez second that. And then there was the bring back site plan with irrigation and access to the next meeting, and that was a motion by Vice Mayor Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Bott.
Okay, so there's two motions on the table. So let's deal with the first motion, the 30%. I like it in theory. My concern right now, and the reason why I'm hesitant to support it, is because we're really talking about a couple of $1 million, right? And I appreciate your thought you put into it, but it's the first time I'm hearing it, and I think it's a big decision, and I think I need to know more about it. I would recommend a friendly amendment, a referral to finance, so we can discuss it more, but again, I'm supportive if you're willing to do that.
Yes.
Okay, so let's call that vote.
So this is a referral to finance for the 30% grant for the neighborhood. If we could do so by acclamation, it will be referred to FERC, to the next FERC meeting. Okay. So
Aye.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No one opposed. The item is referred to FERC for the 30% grant.
Great. We have a second motion is Commissioner Suarez.
You want to read the motion?
The second motion was to bring back a site plan that includes irrigation and access to the public, and it was made a motion by Vice Mayor Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Bott.
Let's call the vote.
So all in favor of amending the resolution with that?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved as amended, including a referral.
Okay. So we're back to C7AU.
Okay, so just for the record, the settlement agreement will come back for a second reading at the next meeting? Is that what it is?
Well, we didn't vote on C7AU.
Okay.
Correct. I just want to clarify
Yeah,
that.
we haven't. I'm turning back to C7AU. I guess there were two intervening motions. Now we're going to discuss.
So AU is now being discussed as amended with the.
Well, I think they have to.
My
I believe they
understanding
need
is there
to
were
come
two
back.
separate motions. But go ahead.
No,
City
I
Attorney.
believe the intent is for the developer to come back with an amended settlement agreement that includes these terms. We can still discuss the settlement agreement, but it will come back again based on this amendment.
Well, that's going to change because right now we have an item on to discuss the development agreement, and I'm not going to support the development agreement without a signed, sealed settlement agreement.
Well, we, Mayor, if I may, perhaps we bifurcate out of the settlement agreement, a separate settlement agreement that doesn't involve the fines, meaning the fines will be paid, we can sign the contract today, but we'll have a separate settlement agreement that we can start for the empty lot.
If I may, what we could do is incorporate that into the development agreement as an additional public benefit.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to make sure that this area is taken care of regardless if this project moves forward or not.
Well, then the better vehicle would be in the settlement agreement.
Can we have two separate settlement agreements?
We're only settling a certain number of claims. I mean, there would be no consideration for that benefit unless we segregate. We could segregate the hotel from the garage settlement, but the idea was to settle everything in one shot.
Well, Mr. Martin, you have your team of lawyers here, I see, the Burkow and Larkin law firm. Do you want to take 5 minutes and get with them? Because I think public access is going to be a big sticking point for me and the community and possibly your entire project.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Suarez. We will work prior to the next commission to provide city administration with the public access that we think is, works well from an insurance perspective and a use perspective. We are here to move forward and pay every single fine that exists on this property or any other. And so the development agreement is only today being heard for first reading. So really, the development agreement, hopefully, if it were to pass, would be able to, go to second reading in May. So prior to that, we could solve, Mayor, we could solve the public access and have it all negotiated and signed prior to the second reading. So we could do 2 settlement agreements, one for the fines, one for the public access, and we could all sign them prior to the second reading of the DA, if that's okay with you.
And through the mayor, if you're willing to do 2 separate agreements, I think the settlement agreements should be heard, voted, and approved before any sort of zoning or development agreement is approved from here.
Understood.
Are you willing to do that?
What I think is, Commissioner Suarez, we've been through a year process here. And we would love the opportunity to be able to move this project forward with your permission. My recommendation and respectful request is that if we could have these 2 settlement agreements be resolved by the next city commission meeting, but please allow us to, at least for first reading, resolve the development agreement and discuss it and deal with any terms there that may need to be modified or changed prior to the next commission meeting.
I'm simply asking if you are okay with resolving both settlement agreements before any development second reading is heard.
Yes, sir.
And voted on.
Yes, sir.
Or zoning or comprehensive plan is voted on.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I need the fines and penalties resolved before we vote on the development agreement.
No, 100%.
So we need to resolve that now. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
This is apart from your agreement. I do agree with the mayor and Commissioner Suarez that the fines need to be settled, but isn't that on the agenda right here? Isn't that the item that we're hearing right now?
Yes, ma'am.
So we are going to pay, because I got a stack of public benefits. Well, it's not really a public benefit, it's just doing the right thing. That you were going to pay $6.7 million in fines?
It's 6.3, so 100% of the fines.
So 100% of the fines, and are they up to date on their property taxes also? Because I had heard that they were not paying their property taxes.
Property taxes are up to date and were paid this March.
Okay, so the property taxes are paid and we're getting the fines. My question is, if we're voting on the fact that they're paying the fines, when are the fines being paid?
So we've wired $3.15 million to the city's escrow account, and then the remaining $3.15 million would be funded as part of the settlement agreement approval.
Is there any way to show goodwill that we could settle that today, please? Because
yes,
the community is going to get really angry if we vote on this agreement without paying the fines. That would be my ask.
Yeah,
If there's any way you could wire the money today, and, I think that's important.
Definitely. We in good faith, prior to having the settlement agreement, we wired 50% of the fines. We will, after approval of the settlement agreement, wire the remaining 50% of the fines. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, and what I'm reiterating is that we have that portion at least signed today before we vote on the development agreement. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what you're stating, because we need the surety before we vote on anything to send anything to second reading, that we have that completely. And I just want to understand, you're saying not just 50%, you want 100% of the funds today.
I didn't say that. I'm actually comfortable personally with the way it's been done. I just want to make sure there's an agreement that's signed.
That we're going to get 100% of the funds before the second reading.
Correct.
Have that signed, and we need that signed today, is what you're saying.
Before we vote on the development.
I 100% agree with you. It's what the community long deserves.
And Mr. Mayor, I just asked our city attorney if he can draft something very quickly for a settlement agreement for the lot, for the empty lot. that I'd like him to sign today. Okay, if that's possible. Because since it's already, I'm assuming since this was noticed and the settlement agreement has been on the agenda, we're just simply going to bifurcate this section to
Well,
another section.
here's an idea. One of the items that is not being released is the failure to sod, and that is not being released. So we can set up a separate settlement agreement that would require what you're requiring and thereby release that remaining violation, if that's something that is acceptable to everybody.
Can I just say something? I think getting the settlement agreement with the fines and everything included is important because I want to have the fines done. And this is, if you're saying, like, what you're saying is you want to wait to get the fines?
No.
You want to bifurcate?
Why
do you want to bifurcate?
So that we can get paid today. Okay, so I would like to have a settlement, I'd like to have
Is
two.
that why we're not getting paid today?
So we've funded the 50%, Commissioner. I'm not sure I could really make $3.15 million wired today. I have to work on that. But the intent was that after this meeting, prior to second reading.
With all due respect, it should have been paid a long time ago.
Let me bring this home. What I'm saying, and I think we're pretty much in agreement, is we need a signed agreement. You've escrowed the money. I'm comfortable with the way it is. You're going to send the rest of the money before the development, everything is finalized. But you're bringing a new motion today, which you have the support, Commissioner Suarez. You have the support here. But we need to draft that for you to sign. And that's coming back at the next meeting. We need to finalize, and that's what we're talking about bifurcating. We need to finalize the settlements and fines today. And I think we're all in agreement. That's why I don't know why we're going back, but we're all in agreement on this.
And I'm simply saying that second settlement agreement for the empty lot and the irrigation public access should be signed before any final decisions are made on a zoning matter or a developer agreement.
Agreed. But I think the difference is you're saying before anything is finalized. What we're saying as a body here today, I think we're all in agreement, is before we're not even finalizing. We're at first reading on development. We're saying that has to be done today. Today, the settlement, the fines, which you're in agreement.
Yeah, so we'll prove that and sign that. My only question is if you could please allow us to move forward with just the first reading of the development agreement, not the overlay or anything else, because we have a second reading. But if we could move forward with the first reading of the public benefits, I would respectfully see if we could do that.
Again, that's fine. I said the final hearing or the final decision is made. And I'm asking you here today, okay, because you're on the record, are you okay with signing a settlement agreement for bringing this lot into a park-like appearance, public access, lighting, irrigation, before any final decisions are made on your development agreement or zoning matter?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. So do we?
Okay, so
through the clerk, do we need to, and city attorney, do we need to strike out section 7 and bring that into a different settlement agreement? Because I don't want section 7 in here signed by us when we're going to have a separate.
What I would recommend is get this signed and we prepare a new settlement agreement that supersedes as to that paragraph, this settlement agreement. And we have that and bring it back to commission so that it could be heard and approved prior to the second reading of all the other items.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make a note, and as I'm proud of this commission that we're going to get to 6.3 million. And this has nothing to do with you, David Martin, but it's disappointing. This number should have been way higher. And I'm just going to take a minute to explain the tortured history here, because we had a lawsuit way before you were involved, in which we were not issuing fines or penalties for a couple of years. And I had been working with several city attorneys before you to try to change that and couldn't get anything done. So I brought an item. I actually drafted it myself. I actually drafted my own. I even had somebody in the city call me and they said in 30 years they've never seen a commissioner do what I did. I said, I'm very proud of it then, because I brought my own resolution and what happened to bring the fines and penalties. In the interesting world of politics, after 2 years of not issuing fines and penalties, I lost the vote. But the next day, we amended the complaint, just as I had written in my resolution to amend to fine and penalties. So that's why we have the 6.3 million. But even with that, the special master actually put it on hold for a couple of years after the demolition and was saying, well, the property is demolished. So we put the fines on hold for about 2 years when it shouldn't have been, and that finally the city went back and started getting the fines again. But we lost another $5-6 million, Rick?
About 3, I think.
$3 million. So it's unfortunate. This number, 6.3 million, is as good as that it is that we're getting it. Should have been doubled. And I think that was a failure of many that it didn't happen. So I think we, as a body, I think this commission is very watchful of our budgets and our monies, and hopefully these mistakes that were made many years ago before most of us were even involved in politics won't happen again. So we have a motion.
So we have no motion at this time.
Okay, so.
Well, it would be a motion to approve the settlement agreement, and that we will. Well, the settlement agreement won't be amended. There will be a separate motion to bring a new settlement agreement to address the park access, irrigation, et cetera. So we should do 2 motions.
So there's going to be 2 separate settlement agreements, and that I have an issue with there being 2 separate settlement agreements. There should be 1 settlement agreement. I agree with the spirit of what's being said, but it should be 1 settlement agreement. I don't understand why.
I feel like they're 2 separate issues, though. Right? One is the fines and penalties, and the other one is the.
Not really. It's just, I mean, to be honest, I kind of agree with Commissioner Fernandez. It really is just 1 settlement agreement. That's why it's already in the settlement agreement on page 7, on section 7. Yeah, and you know, I certainly would like to make sure that this lot, first of all, the fines obviously get paid, which they should have been already, and make sure and ensure that this lot is in a completely different state in a couple months. Because as it stands, they have until December 31st to re-begin fines, meaning like they're not required under this contract. They're not required to bring it into a park-like appearance.
What are you proposing, Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm proposing exactly what Commissioner Suarez is saying, that these conditions be incorporated into section 7 of the existing amended of the existing settlement agreement, and that we approve that as amended. But I need the city attorney just to guide me on that.
Well, we could approve it as amended, and then we will have to paper it. I mean, we could do that.
Yeah, we do that all the time, don't we?
Yeah.
Explain that process.
We amend things, and then afterwards we
When you say
paper it.
paper it, can you define that?
Meaning the document that is before you is not the final document because it has to be amended. So we will need to work on amending it, and then it'll get signed.
And when is that?
As promptly as reasonably possible following this commission meeting.
Yeah, herein lies the problem. Following the commission meeting, which means the settlement and fines that we're discussing, and I have no doubt that David and his team are working in good faith. Still, I have a mind frame that needs to be signed before I consider the development agreement. So now we're at a standstill.
If I could, but we get 2 cracks at seeing this development agreement, right? So we put it in motion today, and if the fines aren't immediately settled and the property isn't brought up to current standards, then we simply don't move forward with the development.
I made a public commitment. First of all, myself, I happen to believe it, but I also made a public commitment in a newsletter that gets sent to a lot of people that I would not support this project until the fines and penalties are signed, sealed, and delivered, and I'm going to stick to that.
Mr. Mayor, by the way, also, you know, remember, let's not forget that the majority owners are the Morellos. And for whatever reason, we may not be able to control any sort of interdeal that they have already agreed and signed into. And there is a risk that they just walk away and they don't pay these fines. You know, so.
If I may, what if we approve the settlement agreement but direct there to be an amendment to the settlement agreement? So that way the mayor gets the comfort that he wants, that the settlement agreement as is approved, and then Commissioner Suarez gets what he wants, which is before second reading, we incorporate the amended terms into the settlement agreement. We sign the amendment.
I'm comfortable with that.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
What's holding us up from signing the settlement agreement? What is are there areas where we have some discrepancies still? Is there any way that we have the agreement prepared? What are the issues that are sticking?
There's none.
So
Well,
why
there
don't we just sign it? I mean, I know, I just want everybody to be happy because I want all of us to work as a team on this. So maybe if we have this agreement, are you willing to sign it today and then just have us take the vote later on in the afternoon? Is that a problem? So that we can just get it done? That would satisfy the mayor. It would satisfy Commissioner Suarez. And I think that it would put us in a great place moving forward, and hopefully everybody could get behind the agreement. If that's okay with you, David.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to resolve, because Commissioner Suarez has made an amendment, which we're all in agreement with, but that's kind of holding it up, whether we can't get that done. The amendment's going to take a little time to draft.
Why is it going to take a little time to draft? I think it's a couple of lines of language. Nick, you couldn't get that amendment drafted? Lickety split?
Lawyers make a lot of money for a reason. Everything takes time.
I mean, look, it's 10 a.m. right now. I would like to get this done today, but I want to make sure that everybody here is happy. Commissioner Suarez, the mayor, I myself also feel like it's important to have it signed. Do you have any objections to this? I want us to go together, unanimously with this. That's really important. Because I think that this, the litmus test on this is this good for Miami Beach? And I really believe in my heart of hearts it is. But I also recognize that the Moruelos have been horribly bad actors. And, David stepped into this and is finally making the Moruelos change the way we're acting. And I think we need to recognize, instead of a vilification, say, okay, look, they're finally going to pay their fines. They're going to beautify the lot. They're going to open the beach access. They are going to start to listen to Miami Beach, whereas the Moruelos haven't. So David Martin coming into this situation has changed the Moruelos' behavior, which I think is a really positive thing. Don't you, Commissioner Suarez?
Look, if you're telling me that you're going to allow a precedent set where a property owner can poke the eye of Miami Beach for years, let a community get dilapidated with 4 acres of non-compliance, of a hole in the ground, and all of a sudden you have this knight in shining armor, David Martin, come in and save the day. And if that's the recipe for getting a doubling of FAR in height, I don't want to set that precedent.
No, I don't think that's it at all.
I
I think it's kind of the opposite. I think when someone's trying to actually turn something into a park like you asked for, just think about this, okay? When you're getting what you want, okay? And, by the way, changing bad behavior, and then instead of saying, okay, this is really good for Miami Beach, trying to somehow create a vilification, I don't think that that's nice or correct or good for our morale as a city or for the neighborhood or for any of these efforts. What would you have? Would you have us continue? Let's just take the alternative, okay, from what you're proposing. You're saying that after all of this, wait, the city just got, how much did we get in property taxes? In fines?
I know it's over $1 million. It could be 2, but it's between $1 and $2 million.
We got the 6.3 million in fines, and we just got the property taxes paid, millions of dollars. Okay, so these are good things. Are they not, Commissioner Suarez? Wait.
You asked me a
The
question.
alternative.
You asked me a question.
After
this,
I'd
love to get to
I
the
would just
motion.
like to finish this. The alternative to what you are proposing is to leave it as is, and the Moruelos will continue to do nothing. Wait. We will have gotten half of the fines, which is a beautiful thing, but only because David Martin stepped in. So wait. I would like to understand, okay, if you kill this deal, what is your alternative? What is your vision here? And maybe, because here's what I think will happen, and this is one of the reasons we lost our right to a referendum vote. And that was very sad. It was a sad day, just listen, for Miami Beach, because the residents could no longer weigh in on these.
Can I respond?
And when I sat with Stephen Ross in 2022, and I looked at him and I said, are you going to rebuild the Doville Hotel? Because I don't know about you, but there's one thing that I know, and that's that the residents of Miami Beach love the Doville. They love seeing the arches. They love that property. That is something that we as a community are emotionally connected to. Everybody remembers going to the Doville. So if you destroy this and we don't get the Doville back, what is the alternative? Because I think
You've asked me 3
and
questions.
wait, no, just listen. Because
Please get to the motion. We have
no,
a motion.
no, I have the floor
You
and
do,
I'm
and
allowed to
you-
speak, and I haven't even gotten to 5 minutes
You
yet.
keep asking
I
me
have not.
questions.
And everybody else can go on as long as they want. But I don't understand the alternative vision. I find this to be obstructionist, possibly political, but I don't think that that's you, because I think you're more mature than this. And I think that maturity, and I'm going to say it one more time, the litmus test here is, will Miami Beach be better for this if we go with your proposal? And I don't know if that's true. I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. You've asked me a couple questions. I think those questions are more appropriate for the development agreement item that's going to be before us. I think to get us in good standing and to move this particular item along with the settlement agreement, can you bring us into proper standing, Mr. City Attorney?
Into proper standing.
Yeah, so where are we at right now?
Well, where we are is we have two alternatives. One is to execute the agreement as is and come back with an amendment to address your concerns. And then there was a second idea floated, which is to draft the language during today's meeting to try to come back later this afternoon. Those are the alternative approaches.
And I would like to, again, be very clear with all my colleagues, with the developer and everyone watching. Are you comfortable and are you going to be okay with a second, possibly a second settlement agreement that brings your empty lot into a park-like appearance with public access, irrigation, and make it look how it should based on the code before any final zoning hearing is heard or development agreement is heard?
Yes, sir, before any final overlay and any final development agreement, any second reading of both, yes, sir.
Okay, again, just so everyone here is clear, the developer here is willing to bring this into a park-like appearance with lighting, irrigation, have a site plan, and that's going to be approved before any sort of developmental final votes are heard. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But we're really going back and forth at this point. We're kind of circling around. Really what's at the issue here is Commissioner Fernandez wants one settlement agreement. We had originally, it seemed like we were heading in the direction to bifurcate because I want, and I think we've heard from others as well, that I want today, signed, sealed, and delivered, a settlement agreement that resolves the fines and penalties. I'm agreeing with you, I want that resolved too. So how do we, City Attorney, how do we resolve this now?
My suggestion would be that we sign the agreement as is and that we prepare an amendment and bring it back for the second reading of all the various items. And that way you will get the comfort before you actually get to the second readings.
And I have my colleagues' blessing that that settlement agreement needs to first be heard and signed and agreed upon before any final vote on a zoning matter or a development agreement.
So, and if I may through the mayor, that's the amended settlement agreement. It's not
An amendment to the settlement
yes,
agreement.
and that I think is fair and it makes sense. I just want to also just state for the record, you know, I hate to put it this way, but you know, it's, you know, the word vilification of David Martin and all that was used, and that we're rewarding, you know, bad actors, which, you know, in part, it might be true, but David is here to deliver something positive for the community. But let's not forget, this is the same exact conversation we're going to have later today with the homeless shelter. And the precedent that we set with this vote, I think it really is a precedent that we set with this vote, not about today's own meeting, about rewarding bad actors, not just that, that are negligent with the conditions in which they maintain their property and destroy historic icons and expose residents to nuisances on their property, but precedents that of individuals who then bring in homeless individuals to create a homeless shelter, and then we reward them with a $20 million payout in a strong-arm zoning decision to our city. And so I just want to put it for the record. What we're discussing now is no different than what we're going to be discussing later, and that the precedent that we set now with our vote, we need to remember it for the issue that we discuss later in the day.
Wait, can I ask one more question?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
David, how much have you paid toward the fines? Half of them.
$3.15 million.
I mean, I think Commissioner Suarez, $3.1 million is a lot of money he's already paid. Do you think he's willing to give up that money? Is that what you're saying, that he's just going to trick us? I'm trying to understand where you're coming from here. Why you I'm willing to sign the agreement today. I would like to see all the fines paid today. But I think that deposit of $3.1 million is something positive. I don't know. I'm trying to.
Yeah,
I'm
if you're
trying
asking
to
me
make
questions,
you happy.
at least let me answer. Okay, so, thank you. So today, I'd like to make a motion to amend the settlement agreement to come back before any second reading of a development agreement or a zoning amendment or a zoning hearing in relation to this project.
You need a second?
I would need a second on that.
Rick, just repeat it one more time, just to make sure I got this.
Sure. He would like to bring back an amendment to the settlement agreement that will incorporate the park-like requirements under the code. And the condition of the motion is that that will be heard and approved ahead of the second hearing for the development agreement or for the comp plan and LDR amendments.
And not just the park-like experience, it's also with irrigation and lighting.
Can I just
Irrigation
ask
and lighting.
a question? You say vote and approve. There's obviously no guarantee that will be approved. I'm just saying, is that legally, is that something you can do, that you can require an approval before hearing another item?
We're doing it with fines.
He could require that be
I'm doing it
heard.
right now.
He could require that the item be heard. He cannot require that you don't listen to another item. He just wants his item.
But you said when you said the amended is that it will be heard and approved. I just want to make sure.
I misspoke, that it be heard and voted on.
Okay, that's why I asked for the clarification. Thank you.
By the way, this is
It'll be heard and a motion can be made. Obviously, it'll depend on a second, whether there's a second and voted, but that's the intent.
And just to, just to be clear here, we're not asking the developer for anything other than what is already required and codified by our city. It's in our code. It's in our code that the developer has to maintain the property in park-like conditions, and all that the amendments, the future amendment that hopefully this body will consider and approve in a future, in the next meeting before the second hearing, is that that language just be made part of the settlement agreement just for extra teeth. But it's no different. We're not requiring anything different than what's already required in the code, that it be maintained in park-like conditions, that it be green, that be maintained green. Clearly, to be maintained green, if you don't have irrigation, you can't maintain it green, and you can't maintain the trees, the beautiful palm trees. And by the way, they're tall palm trees. They're not just like flimsy little palm trees. They're beautiful palm trees, actually. Thank you for that. You can't keep them alive without irrigation. And so, to me, it's very consistent with what is already required in the code, and putting it as part of a future amendment to the agreement makes sense for extra teeth.
And of course, other than the public access.
Sure.
Overall, I think this is even better. We're getting 5 years of a park In a couple of months, the property looks much better than it did before. We got half of the fines, and we're gonna get the rest of the fines shortly. So I think that this is a great deal before us. I think we're all getting everything that we want. So I'm ready to vote on this.
Okay, let's bring it home.
What is the actual motion? Because it changed a few times.
Okay, we have two motions. The first motion is to approve the settlement agreement that is on the agenda.
Second. Let's call the vote.
I heard Commissioner Suarez, Vice Mayor Suarez make that original motion.
And
Am I
Commissioner
correct?
Bott seconded it, I think.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the settlement agreement by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Bott.
Let's call the vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. That was motion one.
And motion two is to bring an amendment to the settlement agreement to incorporate the park-like requirements, including irrigation, lighting, and a site plan, and that item be heard and voted upon before considering the LDR comp plan amendments and the second reading of the development agreement.
So,
Okay, sorry to be a stickler, but heard and obviously subject to a motion and a second will be voted upon.
Subject to a motion,
Sorry.
yes.
so may I have a motion on that one? So Commissioner Suarez, yes on that one?
Yes.
A vote. So a motion by Commissioner Vice Mayor Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez on the second motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0.
Okay, so just confirming that this settlement agreement, the first one that we, relating to the fines and penalties, will be executed today.
Yes.
Okay, Eric?
What did anyone else think of that?
We have, and Rick, we have, and a yes from David. Okay, R7B.
Boy, Mayor?
Yeah.
R7B.
B as in boy.
Yeah, R7B is North Beach Oceanside District Doville Development Agreement, R7B. It is a public hearing.
Okay, so why don't you tee this up, Rick? Why don't you tee this up?
I already read it, so.
So we'll tee it up. David, if you and Tom could approach the podium. This is a development agreement for the public benefits that have been proffered by the team that is looking forward to developing the project. And David, if you could walk through the details.
Absolutely. Good morning, David Martinez, Assistant City Manager. So as the manager stated, we're here to consider the first reading of the developer agreement associated with this development that we've been discussing. The matter includes a series of proffered public benefits. Public benefits include the partial reconstruction of the original, to replicate the original Doville hotel pedestal, construction of a hotel, the inclusion of 150 parking spaces at the related garage property associated with the Doville Hotel, the construction and opening of 2 beach access pathways to connect to the beach walk on the north and south side of the property as part of the development. It includes providing $7.5 million of funds towards the development of the city's Byron Carlisle Theater housing project. It includes up to $250,000 to design and develop a triangle pocket park near the property, $400,000 in infrastructure funding for studies and other needs that the city has in North Beach, $40,000 towards Biscayne Beach Elementary, upgrades and repairs of some of their infrastructure potentially associated with the Parkview Island Canal situation. And of course, we've already discussed the settlement of the fines. This developers agreement, as we'll know, is tethered to amendments to the land development regulations and also to a comprehensive plan in order to establish the proposed overlay. And this is the first reading. This item, if it is moved today, it would be heard at second reading in conjunction with the LDR and the comp plan amendments in May, following the discussion we just had on the settlement. Tom, anything you'd like to add?
The only thing I would add is that the companion LDR and comp plan amendment items, which are, I believe, R5D and R5E, are going to be open and continued to the May 21st meeting. The applicant has agreed to that. There have been some updates to these ordinances regarding the number of units for hotels, as well as the number of residential units. The height in the revised LDR amendment has been reduced from 400 feet to 380 feet. And then there have been some other minor adjustments to the resiliency standards and the floor plates. These will be included in the second reading ordinance on May 21st if the development agreement is approved at first reading. And as David mentioned, this is being done so that the final adoption of these two amendments would coincide with a potential final adoption of the development agreement.
Okay, thank you. That's an important piece of information. I'm glad you mentioned that. So anybody watching, if you didn't grab that, today we're going to vote on the development agreement. That's a first reading, needs a second reading May 21st. The LDR amendments were approved last month and will be brought back simultaneously next month as well. So they'll be concurrent, and so nothing is final today, but this is part of the process. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I, like everyone else on this dais, I only found out about this developer agreement Friday night. Okay, I was surprised to see that full-on negotiations with the developer's lobbyists and our city staff and legal was taking place with full signature pages ready to go. I think there's something fundamentally wrong with our staff and administration going into negotiations with developers and their lobbyists without any sort of direction or parameters from the city commission with a deal such as important as this. Because what you can ask Eric, when I saw this come in, I was like, where did this come from? And I was certainly unaware of a full-on development agreement between the administration and the developers taking place. So I asked at the time, as soon as I found out about this draft, I asked to send all relevant drafts of the agreement and all corresponding messages or emails to that relate to this agreement. And I found some pretty interesting things. And I'd like to put one particular email up on the screen. PJ, if you could put the Michael Larkin emailing directing staff email. And so what I want everyone to first realize is this was sent on March 12th. Okay, that is a week before our last city commission meeting. And it says, as we meet with this is from Michael Larkin, as we meet with the elected officials in preparing for first reading, there have been requests for public benefits for North Beach. While I wish these requests came earlier, you have to deal with the hand that you are dealt. I think that a development agreement is the best vehicle to have these benefits flow to the city. We need to have the DA and our overlay legislation be considered together at the April 23rd City Commission hearing. This will be a second reading of our overlay legislation and the second required hearing for the DA. Under the Florida statutes, the notice requirement is 7 days. It is a published notice requirement. The city takes additional step of sending a mailed notice to owners within 375 feet of the property associated with the DA. At the option of the City Commission, one of the two required hearings can be held before the Planning Board. Based upon the foregoing, we have asked Commissioner Bott to make a motion at the March 19th City Commission hearing to place the Doville DA on the April 8th Planning Board agenda. She has agreed to do so. The second required hearing will be on April 23rd before the City Commission. It seems the obligation under the DA will be funding different improvements in North Beach. We will not be responsible for constructing any improvement or granting property to the city. In other words, as far as DAs go, it will be rather simple. I would like to know what you all need from us in order to meet the foregoing notice requirements. I presume the latest it would be advertised in the Miami Herald on March 30th, with mailed notice being sent out March 28th. We can provide a current mailing list today. A DA is not an ordinance, so there is no title to be published. I think for 500 Alton, a long summary of the DA was published. We are happy to have a Zoom call at your earliest convenience to further discuss logistics of meeting the notice requirements. Okay. You know, a few things about this email from their lobbyists that really stuck out to me. It's clear that their lobbyist is directing our city administration to do what to do and how to do it and when to do it. I see it's also very interesting to see that one of my commissioners is taking explicit direction from developers' lobbyists on legislative tactics of ramming this through as fast as possible, even bypassing 2 meetings for the City Commission to weigh on this agreement down to 1. I also find it very concerning that developers' lobbyists is even offering a mailing list today in that email to get their project approved as quickly as possible. Also, they're discussing how our legal department can send out notice requirements. I just think it's very concerning seeing an email from a lobbyist who, by the way, has recently created an ethical dilemma for the last project he represented, is now directing our administration and even an elected official to do his bidding. This really undermines the public trust and the integrity of the process. My next concern is the actual agreement itself. Let me ask everyone in this room, including those of you who are in the audience and who are watching, how do you know that this agreement is a fair deal to the residents of Miami Beach? Let's be clear. At this point, we're selling zoning. We're now in the business of selling FAR and height to developers, which, by the way, I'm totally against. And if we're going to be in the business of selling FAR and height to the highest bidder, wouldn't it seem prudent to know exactly what the best deal is? You know, how do we know what we're giving away is actually valued at? What is the additional value in dollars that we are giving away to the Morellos? Is it 300 million? Is it 500 million? Shouldn't we know what we're giving away before signing a deal? I can already go on the record and say that multiple nearby property owners have already come to me with plans in place that request for basically the same zoning enhancements that we're about to grant to the Morellos. They have not been shy about these requests even since 2022. And so, PJ, if you could play the Doville Larkin video, please.
So good afternoon, Michael Larkin, 200 Southeast King Boulevard, here representing the other 2 owners in this overlay. The owners to the north, the principals are Diego Colmenero and Charlie Porchetto. The owners to the south are Ira and Joel Sussman and their family. They own the Sherry Frontenac Hotel. The greatest benefits of this legislation are not equally applied to all owners within this overlay, and that is simply not fair. The increase to a maximum of 4.5 FAR and the increase to 375 feet in height is reserved for those lots in excess of 150,000 square feet. The only lot within the overlay that meets this standard is the Doville Hotel assemblage. The lot owned by Charlie and Diego to the north does not. The Sherry Frontenac property does not. Only the Doville Hotel assemblage meets this standard. The inclusion of the Sherry Frontenac within the overlay would give them the ability to construct a new building on the vacant lot, which would ease their financial burden of maintaining the historic Sherry Frontenac. Accordingly, we respectfully request that you incorporate these changes in your recommendation to the City Commission concerning this overlay. As a matter of fairness, it is essential that all three owners be treated equally and that the overlay not just favor one owner.
Thank you. Pause it, PJ. So it's clear that these other property owners are going to come to us and request basically the same zoning. And what I'm saying is, if we're going to create this precedent, this monumental precedent in North Beach, by rewarding the most egregiously bad actors in Miami Beach with a golden parachute, shouldn't we at least have a better understanding of what value we're giving them? A dollar value? When I ask, well, let me ask you, Tom. What is the value of what we're giving away right now in dollar amount?
I don't know. We haven't
Okay,
done.
thank you. So you don't know. But when I look at this development agreement, this is what I see. I think it's on page 9 of where it starts. I see $7.5 million in cash from the Byron Carlisle, or for the Byron Carlisle, which, by the way, I don't even know how that happened. Not sure why the Byron Carlisle is getting $7.5 million when we have flooding, water quality, and infrastructure problems in North Beach. I also see, as part of this public benefit, a small grass swale being labeled as a park. I think that's kind of funny. I also see 150 parking spaces on paid public parking that we have to be tasked for maintaining and pay for. I think Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez pointed this out. I think it's hilarious that the fines being paid is labeled as a public benefit in this developer agreement. Let that sink in for a second. Fines owed to us, for some reason now, is a public benefit. Ridiculous. And by the way, remember Five Park? Everyone who was always against Five Park and who consistently says that they can see it from a certain section of North Beach. Five Park public benefits was just shy of $100 million in public benefits. Okay, and the Doville project is double the size of Five Park. These public benefits in this development agreement don't seem like much. The ones that city staff has negotiated. So considering the potential ramifications of this project in North Beach, having staff negotiate this in the shade is a bad look for public trust. So what I suggest we do is we defer this development agreement to land use and finance and really iron out the details of exactly what a real public benefit is. And not only that, but I think we should also hire an economic real estate consultant to tell us exactly in value how much we are giving away with these proposals. So is it 100 million? Is it 200 million? If we're going to be granting $500 million in extra profit, certainly $7.5 million to the Byron Carlisle and a couple other these little ancillary projects, doesn't seem like it's a fair deal. So I think we have a great opportunity to negotiate this deal in the sunshine at a committee where it's more appropriate than a city commission meeting, and discuss exactly what is a public benefit. I want to know, when I walk into a negotiation, what is it that I'm giving away? I certainly would like to know. And who knows, maybe I'll be convinced that if the public benefits are better than this, maybe I'll vote for it. Maybe I'll be okay with the project. But right now, I don't think a $7 million swale, 150 parking spots, and a few other smaller projects are worth potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in sale of an FAR and height. So, look, this is going to set the bar for zoning in the area. Let's get it right. let's make sure we're getting the best deal possible for the neighborhood. And so I'd like to see if my colleagues are okay with referring this to a committee so we can actually iron out, know exactly what is a public benefit, know how much we are giving away in extra height and FAR. Because like I said, they're gonna come back to us, not they, but other property owners are gonna come back to us and they're gonna wanna say, hey, we want the same thing. At least let's get a good precedent where we're getting the best deal possible and we know what we're giving away.
Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Since my character was impugned in your presentation, I would like to just state for the record what I did and why I did it. People may or may not know that I fought like hell to try to get the Doville saved from the demolition box, or whatever that little plunger is that you use. I guess it's probably digital now. I worked very hard. I put together a dossier on the Morellos, so you don't need to lecture me on the notion of them being bad actors. Were it not for David Martin coming in to take over part of the ownership of that parcel, we would be sitting with a mud pit still and probably forevermore. So the fact that we are rewarding terrible actors with a pot of gold is a very inconvenient truth. It's one that doesn't sit well with me or with anybody else, I'm sure, but they own the land and that is the fact. So let's take that out of the story. What I did was to make one of the two required public hearings, one at the planning board as opposed to at commission, where it would be vetted and discussed and anybody who wanted to weigh in on it could do so. The goal was to move this process along and nothing else. It was purely to move this process along because we've been sitting looking at this derelict building, which the Morellos said on the record that the only thing they wanted was to get it demolished because it was an eyesore and an albatross around their necks, and do something that is good for not just the North Beach neighborhood, but for the entire city of Miami Beach. So yeah, I did suggest or take the suggestion that it should be moved to a public hearing at the planning board. I did that on the record, and then after having done that, I talked to the city manager. I might be conflating my timing, so forgive me if I'm not 100% accurate on this because I didn't anticipate to be called out for doing something that you're portraying as incorrect, which is delightful. But anyhow, so it was in a conversation with Eric, it was suggested that maybe it'd be a better way to go to have the commission have two opportunities rather than one opportunity in the planning board, and so that's what we did. So if I made a mistake, I made a mistake. To assign any kind of shady, manipulative tactics, which is what you are doing, is comical. And
I just simply read an email, Commissioner Bott. I simply read an email where it
Yeah,
says
yeah, yeah,
that
that's
they
true.
requested
Excuse me,
that you make a motion
right,
and
but you
pass it to
read
the
an
planning
email
board.
that you selected out of I don't know how many and highlighted a few words out of that email. So don't tell me it was just, oh, I'm just reading an email. You are making suggestions that people who are not paying close attention to are going to glom onto, and that's fine. That's how you operate, and that's
I'll let the
cool.
email stand for
Suarez,
itself.
I will let the record stand. Excuse me.
No, I'm letting you finish.
Thank you. I will let the record stand for who I am, my integrity, the mistakes I do or don't make, and the values I do hold, and the goal that I have to move this project forward, which is no secret, because it is the right thing for Miami Beach. It is the right thing for North Beach. We're talking $330 million going into the CRA. That is an enormous generational game changer for North Beach. And you know what? If some people don't like this or some people don't like that, look, I don't love the height. I'm not psyched about the height either, but I will not let the perfect stand in the way of the good. And if you want to ascribe malicious motives to that, go right ahead, because that is a bunch of BS, and anybody who knows me and knows what I stand for and how I operate know it. So have at it, my friend.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Tom, a few months ago, Commissioner Suarez sponsored a sweeping FAR item across all waterfront buildings with no public benefit at all. Is that correct? That FAR increase was across several districts, wasn't it?
I don't recall that ordinance, Commissioner.
Yes, it was.
If I could say, the public benefit actually, if I'm recalling this correctly, was turning transient usages into residential usages.
Okay, so we called it transient uses to resident uses, but there was $0 benefit, and you upzoned the entire city.
Talking about
Wait,
Washington Avenue?
wait.
Just so
Wait.
clear, Washington Avenue?
I have the floor right now. So what I'd like to point out here is that I don't think that Commissioner Bott deserves to be attacked when we were negotiating serious public benefits, when you yourself sponsored sweeping FAR that we have no control over with no public benefit. So I would like to set the record straight there, that when you would like to negotiate something, it doesn't seem to matter, but because Commissioner Bott did, all of a sudden it was vilified. Just wait a second.
I'd like to respond to that.
Just wait a second.
I'd like to respond to that.
I have the floor. Secondly, I think the big public benefit that's being missed here is the recreation and replication of the Doville, which nobody wanted to do. Stephen Ross said to me, to my face, I'm not doing it. I'm putting all the FAR into luxury towers. Yet, because David Martin worked with the community and understands how much the Doville means to the community, he's agreeing to replicate something that, I have to be honest, I don't think he wanted to. And I think that he could have just turned that into more luxury units, which I think would have been more profitable. But that's the big 100 mil. How much is it costing, David, to rebuild the Doville and the pedestal and the arches so that when people drive by, it doesn't look like Sunny Isles. It actually looks like Miami Beach, which I think is the big public benefit, which exceeds $100 million by far. How much is that costing?
So I'd like
Wait. I have the floor. I did not say one thing while you were speaking.
We'll have to go through the mayor. I'd like to.
No?
Over 100 million.
What?
Over 100 million.
Over 100 million. So in addition to that, we're getting the fines paid, we're getting the money for the Byron Carlisle, we're getting the infrastructure, we're getting the 150 million parking spaces. And you want to know something? I would prefer that we never have to vote on these controversial items. But I will say one thing. By getting the Doville back, that for me is the biggest public benefit, because I know that tens of thousands of Miami Beach residents really they were so upset when the Doville was demolished, and we're getting that replication. And replication is not easy, and it's not something that anybody wanted to do, but you will drive past this project and see that Doville pedestal, that hotel, reimagined, more beautiful and prosperous, and that is a public benefit. So I would say that, and by the way, these are not easy items to vote on, but I think to say that there's no public benefit is wrong. Secondly, I don't understand what negotiation took place behind closed doors, but our charter does say that the CEO, who is our city manager, has the right to make these negotiations. I feel like we've been dealing with the Doville now since 2017. So here we are 8 years later. It's been 8 years, and we have turned down every bad negotiation. And this is the first time that anybody has been able to work with the Moruelos and bring us a semblance of something that's going to work. I don't know how you feel about that, but I don't think it's fair to pass sweeping FAR. And by the way, these FAR increases that you would like across the center of our city, that you have sponsored and then deferred, that is also disingenuous, because you have the Carillon next door, which is very high, the Acoya, which is higher even. So we have a precedent of building larger buildings on the waterfront and keeping the interior small so that when you are in these buildings, you have this kind of sweeping view of Miami Beach and you can see the water. So I am willing to even consider some of the Washington Avenue and Lincoln Road FAR increases, something that I said that I was never going to do before, if they are low enough and if we negotiate public benefits. But let's all work together instead of being obstructionist, instead of vilifying this board who's trying to do something right. I think that leadership, and I'm telling you this from an honest, good place. Let's stop this nonsense. And because when it works for you, the FAR increase is okay, but it doesn't work for Commissioner Bott, or then she's evil. So I think that this process of, as we look at these developments, okay,
May I respond now?
we should be rational. And I'm going to say it one more time. I think that Miami Beach is going to be better for this.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Commissioner. It's funny watching you come full circle on a few items. Okay, well, let me address some of the points. So my FAR incentive for Washington Avenue is not driven by developers. I don't have a developer coming to me and asking, hey, we really want you to redevelop Washington Avenue. There's no financial incentive.
That's actually not true. You actually met with two developers.
You
met with David Martin himself, and you met with Michael Conrad.
I did not interrupt you.
And you created this legislation.
One at a time.
Well, I'm not
One
going
at a
to
time.
allow him to lie.
I did not let Commissioner Suarez interrupt. You have the floor.
I don't have a developer coming to me and saying, hey, I really want to update my property on Washington Avenue. You can do a public records request. There is no developer coming to me and saying that I want to redevelop my property on Washington Avenue. It is coming from and by the way, this is how zoning should be done. It should be done from the commission down. Let me finish.
That's not true either, because I know of one
finish?
developer who called me
Are you
that
gonna
you
let me
went to, and he said, Commissioner Suarez is working on the upzoning on this item. Okay, but I mean, if he's going to lie right here to my face, I can make a PowerPoint too. I don't think you're going to like it. But I can, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to because I don't think there's any purpose for it. I don't think that we need to vilify each other. And frankly, I can think of 3 developers right now that you called specifically to upzone on Lincoln Road and on Washington Avenue. I don't want to name them because honestly, I don't want this kind of negativity up here on the dais.
Okay.
But I could name them.
Please? Can I finish now without interruption, please? Thank you. Okay. When I first originally adopted or thought of the Washington Avenue plan, that was my idea. David Martin didn't come to me and ask me, hey, I've got a property on Washington Avenue and I want to develop it. I went to him. And I asked him, hey, what would make this work? Okay. I also went to Michael Comras on Lincoln Road. I said, what would make this work? They didn't come to me. They're not coming to me for help on a specific site zone project that they want, such as like the Doville. I want to create a community. I'm not trying to give a jackpot to owners of the Doville. There's a huge difference between that. Okay? And by the way, I'm glad you even brought up Washington Avenue, because at that same very meeting that we discussed it, you went on the record and you said, I'm a no on any FAR height increases from here on out. So don't come to me for any more FAR height increases. Okay?
So I'm not allowed to change my mind ever?
Listen,
Is that what you're saying? That we're just black or white, negative, positive, there's no gray? That's not fair either.
I'd like to finish some of your other points that you brought up. Okay? And I noticed you mentioned that building the Doville, the replica of a Doville, is a public benefit. And Tom, now that you're here, okay, in your opinion, what percentage of the Doville is actually going to be created?
The code amendment specifies a partial reconstruction, not a full replication.
Okay.
And based upon some modifications that they're proposing to the tower in terms of setbacks and update, when you take into consideration the totality, it's probably about 60%.
What was that?
60%.
60%. So we're having a 60% replica, which I don't.
That's significant.
So I don't think that building a hotel is a public benefit. I just don't. I don't see that. I think the way our commission has been, the direction our commission has been going, is we want less hotels in Miami Beach. And so, I mean, I can understand that if we built affordable housing, okay, as a public benefit, that could be a public, but we're saying that you build a profit-generating machine as a public benefit. I'm sorry, I fundamentally disagree with that idea. It's a profit machine, and to me, the Doville is gone. It's been demolished. It's not coming back. Having a 60% replica.
It is coming back.
But
when we
having a
vote on this. No, it
60%
is.
replica is not it. And if we're going to start changing the preservation for replicas on Miami Beach, imagine the precedent that we're going to be starting to set with that. So, look, again, I don't want to get too far off topic. I'm simply saying we're going to be giving them potentially a lot of money in this developer's agreement if we go through with this FAR and height increase. And all I'm saying is, let's find out what the actual value of that incremental value is. Let's just find out. Tom, have we ever hired a economic real estate consultant to determine what value an increase is going to be for the city or for the developer?
In the past, we have done that for certain land use items.
Give me the last one that comes to mind.
The last one that comes to mind was when we were developing the town center core regulations in 2018. We have specific regulations that speak to mandatory public benefits if you go above a certain height, and we hired a consultant to come up with a value for those public benefits.
And may I remind my colleagues that later today, we're going to also be hearing another item on 1250 West, where they're going to be requesting a significant amount of height. I mean, I certainly would like to know what the value is. I want to know what we're giving away. I want to know if this is a good deal or not. Let's have a consultant tell us if this is a good deal. And I think the most proper place to do this is at committee. Commissioner Bott sits on both land use and finance, along with myself. Commissioner Magazine is the chair of finance. Commissioner Fernandez is the chair of land use. Let's get this right. I mean, look, we have an opportunity to make sure that we get the maximum amount of public benefit for this city. And more importantly, we're setting a precedent. We're setting a precedent for what the sale of zoning is. And so I think this is reasonable. I'm not trying to be difficult. Again, I was elected to think things differently. All right, I didn't get elected to look at pretty presentations on a screen with a rendering and say, wow, that looks great. No, I want to make sure that the dollar and cents I want to make sure that the values that we're giving away is an actual public benefit to the city.
It's a fair point. Commissioner Bott, then Commissioner Fernandez, and Commissioner Rosenthal.
I think the businesses who are on life support or have closed since the Doville went out of business, let alone was demolished, would be very curious to think that having a hotel as their economic driver doesn't matter. I think that's short-sighted and not understanding the character of the dynamic in that part of North Beach.
It's 150 rooms.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to bring back this conversation a little bit. And I want to begin by acknowledging the sensitivity of this conversation. And not just about what's being proposed to be built, but about the sensitivity of what was lost. The Doville wasn't just a hotel. It was a landmark of our city, an internationally renowned landmark that was a community memory. It was a symbol of Miami Beach's history, where architecture, where music, where culture, even politics collided in one extraordinary place. And for too long now, thanks to the negligence of really bad property owners, that we don't need to get into that history, that cornerstone of Miami Beach has sat empty. It's been fenced off, it's been deteriorating, it's been a daily reminder to the residents that live right there of both what was allowed to happen, the negligent demolition by neglect, and what we've been struggling to reclaim. And that loss wasn't just architectural to our heritage in Miami Beach. It's emotional to the neighbors who live there and who I'm proud to represent. And that's why I've been passionate about advocating for preservation. And when the Doville was in danger, I led legislation. I think it may have been supported by Mayor Minor at the time we were on the commission, to amend our city code to require replication when historic structures were lost due to demolition by neglect. We created the presumption, we codified the presumption that replication would be required when there's demolition by neglect as a direct response to what happened at this very same site. And it's not only because I felt strongly about it, but because the residents and the neighbors asked for this legislation. What happened then? After we passed that legislation, the state of Florida passed the Resiliency and Safe Structures Act, preempting our local authority and preempting our ability to enforce that code, removing our power to enforce that vision of replication when demolition occurred. So today, this project brings something rare, a chance to voluntarily undo the effects of preemption. For once, we have the ability to work with a private partner. Unlike what's often said, Miami Beach doesn't work with private partners, so let's go in and preempt them. We have the rare occasion today to voluntarily undo the effects of that preemption, a moment when local control and historic replication can actually prevail. And this isn't just another development, it's a chance to honor our past, to do right by North Beach, and to restore a space that was once a centerpiece of our city. So we've seen the toll that the loss of the Doville has taken in North Beach, and Commissioner Bott, you were just mentioning the impact that that empty lot has left behind. And it's more than just an eyesore. It's stifled growth. It's dragged on property values. It sent a signal that investment in this community is risky. But it doesn't have to stay that way. And this project represents that turning point. It replaces blight with beauty. It replaces memories with momentum, and private gain with public benefits. All while reaffirming the value we fought for when we passed our replication ordinance. And some will just say that this just is a rehash of the Stephen Ross referendum that voters rejected. And I think this is different. Because Stephen Ross, and other colleagues have said it, and I'll say it too, he disliked the Doville. He not only rejected to replicate the Doville, he was passionate about not replicating the Doville. He did not like or appreciate the architecture. And so this is a very different situation. And so, you know, we all are familiar with the public commitments being done here. A replication of the original Doville and its Miami modern architecture, access points to the beach, contributions to the Byron Carlisle, to the cultural center, a new pocket park on 67th Street, infrastructure improvements, not just at Biscayne Beach Elementary, where we need those infrastructure improvements to restore water quality in the Parkview Canal, but broader system improvements in North Beach. We're getting 150 public parking spaces where we critically need them. That's double than what had originally been proposed, and I thank the developer for agreeing to double that. And these aren't speculative promises. They are enforceable commitments that reflect real investments, not just in our city, in North Beach, that has felt overlooked, and those are the words of the residents, they're not my words. The residents of North Beach have felt overlooked for a long time, and these are enforceable commitments back to those residents. So before I ask some questions of the developer, I want to ask some questions of our planning director for the record. I want to ask you a little bit as of right development potentials there. Because some would say, why reward the property owners? And I think this isn't a reward to the property owners. This is a reward to the residents that have been suffering there. Because I want to know, what could the property owner build as of right on that site under today's current zoning?
They would be permitted, because the property is zoned RM3, to build up to a 3.0 FAR, which would equate to roughly 500,000 square feet for the property with a maximum building height of 200 feet. They would also be permitted to construct a mix of residential, apartment, and hotel uses.
Okay, and so you said about 500,000 square feet?
That's
It would
correct.
Okay. Let's put that as an example to our residents. So as of right, if we reject this and we say, we don't want the public benefits, we don't want the cultural investments, we don't want the investments in our infrastructure, we don't want the parking spaces, we don't want anything. We just want them to do as of right. Let me just ask you this. They would be able to build those 500,000 square feet. Five Park, that everyone complains about. How many square feet is Five Park?
Approximately 570,000 square feet.
So they would be able to build something as intense as Five Park, but the public would get nothing in return for that.
Right.
And I think that's important to understand. And approximately how many hotel rooms or residential units could be built here as of right? Without this development?
I believe that they could build close to 530 residential apartments based upon the current maximum allowable intensity and based upon the average unit size requirements of the code. And I think they could get somewhere between 800 or 900 hotels if they did only hotel.
So they could do 800 or 900 hotels, a density of about 500 units in a building as intense, almost as intense as Five Park, with no benefits to the public. And that's supposed to be a penalty? To whom? It's a penalty to whom? To me, it's a penalty to the community who is not going to get the benefits and is only going to continue lining the pockets of the negligent property owner who allowed this historic site to fall into the disrepair that it's in. And I just got a few more points to make, Mr. Mayor, so please indulge me. Yeah, I also want to acknowledge what we've heard from many in our community, and that's the desire for a park on the site. And that which reflects something deeper than a preference for a green space. It reflects a longing for beauty, for safety, a longing for belonging, actual belonging in a part of our city that has felt neglected for too long. And today, thanks to the leadership of Commissioner Suarez, we've already made progress on that front. Before the project is even built, the community will have the benefit of a beautified space, a publicly accessible, hopefully publicly accessible, I hope, space on the empty parcel, and that's meaningful. The public will have this green space, and that's great. But what's even more powerful and what this development agreement delivers is something more lasting. And so I just want to ask some questions of the developer. So you are committing to a replication of the Doville. One of the most important things about the Doville was the iconic lobby. Can you speak to me on how the Doville's iconic lobby is being authentically replicated?
Through the mayor, David Martin. We engaged Alan Schulman, who's one of the most prominent historic preservation architects in Miami Beach, and him and his team have gone through all available documentation from microfilm plans, photographic video evidence, and all other resources that accurately outline the shape, the flow, the materiality, the feel of the iconic original Doville lobby. These will be reconstructed to create a new lobby that matches the original. To put this in more detail, the areas of reconstruction include the original historic configuration of the lobby, including the precise outline of the historic oval shape, the flow of the lobby into adjacent areas like the raised lounge area, the foyer to the dining room, and the check-in and elevator areas, steps to the raised lounge, dining foyer, along with the original railing systems, lobby columns with the projected wood fins, Baroque-style floating cloud ceilings, distinctive floor patterns, a mix of white marble, tile inlaid with diamonds of black Italian marble, terrazzo, and carpet, grand stair to both the ground floor and the mezzanine with adaptations for code compliance, cut stone wall behind the stair, gold mosaic tile finish lining the grand stair, and tile finish on the pier adjacent to the grand stair, zigzagging rose marble wall on the east side of the lobby with its distinctive diamond-shaped panels, lobby desk area, decorative stone panels above the lobby desk and elevator lobby, glass curtain walls facing Collins Avenue on the west. On the exterior,
Well, I think we get the point. It's a very authentic and detailed replication as to the scale and as to the MIMO elements, the sweeping MIMO elements, MIMO elements that are being preserved and reinterpreted in this reconstruction. And so to me, that's a landmark destination. But I don't want this space to serve only those staying at the hotel. Because from what I gather, you want to do something very high-end, a very luxury hotel here?
yes, we will be limiting our hotel density to up to 200 with a target program of only 150 hotel keys.
So what type of hotel are we talking about here?
A very high-end hotel.
Okay, so that's, you see, to me, I think that the replication is great. It's great to be able to enjoy the view of the hotel, but you just mentioned a sweeping reinterpretation of what was there in the past that I believe should not only be enjoyed by those who can afford to stay in that hotel. If we're doing a public park there for people to enjoy for 5 years, once you build over that public park, the public should continue to have access to that lobby, to that space that was part of our architectural heritage. And I don't want it just to be for people who can afford to stay in the hotel, and I don't just want it to be for people who can afford to dine at the restaurant. So I want to know if you would proffer and covenant that this 15,000 square foot historic replication of this massive and historic lobby will be open and accessible to the public, and not just in spirit, but in a legally enforceable term as the first privately owned public space in Miami Beach.
Yes.
Okay.
We also are there's two things that we're doing.
Okay, so
Just
I
to
just
let-
want to, when you say yes, I just want to make sure that you understand what I'm asking for.
Yeah, I do understand, sir, Commissioner, and I want to just reference, not only are we open to having the public access the lobby and appreciate the lobby.
And putting this in the covenant that you are going to keep the space open, that if the public wants to be able to walk through this, that if tourists want to be able to enjoy this landmark lobby, that they don't have to be staying in that hotel, that this is just like New York, for example, Trump Towers. Trump Towers, and everyone, and I use that because everyone knows the iconic Trump Towers, that's a privately owned public space. Unlike other buildings that you don't have the right to go into the space, you're willing to keep this open so that the public, a Miami Beach resident, a tourist coming from out of town, anyone can go into the lobby, take pictures, be seated there, enjoy the space the same way that they could do before it's constructed in the green space.
Yes, Commissioner, we'd love to coordinate that with the city administration, but yes, sir.
Okay.
Even the gardens?
Excuse me?
Even the gardens?
So we're also dedicating a half an acre, so the property's around 3.8 acres. We're also dedicating a half acre of beach walks. So basically, this will be the only project that will be dedicating 2 beach walks, one on the north end and one on the south end, which is around 20,000 square feet. It's almost a half acre of the entire property, and that will also be open to the public.
So that's significant. So after the project is built, the public won't just walk past another building. They will walk into historic, replicated architectural space, a place of culture, a place of civic pride, a place of public meeting for the heritage, architectural heritage, open to everyone in Miami Beach, residents and tourists, in perpetuity. So while we might not get a traditional park here, we get something more rare. A beautifully designed interior civic space, born from the DNA of the most iconic of landmarks that we've had in this city, and legally protected as a place the public can always access and enjoy. And so that I think is something that's significant. But I want you to go farther. I'd like for us to go one step further, because access is only the beginning. The goal is invitation. You have, I'm sorry, Steve, you have a comment?
No, I was talking to Steve.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Invitation is the goal. I don't want just people to feel like they can go in there. I want them to feel invited to go into this space, into this landmark space. And so would you commit to incorporating a museum or an exhibition space within the replication, one that tells the story of Miami modern architecture, and something that highlights how architecture in Miami Beach, in Miami, is adapting to climate resiliency and sea level rise. Something that invites the public to go in there, to experience this lobby as a true public benefit, and not only experience the lobby of this historic renovation, but that truly honors Miami modern architecture and the culture of architecture in North Beach.
Yes, sir. I've been having Alan Schulman work on plans that I could show today of what this space could look like.
Sure, that would be great. I would appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, then Commissioner Suarez.
Commissioner Fernandez, you did a really good job of explaining why that hotel is a public benefit. And I just want to echo a few of the comments. And I think that this is something that Commissioner Suarez would appreciate. Sunny Isles. At one time, we called it Motel Row. And what it was a series of small motels that were extremely kitschy. And they all had, stuff outside. You had like the Colonial Inn with horses pulling carriages. You had the camels at the Sahara, the Aztec, the Sphinxes at the Suez, the dunes, the castaways. I don't know if anyone ever ate at Christine Leaf at the Thunderbird. Coral Seas, the Driftwood, Waikiki. And you know what happened? Sunny Isles, as they developed, did not respect or require that any of what their historic nature, of any of their identity in their development. So what did you get? You got a very cold corridor of glass towers. Yeah. This is not that. we in Miami Beach have demanded that we continue our historic preservation, which is why having the Doville there, even at 60%, and by the way, what I would say the changes are positive changes. Like the old Doville, it had no terraces. This hotel, he added terraces, which is a great thing. So he improved upon it. What I'm trying to say is this is actually helping. It's a historic preservation project. And these projects are not easy to do. Renovation and replication are both extremely expensive. And the fact that we're going to have that golden staircase. That golden staircase is famous.
Open
it is
to the
filmed
public.
around the world. Open to the public.
With a
I
museum.
can't wait to go to that. Oh, by the way, Sunny Isles was built by a Miami Beach architect, Norman Giller. Most of those hotels were designed by him. But can you imagine, had they done what we're doing here, Sunny Isles would be a completely different place with an identity, with their true identity. And they're going to hate me for saying this, but they really messed it up. They messed it up by just giving away the baby with the bathwater. Can you imagine if the Rascal House was still there and the restaurant was still there with the tower, built over it? I mean, that would be a Sunny Isles that a lot of us would want to go to. As is right now, sorry to say this, but I barely ever go to Sunny Isles. I really don't. So what we're doing is creating a public space, like you said. And then you said one other thing. You've come full circle. Well, I'll tell you why I've come full circle. Because as I fought these referenda, and as I became this obstructionist, what happened? The developers went directly to the state and they got rid of our referendum requirement. There is an egregious law that I have some thoughts behind in Tallahassee that has preempted us even further, and we've lost the ability to even opine on many zoning rights. So what am I doing? Well, I'm not just saying this is black and white and being divisive. I'm trying to get to a place where we can preserve our identity, work with people, compromise, move forward, do what's best for that entire neighborhood that is in desperate need of the economic engine. You don't think of these small businesses. And I mentioned this before, and I'll mention it again. When Athens Juice Bar closed, after 80 years in business, I realized that the neighborhood was really in peril. And frankly, I think that it's going to bring a lot of prosperity to that commercial district, because as people seeing the Doville being rebuilt, I think they're going to begin to invest in the businesses. And because of Commissioner Bai and myself, who came up with this code compliance ordinance, so that code compliance really holds these buildings accountable, I think that's why this is important. So I don't want to be preempted. Sometimes I wish maybe I wouldn't have fought I don't regret the fights, but I regret the rights that were taken away from me because of the fact that I refused to compromise. And I think that's what today is about. Commissioner Bott said it very nicely. She said it's not perfect. It's not. But who is and what is? Is anybody perfect? Raise their hand if they're perfect. So this is a compromise where everybody walks away and you get something and you're a little disgruntled about something else. And that is where I'm trying to lead us today. And so we're getting Motel Row. We're getting the Doville. And that's a very special thing. And that's why I'm supporting this, frankly.
Okay, I promised Commissioner Suarez, and then Commissioner Magazine, but we got to bring this home for a vote. We're almost at noon, and Commissioner Dominguez, but I think everyone knows where they are, and let's just bring it home. Commissioner Suarez.
I think I want everyone to be mindful of, again, the precedent that we're setting. Okay? You're basically saying that any property owner on the beach can demolish their hotel and leave it vacant for 5 years in a dilapidated condition and say, if you don't give me this, I'm going to leave it like that. That's the precedent that we're saying. We're going to be giving them a doubling of FAR and height. And by doing this, we're saying that we're going to reward bad behavior. I think there's something wrong with that. I think there's something very fundamentally wrong with that. And by the way, there's nothing stopping David Martin from building the Doville as a right. What's stopping him? What's stopping him right now from building the Doville as a right? Okay? What'd you say? It was $100 million to rebuild? About $100 million?
More.
How much?
When you look at the hotel.
Just give me like a round number.
Yeah, yeah. When you look at the hotel, there's a lot of area.
It's like a round number. I know you
Yeah,
know because
but there, I just want to be careful, Commissioner. I don't want to say anything wrong. I apologize. But
I think you said
right,
100 million
it's
before, right?
it's way over 100 million, Commissioner. It could be close to over 200 million. But
Okay,
I don't want to reference.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
just want, and I want my colleagues to know. I got my handy dandy calculator here. Okay, right now as a right, you can build 500,000 square feet of area. Okay, so I'm going to do 500,000. Now, obviously, there's common areas, there's lobbies. So you subtract 15% of that.
Commissioner,
So
Commissioner.
If I could finish, please. If I could finish, please. Times 0.15 times 0.85. That's 425,000 square feet of sellable land. Now, when I asked the director of sales of the Paragon, I asked him, what is the average square foot value that you're selling right now? And that is the closest comp to the area. And he told me it's $4,500 a square foot. When I take $425,000 times 4,500, that's $1.9 billion. Let me finish, David. That's $1.9 billion, okay?
All right.
Now, if you're telling me that the hotel is going to cost you, I don't know, $200 million, and I don't know, I'm assuming the price per square foot for your residential towers is going to be around, I don't know, $700-800 a square foot at the high end, all in. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of profit, okay? And this is exactly why I'm saying and requesting that this go to a committee and we hire political consultants to tell us exactly what we're giving away. I mean, look.
Real estate consultant, I assume you mean?
Yeah, real estate consultant. Now, look, it's clear that my colleagues think that the Doville is a public benefit. Great, everyone, we're all entitled to our opinions. But at least, if we're going to be giving away something that is going to be in tremendous amount of value, let's find out what that value is, and then negotiate something that's above and beyond just a replica of a hotel. We could be getting so much more. And another couple points that were brought up. Okay, and the developer has said, well, look, we can build 577 square foot, 577 units at the Doville site. Okay, which would be quote unquote intense. But what most people fail to mention or realize is that the average square foot of those units would be, get this, less than 800 square feet. And if it's less than 800 square feet, what is that by definition? That's attainable housing. Attainable housing on the beach. For all of our talk up here that we talk about affordable housing, attainable housing, here we are saying we're going to allow ultra luxury $4,500 square foot units being sold when we're not going to say that affordable housing has a component. And live local. Look, I don't like live local, but if this was a live local project, at least we get affordable housing in the project. And by the way, the Doville had 538 units before it was demolished. So adding 577 residential units, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Also, the threat of having 1,000 hotel units, you know what size every hotel unit would have to be? It'd have to be 335 square feet. David Martin's not going to build 1,335 square foot units hotel units on the beach. That's ridiculous. He's not going to do that. It's just economically not feasible. And by the way, if he did, that would be a real economic driver. That would be a real job growth for Miami Beach. So if you wanted an economic driver, that's what it would be. And look, and I'm not trying to be difficult, okay? And I understand that. And I'm not sure. Look, I think things in a different way, okay? I want to know, I want to see what the value is in what we're giving away. Is it 100 million? Is it 200 million? Is it more? At least let us negotiate what's the best interest for the public. Now, if there's 6 of you that want to say, look, we don't care, we just want the Doville back, and $7.5 million for the Byron Carlisle, then that's up to you guys. But I think we have an opportunity to get a lot more. This is going to set certainly a precedent in the neighborhood. We're going to be talking later today about another project that's going to be offering a public benefit, and we don't really know what value we're giving away. They're dictating the terms, obviously, on what the public benefit should be, and I don't think that's appropriate. I think we should dictate what the public benefit terms are.
Eric, how time-consuming it is to get a valuation?
So valuation is challenging on a couple of different levels because appraisers typically don't like to deal in the nebulous. They would prefer that you give them a piece of property and say, what is the value of this particular piece of land? I can tell you that I spent months going through this process when we negotiated 5 Park. At the end of the day, what we determined on 5 Park was in that neighborhood, the FAR was worth about $300 a square foot. If you wanted to apply an escalation factor and say that the FAR is worth $500 a square foot, then you're talking about $200 million worth of value in what we're providing in additional FAR to this particular project.
I mean, there's a proposed project. I mean, that's not something they could give a reasonable valuation on?
So there's a lot of nuance to that, and it would be very difficult to get somebody to come back and give you an exact number. Obviously, we're all talking nebulous numbers in a range, and at the end of the day, the one thing that stuck with me of the consultant that came in and looked at Town Center in 2017 was that they felt that the appropriate level of public benefit was somewhere in the 20 to 30% of value added for development incentive. And so at the end of the day, I'm always looking at it from the perspective of what value are we adding to the particular property. In this particular case, it's additional FAR and it's the height. But you've got to take away from that the things that we're dictating that they have to do. The replication of the pedestal is not the highest and best use for this particular development team.
No, I get it. It does resonate with me, though, because, and I'm not saying I'm going to hold it up, but I had the same questions, and I never really got an answer. You probably have an answer, but
Yes.
You're probably not good. But also, I'll turn it to
Yes,
you.
sir.
If you're willing to disclose to us what your calculations say.
Commissioner Suarez mentioned the Paragon. And one of the big things that I think is the gating issue, really, guys, with this proposal and this project is that we are not adding 400,000 square feet of residential area. We're basically replicating the Doville, which was 400,000 square feet. Of that Doville, the actual room square footage is around 130,000 square feet. So imagine all these areas that may be restaurants, et cetera, but there's a significant, your common area factor you used was 85%, which is maybe more 80% in Miami Beach, the way the FAR is calculated.
For residential.
Yeah, for residential. This project's around 25%. So basically 75% of the area is not room square footage. So when you look at that, and then the cost to rebuild that, the cost to build the basement parking for
But it's
this
only
project.
200. It's only 200. What was it? 200 square feet of hotel and pedestal. Well, the hotel was 200 square feet, and the pedestal was 150 square.
So the
square feet.
hotel's around 200,000 square feet, but of which 120,000 square feet of that hotel is actually room square footage. The rest of it is all these let's say, common areas and areas that were to be faithful to the Doville replication. So when you look at the cost to build that, it's a liability on the ledger. The asset, you could argue, is 120,000 square feet of the hotel, but in essence, it's not residential. It's not Paragon. If we were to be able to add 400,000 square feet of residential FAR, Commissioner, I understand your perspective, okay? But we're not. We're building over 275,000 square feet of area that is not residential. That's not even hotel. And so that's an important ledger, because when you look at that liability, that cost, that drains the project, plus the underground parking that we can't build vertical parking because we're replicating the hotel. So we're building over 200 parking spaces that are underground.
So you
That-
hold on. So you're telling me that the reason why we need to double the height from 200 to 380 feet and double the FAR from 3 to 5.5 is simply to build a replica?
So there are two reasons for it. Number one is.
Hold on, just is that so it makes economic sense to build a replica.
The Doville replication is a liability to the redevelopment of this project today.
You know what? I totally understand that, and I agree with you. And I agree with you. I'm just at a loss. Okay, that I've knocked on over 5,000 doors. And one of the biggest concerns that people tell me is that we don't want overdevelopment. It wasn't, I want the Doville back.
Commissioner.
Let me finish. It wasn't, I want the Doville back. I just don't want to see Miami Beach turn into Sunny Isles or have these tall glass towers.
Commissioner.
So, and if it was up to me, I would rather have you build as a right residential. Build residential. But I certainly don't agree saying that we're going to double the height, double the FAR, simply to recreate a hotel. Fundamentally, and I know that you're put in a tough position because you just said it's a liability on the project. You don't want to rebuild the Doville. You're doing it because, look, obviously you're going to make a lot of money on it, right? And that's great. Capitalism, I'm a capitalist, hurrah, okay? But what I'm saying is I think there's something fundamentally wrong by saying we're going to change our zoning code. We're going to change our comprehensive plan simply to recreate a hotel. And from what my planning director says, 60%. Look, I know it's going to be beautiful. I know it's going to be a lot better than what it was before, okay? But I just have a fundamental problem with agreeing to something that basically says, I'm going to change all of our zoning laws simply to rebuild a hotel. I don't know. And I think you can still do that. I still think I'm under the impression that you can still rebuild a hotel and then put a fabulous project for residential on the beach. I think doubling the height is egregious. It's going to be fronting Collins Avenue. I think once this gets built, people are going to say, who approved that? And they're already doing that for 5 Park. Okay? People don't want to see those type of buildings. And we're getting 2 of them. 5 Park's 1, this is 2. And look, I understand that you're in a position right now where you want to get this project done. And I get it, David. I understand. But look, I have a fundamental issue with rewarding bad behavior and then making it seem like building a hotel is a public benefit. I just can't get around that sort of philosophy. I mean, I'm the most anti short-term rental transient use guy, I guess, up here. I campaigned on it, and I think we need less hotels. I think we need more residential, especially if you can build 577 residential units at 700 square feet, where by definition that's going to be attainable housing. So again, I think, just to bring this home, I think it's prudent that we get the public benefits right. I want to know what the value is. This is not uncommon in different municipalities. The city of Miami does this. They have an economic real estate consultant. Wouldn't everyone here like to know exactly what we're giving away? I mean, look, maybe not exactly, but a ballpark figure, maybe within $50 million, give or take. I think that's prudent. I think that's reasonable. This project looks like it's going to go forward. Okay, at least let's make sure we iron out the details. We set a good precedent, because once those other neighboring property owners come to us and say, hey, look, we want the same thing, at least we can say, look, we got the best deal out of this. And they're not going to come and say to us, well, we're going to demolish this hotel, we're going to leave it here for 5 years, and then we're going to wait till a new commission comes by and the neighborhood is blighted again.
I think it's a good point on the valuation. We haven't heard from Commissioner Magazine or Commissioner Dominguez yet, so let's do that.
Yeah, I actually think a lot of what you're saying rings true. How we get there, maybe I differ a little bit, but we should be quantifying essentially what we're giving away. And just by observing the morning and the last year and a half since I've been up here, and the last 10 years since I've observed City Hall, I do think it's probably better placed in the hands of professionals rather than with us. I think we ultimately sign off on it. But what I'm envisioning is we're just essentially giving a green light to negotiate the development agreement. Is that correct? It's not like we're approving.
So this is first of 2 hearings. Yep. And part of the reason that I asked very nicely and forcefully that this come to commission for 2 hearings is for this exact feedback. Yep. And this discussion and repartee about what is it that we believe is in the best interest of the community to be able to move forward with this important project. I mean, this is, at the end of the day, a very important project. It's one of the largest aggregations of beachfront land in the city, and it really is one that I especially want to make sure we get right.
Yeah, so since where I'm coming from, I agree with some of the things that you're saying, a lot of the things that you're saying about wanting to quantify this. This becomes a little more challenging, even compared to the deal that we'll look at later today, because there is that intangible factor about restoring the nostalgia of the Doville that, I'll be honest, 2 years ago I didn't appreciate. And now, speaking with the people that I represent and hearing the community come out and support, I have a greater appreciation for wanting to see this historic tribute here. But that's certainly not unquantifiable, right? So I'm going to vote to move this along, but I agree with a lot of your points, Commissioner Suarez, that as part of this, and I hope our city manager and staff that's going to be working on this hears me loud and clear. I want a more comprehensive analysis. I don't want to point to this pie in the sky and say, this is kind of what we're giving, this is what we're getting. This isn't rocket science, right? We don't have to be exact, but we're not recreating the Black-Scholes model or splitting the atom. We're putting numbers to paper here, and they have value. We don't have to get to the exact dollar figure, but let's get in the same ballpark, and that's what I would like to see when this second reading of the development agreement comes back, because I agree with my colleague. We're not in the business of just giving away things for free, especially if we can't even quantify what we're giving away. So as part of moving this forward, I do want to see that more comprehensive analysis and understand exactly what we're giving and what we're getting.
Yeah, as I have Commissioner Dominguez. As I mentioned, I agree with that. We're giving away a lot, and we should know what that valuation is. Are you willing to share what your calculations are
Yes, sir.
before our next meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And real quick before you go on, what blended average, very back of the envelope, blended average construction cost?
So costs include land, hard costs,
hard
soft
and soft.
costs, finance.
1,500
finance
square
costs.
foot?
I would say 1,500's a approximate term, yeah, probably.
But just to be clear, when you said you're willing to share, what I was referring to is what the increased FAR, the valuation of what that constitutes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I do agree with the sentiments that have been set up here about finding out what the valuation is and but as Commissioner Magazine mentioned, I do think it's important to move forward. Commissioner Fernandez, you mentioned the importance of the replication because that prevents future places from neglecting and knocking down historic properties. I think that is very valid and also important. I'm excited about what the developer has done with the replication. I think as of right, you can build 977 rooms, and it's come down to 200, which I think is great for the intensity not to be as big for that particular area. For the residential, I think in our last conversation, it's 140.
Yes. Yes, 140, and we're allowed to build 573.
And for the aesthetics, I also appreciate that the planning department worked with you to make it two separate towers as opposed to one block. I also appreciate the setbacks that you've taken into consideration, particularly when it comes to your neighbors and the shading for the area. You're redoing the beach walk and 2 access points for the public on either side. There's money going to the CRA, and people have also mentioned, my colleagues have mentioned the Byron Carlisle. So all good info. In the earlier discussion on the Doville, I mentioned how North Beach residents north of 73rd Street are concerned and are looking for aid in their buildings. So there is an item going to FERC that's been voted on, and if there is any chance of getting monies from CRA here, I would also be interested in reviewing funding to help North Beach residents that live north of 73rd Street as well.
I want to hear public comment. They've been waiting patiently, and then we'll come back to the dais.
So please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
So please, anyone who wants to come up, please come up, because we're gonna, in about a minute, if there's no one, whoever's last online will be last. And then also do the same for Zoom, so we know.
Yes. So,
Mr. Mayor, may I just
No,
ask?
because I have other commissioners who have asked to speak as well, so everyone's been heard several times.
I just
wanna
have
hear-
one question for the developer.
Actually, I've only been heard one time, and I asked you to speak
That's
first.
true. By the way, I'm not going to cut you off, but this is what's happening. And by the way, we have specific.
It's a big item.
It is a big item, but it's also where rehab. By the way, the last 30 minutes has mostly been rehashing the same information that was already said. So I'm trying to be patient, but we're repeating
I
ourselves.
just got one more question for the developer.
And then I'm going to let you go, Commissioner Fernandez, because fair is fair.
David, if you don't mind. Let's assume that you don't get the approvals for this. Okay? Do you have a plan B for the site?
We would build a residential condominium.
So if you don't get, let me just get this clear.
Yeah.
If you don't get the approvals for this, you're gonna build a residential condominium as of right
I would
at
have
the
to-
site.
So we would be building the residential condominium. We need the FAR to be able to replicate or build a hotel.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And so I just want to know from Commissioner Suarez. So I just want to understand, so you don't favor the replication? Because I think when the voters voted down the Stephen Ross plan, it was in large part because there was no homage to the Doville. And we asked him, we begged Stephen Ross, do something to honor the Doville. And he flat out told the community, absolutely not. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bring Frank Gehry. Frank Gehry rejects the idea of replicating anything having to do with the original Doville. And that is what the voters voted down. And so I just want to know, do you reject the idea of that there should be a replication of this project?
I reject the idea of rewarding bad actors, and.
But that's not my answer.
Sure,
but that's not my
answer.
answer. That's not my question. My question is not whether you accept the idea of rewarding bad actors. None of us do.
You're asking me, do I, if I,
Replication.
the hand that I'm given is, would I support a doubling of height and FAR to replicate a building up to 60% of what it used to look like? No.
All right. So state your name, address.
Thank you for your
and 2
patience.
minutes.
Of course. My name's Miranda, and I live at 6725 Harding Avenue, 375 feet from the garage property. I'm here to ask the commission to consider further improvements to the existing public benefits and public notice requirements. I want to raise serious concerns about the process surrounding this project, specifically the lack of timely and adequate public notice. The hearing notice was postmarked April 11th and received on April 15th. The developer agreement did not become available until just last Friday, April 18th, only giving the public and commission Passover and Easter weekend to review this document. This is a 40-page agreement. This is not an isolated issue, and notices for key meetings have arrived with barely a week's notice, making it difficult, if not impossible, for residents to participate meaningfully. Secondly, the public notice was only sent to residents and businesses within a 375 to 500-foot radius. That includes 3 to 4 residential buildings, my building with 32 apartments, the one across the street with 14, and one other maybe, if it qualified for the square footage, with 115 units, leaving the public with about 161 people to come speak on this with little notice. While I'm happy this project will bring some public benefit to the table, I'm disappointed with the scope of the benefits. While the community will receive a new beach access point, greatly improving the accessibility at 67th, it comes with limited hour accessibility, and I hope that the commission considers something outside of sunrise to sunset. In addition, I encourage everyone sitting here today to review Section 5 of this developer agreement and the developer public benefit obligations. In a time where North Beach is seeing rapid overdevelopment, we cannot settle for minimal public benefits in exchange for allowing multi-billion-dollar developers to build denser buildings. This is a huge privilege the city is considering giving to the Terra Group and must properly be valued. And I hope the city considers improving the benefits provided to the proposed park and infrastructure improvements to properly justify yet another giant development.
Thank you. Our first virtual public speaker is Yvonne Andres. Yvonne, unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Yvonne Andrus, and I'm speaking to this morning on behalf of and representing the interests of the Sterling Condominium Association located at 6767 Collins Avenue at the request of the association's board of directors to express their strong support for the proposed redevelopment of the Doville site. To the association, the public benefit of this development is taking a parcel that has lied derelict in a state of disrepair and getting it built. As Commissioner Bott said, this development is the right thing for North Beach. The association is concerned that as it currently sits, the site has been a blighted, abandoned space that attracts loitering and creates serious safety concerns for nearby residents. The proposed project presents a tremendous opportunity to reverse this decline. By activating the site with world-class architecture, vibrant public spaces, and thoughtfully designed residences, the project would restore safety, pride, and economic vitality to the neighborhood. It would transform a dead zone into a walkable, welcoming destination that benefits all of North Beach. The association supports the development and looks forward to this much-needed revitalization coming to fruition. We thank you for your time and dedication to the Miami Beach community, and the association appreciates your leadership and consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Charles Ortiz, 6725 Harding Avenue. I'm here today to speak against the current version of the developer agreement between TMG 67 Communities and the City of Miami Beach, hoping to lead to further public benefit. TMG 67 Communities, aka Terra Group, aka Terra World Investments, aka at least 50 other shell LLCs, is a major international developer. I want everyone to keep this in mind, how large a developer is while considering the following concerns. The purpose of the agreement is to rebuild the Doville with a higher, denser structure. The trade-off: agreement promises public benefits in the forms of partial reconstruction of the hotel, beach access, parking at the garage site, funding for the Carlisle Theater, which is probably the best thing on that list, and the development of a triangle park alongside infrastructure improvements. My concerns are as follows. Page 11, Biscayne Elementary infrastructure improvements. Any benefit's a good benefit, but with a $40K figure slapped on, it seems like a drop in the bucket for sewer infrastructure. Page 11, resolution of existing fines. I think we discussed that one, so we're good. Page 12, Triangle Pocket Park. Quite arguably the worst benefit on this agreement. The park has a development and construction cap of a measly $250K. This includes aggregate hard and soft costs, which I'm not a lawyer, but soft costs normally include planning, design, and management, aka potentially an excuse machine. I'm willing to bet that they will spend close to, if not the whole $250K before a single nail is hammered. Remember, folks, we're talking about an international, dozens of shell companies developer with more money you could possibly imagine, and we're trading double the height, double the densities for pennies on the dollars. Commissioners, I know we all want what's best for Miami Beach. I've lived here all my life. We must not bend the knee at another super developer coming in and changing the law to their benefit. We're setting a very dangerous precedent to this community, and I ask Commission to value the density increase as a precious resource for this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Rick. Rick, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rick Corbacero. I reside at 7330 Ocean Terrace in North Beach. My concern is basically due to height and the increase in density. As someone who's been affiliated with Miami Beach for over 60 years, I look back, as one of the previous speakers has said, at how Miami Beach used to be and how development has affected Miami Beach. And with Miami Beach being approximately 10 miles from the Haulover Bridge down to Government Cut, with 2 major thoroughfares, which are Harding and Collins, running to it, I just would note that the area in question is 3 lanes wide on Collins Avenue going north, with a turn lane just north of the proposed site. And if we develop to this density, I just question, are we going to be able to move in Miami Beach? I look back at Bal Harbor. I look at the Oceana development. I look at the St. Regis. I look at the expansion of the Bal Harbor shops, all necessary for the commercial development of our beloved beach. But look at what it's done. It takes half an hour to get from Haulover Bridge through past the 96th Street intersection now. And can we take this kind of intensive development? If we put all these restaurants, shops there, how are we going to get north? How are we going to move around in our beloved community? Also the height. What does height do to sunlight and our enjoyment of the beach, particularly afternoon when the sun passes behind the building? So those are my main concerns. And I was one of the voters who voted down the proposal last time, and I would vote it down again because I don't think the area can take any more intensity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Go ahead, sir.
You have to reset. Hi, good morning. Robert Rosenthal. I love living in North Beach. There's no place that I would rather live. The conflict between preservation and development is centuries old. And in this case, the Doville replication, I would argue, is actually better than a renovation would have been. Better construction materials, better technology. You have a new and improved and smarter and more sustainable building. $330 million in community development revenue is transformational. And I know we talk a lot about the FAR here, but this is low density, right? 140 apartments where there could have been over 500, 200 hotel rooms where there could have been over 900. I would argue that that's responsible restraint and a pretty strong precedent for the future. But the thing for me is to vote no at this point begs the question, Commissioner, what's your plan B? It's easy to vote no. It's not so easy to come up with an alternative solution. I haven't heard one to those who are suggesting they want to vote no. To punish the Morellos, whatever, the punishment is to those of us in the community who voted for you, and we appreciate all the work that you do and your support. A temporary park, that's new from today, really? After 3 years, a temporary park that's going to get built at time and expense and then destroyed? How about we just cut to the chase and start building the Doville? You haven't even agreed on any criteria for what makes a temporary park acceptable to your standards. Let's just get to the construction. It's transformative, it's money, it's life affirming, and the vast majority of the residents in this community, the people who voted for you and who support you, are in favor of it. Thank you again for your time and your service and your support.
Mr. Mayor, if I don't mind responding to the last caller.
No, this is public comment. And by the way,
I just want to set the record straight.
No. I've been very, very lax in letting this go, and it's an important item, but it's public comment time, and I want to hear from the public.
Our next speaker is Renee Jewelry Store. Go ahead, please.
I got it, sir.
Please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go to Sandra Kazia.
Yes, yes, good morning, Mayor Minor, Commissioners, and everyone. My name is Sandra Casola, and I live at 7451 Harding Avenue. And I support this project because I think it's going to be beneficial to that specific area and to North Beach in general. I think that the people that are involved in this project have good intentions. They want to comply with what is asked of them regarding paying the fines. And now with the suggestion that Commissioner Suarez has mentioned about doing the park. So I think they have good intentions and goodwill to comply with everything that is asked of them in order for this project to be approved. And I hope it is approved because I think it is going to be beneficial. I think it is going to, because that area definitely needs something, it's missing something, and it's been missing something ever since the original Doville was demolished. And the businesses in that area, you know, have struggled. And they definitely need something to help them. And I think this project would help them, and it would increase people again going to that area like they used to before. Because when I lived in the original Doville, I used to see a lot of people in the area because obviously there were tourists, but there were also people that lived in the Doville. And you used to see a lot of people all the time, you know, going to the beaches and going to the local businesses, and consuming. So I think that, the project is, I see it as something positive.
Thank you so much. Your time is
So-
up. Go ahead, sir. State your name,
Yes,
address.
my name is Alfred Fayola. I own the unit at 1903 at Sterling. I'm a land use attorney and redevelopment person who's gone through many billions of dollars in my 50-year career. I also built and developed it so down here for 5 years, and extensively, still am in 4 cities in New Jersey. I've had a lot of experience in major redevelopment projects, particularly waterfront. 3,000 unit project involved in 11 years on the Asbury Park waterfront, 20 blocks. Atlantic City, Jersey City, shadow studies, wind shearing, all of the issues that this project involves. We're missing the details. You're going down a very slippery slope when you talk about what you're giving to the developer here, in my opinion. Maybe he's too humble to say it. The FAR here is really not a giveaway. To that extent, you're either going to have the hotel or you're not going to, and he's going to build it right. I wouldn't build 500 units. I'd build 250 units in a block building across closer to the ocean than he's doing, less light, more shadows on the beach. We've met with him. We've looked at the shadows. He's doing an underground garage. I built the 465-car underground garage in water. It is expensive. Why is he doing it? No porte-cochere, no walls along Collins like we have at the Caroline. There's an enormously well-planned, expensive project. You set up a scenario that we build the hotel, therefore the FAR has, you're not giving him what you think you're giving him. You're really penalizing it. Don't blow this. Excuse the expression, ladies and gentlemen, not lawyerly like. I know the project well. I wouldn't do 120 units in 2 tall towers. No way. None of my developers would. Extra load, extra wind shear. What do you got down here? Hurricanes? The enormous cost. Tens of millions of dollars to do 60 units to get more light. Thank you very much. Please approve it.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is David Sharps.
Thank you.
David, unmute yourself, please. PJ, let's go to Melissa Razuri.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. I'm a North Normandy Isle resident for 25 years, and I know something's gonna have to be built there. I mean, I've been listening to you guys talk about it all day. I think the biggest issue for everyone is the height and the density. And I'm a no for that. I think they can build, but does it have to be at that height? I'm just against the height and the density. We have a lot of infrastructure problems in that area. It takes 30 minutes on a weekend from Normandale to get to Collins. I mean, I don't think we can handle the infrastructure, but I'm obviously something has to go there, but I don't think that it needs to be that tall, and I don't think we should give it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Brad Benessi, 7330 Ocean Terrace, and I've been a resident since 1999. I just want to say thank you all. Number one, I am 100%, my husband and I are 100% behind this project of David Martin. He is a stand-up guy. He's reached out to the community. We've discussed many things. I called this week his amazing assistant, Veronica, and I said, Veronica, I'm concerned about the taxes and the fines. And she said, we're taking care of that. I said, great, check. So you guys just say yes. I'm with the gentleman. Peel off the red tape. We don't need a park. I'll tell you what we need. We need for that garage to get open tomorrow. We need the garage open tomorrow. If that's going to be something that's put into this record, that we get that open next week, because you're taking down the 72nd Street parking. We have no parking. That's one thing. Number two, Commissioner Abbott, your integrity is second to none, and I have worked with you on many projects, and I appreciate you going to bat for us. And I know you were struggling with the height. Thank you for, I'm so happy that you're behind us with that. Number two, the Sussmans. You don't talk to the Sussmans about anything until they finish their project. They have no reason to, they have had a half-baked project, and I don't want to hear anything from them until they finish what they're doing. So that's one thing.
They contacted me.
And if we're talking about codes, and then they have to be held accountable for that horrible stretch of land that they've had empty for a while. So I just want to say that totally, and the benefits, the benefits are like the restaurants. We talked about a Pura Vida or a Motac. We want that here. We want things like that. So this project is amazing. We 100% support it, and please just write down the Lord. Let's get this done today. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Richard Zaki. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Richard Zaki. I'm a Sterling condominium owner at 6767 Collins. I'd like to first reiterate the positive comments of our board of directors and my great neighbor, Alfred Faella, who just spoke and made a lot of sense. He knows what he's talking about. So the Doville. Some might see it as a reconstruction, as just bricks and mortar, or something more complicated because of its past. But really, it's about rebuilding a piece of Miami Beach's vibrant history. Letting that iconic spot remain dormant would be like leaving a blank page in the city's history. Reimagining it for the future honors its past while adding a fresh chapter. It's not just a hotel, it's a landmark to be reborn. So I support this project strongly and looking forward to the commissioners approving this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I guess I should say good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon. My name is Sam Latone. I live at 6515 Collins Avenue, 2 blocks south of the subject property. I'm here to speak in favor of the property for a number of reasons, many of which I've already addressed to all of you in letter format, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time enumerating them here today. What I am going to discuss is the two issues that seem to be coming up regularly, which is height and infrastructure. As it relates to height, there are comparisons to being made to Sunny Isles. I did some research on this thing called the internet. And then Sunny Isles has 20 buildings and 9 developments where buildings exceed the height being proposed by Terra. It's 9 developments and 20 buildings, and several developments have multiple buildings in them. The shortest of these buildings is the Chateau Beach residence at 449 feet, and the tallest is the Estates at Aquilina at 672 feet. So comparisons to Sunny Isles, when we're talking about a 380 feet height building, really are like comparing apples to oranges. I looked at the same thing when it came to the city of Miami Beach. In the city of Miami Beach, there are 13 buildings between Sophie and North Beach that exceed the height being proposed by Terra. Those buildings include such as Five Park, which we talked about today, the Akoya, the Green Diamond, the Blue Diamond, all of which are about 500 feet. The Caroline, which is 397 feet tall, the Satai, which are 386 feet tall. And so the assertions to compare this to Sunny Isles and somehow this is going to lead to additional development beyond what's included in Miami Beach today are simply false. As it relates to stress on infrastructure, FAR and height are used as proxies to the amount of people who actually occupy a site. What really matters is the number of people who will be in the buildings. And I think that we talked about today, the fact that this proposal is about half of what the Doville was and will be about a quarter of what the actual right would be, which would create
Thank you,
a
sir.
lot more density. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Gail Durham. Please unmute yourself.
Well, my name is Gail Durham. I live at 1504 Bay Road. I'm against the increased height in FAR at this property. For many reasons, this thing about paying the fines, he promises to pay the fines if his upzoning is approved. That's not a legitimate negotiation. That's not negotiating in good faith. I'm very disappointed that commissioners are falling for this. This height is just the beginning. If this is approved, soon there will be more towers proposed and approved. I promise you, it's what's happening on West Ave. We were told there was only going to be one tower at 5th and Alton, and now we have towers proposed at 7th Street and at 12th Street, and it's just going to go on and on. We're also told at North Beach that the savior of North Beach was going to be Ocean Terrace. And then the savior was going to be the 200-foot approved upzoning. Now this development's going to be saving North Beach. Where does it end? I'm very disenchanted with this commission if they vote for this project.
Thank you. Next, please.
James Rescio, principal and manager of Sushi Bichi on 7330 Ocean Terrace. I support the Doville project. I think the design is done in a very tasteful and genuine manner. And as a small business owner, I am afraid of what will happen if this is not approved. We're going to have, we do currently have many vacant spaces that are yet to be developed. Small businesses like myself and many others that I know cannot stay afloat with the current density that we have at this time.
Thank you.
This has to pass.
Our next virtual speaker is John Sutter.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is John Sutter. I've been a resident and homeowner for 33 years in North Beach, 5600 condominium. I can't believe seeing some commissioners taking sides with developers against the living standards of the Miami Beach residents. I mean, the Doville Hotel was built in 1957, so that is gone. It's almost 70 years. So how these high-end hotel benefits the residents? They underline the residents. How these high-end hotel benefit the residents? I haven't heard one making sense reason explaining how. I've been witnessing huge opposition to the FAR and height of the tower being proposed. That is the key point, the height. So I speak for a lot of people, I believe. So we have a question about the FAR and the height of the project. Finally, thank you to Commissioner Suarez for standing up for what is right for the residents and not taking side with the developers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, Christina Sosa, resident at the Caroline. I've lived in North Beach for 20 years. I'm here to support this new development. This type of project is what we need in the community, with the key point of being low density. The developer plans to build significantly less units than allowed. This new proposed development is in scale with the North Tower Carillon and the Akoya. Various local businesses are suffering since the Doville closed. It's very sad to lose Athens Juice. We would always go there on my daughter's birthday. She's here today. And it's sad for our community to see it going down. The sooner we have this new development in this location approved, new businesses can open, the local businesses can thrive, and thank you very much, and I support this new development.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Melania Ferris. Please unmute yourself. Melania?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, yes. My comment is a recurring theme and basic concerns that are raised, particularly about community notice, timing, interactions with city personnel, where optics are questioned despite good intentions, right? Talking height increases, all of these things that really do affect the community. So my comment is I urge the commission to address the root cause and look at the lobbyists, look at the lobbying practices. If there's a common thread in individuals or companies behind these projects, I really urge the commission to look at the root cause of what's causing confusion and divisiveness in the neighborhood where it's struggling to have everyone get on board with any project. And I do echo Gail's comments as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Anthony Stiso, and for the last 24 years, I've lived at the Sterling Condominium, 6767 Collins Avenue, where I currently serve as a member of the Board of Directors. I completely support this project, as do my other board members as well. This is exactly what the neighborhood needs. And for all the reasons that you've already heard, parking, flood control, jobs and prosperity for local merchants, some of which are my good friends. The CRA, the low density, tells me that it's not going to be a traffic problem. It's not going to be a stress on infrastructure. And I think we're lucky to have a project that's low density like this. I don't think we're ever going to get better. So most importantly, it will revitalize North Beach. And this is something that's good for the city, it's good for the neighborhood, and it's good for everyone here. So please, warmly welcome our new neighbors the way I will. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker has a screen name of Cohen's iPhone. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Susan Cohen, and I reside at 6899 Collins Avenue, and I speak in favor on this project. I have lived in North Beach since 2007 and have truly watched my neighborhood go from bad to worse when other neighborhoods in Miami have prospered. People have mentioned traffic and infrastructure. Again, what can currently be built on this land would be far worse from a traffic infrastructure standpoint. This high-end hotel benefits the residents because it'll bring vitality to our neighborhood. It'll give other businesses a reason to want to come into my neighborhood. I think as a resident, a high-end hotel will have a huge benefit for all of us. So I've said this over and over, I beg of you to vote yes to this project. And also consider the CRA money that this project will be bringing in. I know Suarez mentioned, affordable housing or whatever, but that does nothing for my neighborhood. It does nothing for the businesses. It does nothing for other people that live in the neighborhood to be bringing in jobs. So please vote yes to this project.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Janet Silverman. I live at the Carillon, 6899 Collins Avenue. I'm on the board, and myself and our whole board is in favor of this project. I want to reiterate my neighbor and friend Susan Cohen's comments. She just spoke on Zoom. We all believe, most of the people that I've spoken to in the building all believe this is good for the neighborhood. Having people say there's no public benefit to a hotel. We're going to have restaurants that the public can go to. We're going to have a beach walk that's expanded. We're going to have the plaza in front of the hotel, the sidewalk plaza that's going to be created. that is going to be for public benefit. We're going to have the gardens that are going to be for public benefit. We're going to have the ballroom where hopefully somebody like the Beatles may play again. We're going to have all of these things that are all public benefits, I believe. So I don't understand how the hotel is not a public benefit. Plus it pays homage to our history, which you spoke eloquently on, and it's true. I mean, seeing that sign, I used to go to the Doville when they had the art fair for Basel there, and like walking into that ballroom and that entranceway, even in its dilapidated state at the time, was special. And it can be again. And to say that it's only 60% recreated, the developer was going to build the whole thing exactly as is, but the Sterling, or as I understand it, certain neighbors asked him to make the setbacks larger, so he accommodated them. So the only thing that's missing from the, call it 60% versus 100% is that it's an extra floor and a little narrower from, east to west. So everybody's trying to get accommodated, and to take more delay at this time. Some of the points you made were good. Maybe we should value some of the public, what we're giving away, but to take another 6 months to do it, or however long it's going to take, we need this project and we need it to be approved and move forward now. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is David Sharps.
Armando Pomar from North Beach.
Armando's next.
7710 Abbott Avenue. And most of you know me, and we know for years. So basically, this is this. I support the Doville project because the property has been vacant, etc. The neighborhood has been suffering, etc. All of us know that. This project will help a small business. We know that too. And the Doville plan includes the real community benefit, etc. I mean, this is what everybody says. I really do support the project because I do believe that that will create well-being for our community. And I think that we cannot stop progress. I have seen that many, many, many times. And the other thing is, from the bureaucratic point of view, because I am dealing with other commissions in the city of Miami, and this is not besides the point, but this is the reality. Sometimes we tend to overemphasize in little issues. If you ask me, and this is public record, I got $4.3 million stock in the city of Miami Commission. That check has been placed from the government, from federal government, and we are still discussing for fixing 3 of my buildings there from a program. So what I really urge you, that please take a decision on this one, and one way or the other one. I am for the project, but one way or the other one, let's get this thing moving, and let's get progress going on. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is David Sharps. Please unmute yourself. David, unmute yourself, please. Let's go to David Sexton.
Okay, I'm
Go ahead.
unmuted.
Go ahead.
I'm unmuted. Thank you. Sorry about that. Been trying to get on for a bit. First of all, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak and all the time and effort that the commission is putting into this. I listened with a different perspective today as the issue of assessing value came up, and I think that's a very slippery slope for the commission to get into. And I say that because if you're going to assess value, you must then consider risk. And this is what developers do. They take the risk. So when you do that, I would encourage you to understand that any developer in today's market is going into uncharted waters based upon levels of expenses never seen before. And the economy, as you know, is not static. Comps are at historic highs. And I ask, is this sustainable? So the developer is taking all the risk, but you want to assess value based upon current numbers. You just can't do that without assessing risk. So what are you going to do to assess risk when the developer is putting up all this money and you want to just see what you're giving away? You can't do it. You can't do it. It's not fair to the developer to just assess value. I do caution the commission in the sense that we don't want to disincent development in this modern day when expenses are as high as they are and the risk is the highest it's ever been. There is no guarantee Terra will even get 3,000 a foot. We haven't seen condo prices at this level, and they haven't been sustainable for that matter. And we've also, being a native of Miami, seen condo crashes before. What credit will you give this developer for taking all this risk? And I asked the commission, if you are going to go down this slippery slope of determining value, then you better
Thank you
understand
so much,
what
sir.
risk is. I'd like to finish.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Honorable Mayor. My name is Rick Doville. I'm an owner at the Sterling 6767 Collins Avenue. I'm also the Vice President of the board. You've heard many of my colleagues and you've heard from our attorney. We are in full support of the project. I don't need to repeat everything that's been said. We've all heard all the arguments being made, pros and cons. I just want to state a few of the points. You know, right now, the way the site is, it's been abandoned. It attracts homelessness, drifters. It's got unsafe conditions. My family and I, we no longer take evening walks. We don't patronize the local businesses. We don't feel safe out there anymore in the dark. It is not an environment that our residents and neighborhood deserves. If this project doesn't move forward, the site will remain vacant and an eyesore for many years. In fact, even if this was approved today, it's not going to break ground for 2 years. So imagine if this developer abandons this project, it may be a few more years before the next guy will come. And then it's going to be another few years. When is this going to stop kicking the bucket down the road for the next commission or the next authority? You know, with this vacant eyesore for years, it'll continue to drag down property values, discourage investments, and eat away at our community's sense of pride and security. Again, the quality of life, the redevelopment will not only bring back vitality to the area, but will significantly improve the quality of life, creating safer streets, new public spaces, more walkable areas, better overall experience for the residents, especially like those at the Sterling as well. And don't forget, the $388 million in CRA investment will directly help address infrastructure, expanded public services. Thank you.
Our next public speaker virtual is David Sexton.
Hi, this is David Sexton, 20-plus year resident of North Beach and president of the Normandy Fountain Business Association. I support this project because of the good that it will do for our business community. I was a brick and mortar business owner when the Doville shut down, and it had a devastating effect on the community that still hasn't completely recovered from. The addition of the hotel, which has, you know, been discussed as not being a real public benefit, the Doville is not just square footage and a platform. It is a icon of North Beach, and those hotel guests were a huge benefit to the business community, and I feel like it's so important that we restore the Doville for the reasons of nostalgia and the benefit of it being an iconic landmark, and also the hotel is important to the economic health of the community. So I support this project. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am. Ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi, Wanda Jamin, 8305 Crispy Boulevard. As you all guys know, I oppose this project even from the beginning. It doesn't make any sense. First of all, we should not be making any compromises with an individual or individuals that have played with the city for such a long time. Why do this for them? It's going to cause others to follow suit. First and foremost, Commissioner Suarez just played, or showed an email, stating how Commissioner Bat, was in touch with these people, but there is she right now. Maybe you could hear her herself, how she says she's against the project, she's against the FAR, she's against the height, but then an email comes through, and right now she's voting for it. And this is why I'm here for. This is wrong. Yes, the email was there. Yes, I have you on video, and you even said.
I'm going to step in because this is against our
Something
rules.
that could transform
No,
the city of Miami. Okay,
we don't
you
do
could step in,
this.
but regardless, Mayor Minor, this is the problem I'm having. I'm having that people are changing for different things. We have to be fair, not only to Terra, but we have to be fair to the others. Now, the other ones that are coming after Terra, they're gonna ask for the same thing. And what is gonna happen to North Beach? This is the problem. I'm completely against it, and you guys know it. They could build whatever they want. They have to bring it down. There is no problem. They could bring it down. Their profit is theirs, not for our residents. And Commissioner Bat, you live in North Beach.
I'm gonna
And
actually
this
allow
is-
Commissioner Bott to respond to you because you keep.
can reply all you
and-
want.
And by the way, you've done this before. We don't come up here and attack officials by name.
I'm
You
not
can
a-
make-
I'm
you
not
are, but
attacking
you are.
her. I'm just
You
saying-
can make your points without doing that.
Okay, very good. But this is basically, I feel that she, aside from all of them, I have no problem with all of them, even if they vote yes. But I do have a problem with her because she lives in North Beach.
So thank you for pointing out that I voted against the Stephen Ross project when I was on the planning board, and I would do it again. I'm curious where you got that cute little video clip, because what you don't show in that video clip is the fact that I asked the attorney who claimed that he was not representing the Ross project, and then the next day or 2 days later said that in fact he was, if the Ross project was a signed deal. It was not. It was not a signed deal. And then I asked the follow-up question, which was, is the Ross project deal contingent on getting the FAR? And I did not get an answer to that. So yeah, I voted against that project. I voted against a project that was not respectful to the process. I know one of our audience members has raised questions about outreach, and I have a response ready to share with her about the multiple outreach opportunities there have been over the last number of months. I don't have them at my fingertips, but I'll be responding, and if anybody else wants that information, I'm happy to send it as well. I also really had a hard time with the fact that when Stephen Ross and Frank Gehry met with MDPL, they asked specifically about any part of replication of the hotel or homage to the Doville history, not just about the music, which Stephen Ross dismissed as irrelevant, but the historic nature of the hotel and who spent time there and the value of the history to the city and to the country. And Mr. Gehry actually was interested in doing something, not a replication necessarily, but paying some homage to the Doville site, and Mr. Ross shut him down. There was no outreach to the community. There were virtually no public benefits. There was a Starchitect, which is very exciting. I love Gary's work. But yeah, I did vote against that project, and I would vote against it if it were presented to me today. I'm supporting this project, and I will continue to support this project, as I have enumerated in my emails, which I shared with you, Ms. Jamin, as you requested, which lists many, many, many reasons to support this project. So if you want to hold me accountable for voting down a terrible project, which I'm proud to have done, and supporting an excellent project, which I am going to be proud to do, feel free.
Our next virtual speaker is Renee Jewelry Store.
That's our last virtual speaker, correct?
Yep. Everyone else was not there
Yeah,
prior
last
to.
virtual speaker.
Renee?
Yes, this is Rene de Paris Jewelry Store, 6608 Collins Avenue, guys. We've been in that location right across from the Doville for the last 65 years. And after the closure of the Doville, I and the other 6 business owners in front of the project have suffered. And I've heard a lot of comments and a lot of opinions, about the project, but I haven't heard any other alternatives. And what we're worried about is there's going to be a lot of businesses that won't last, that won't be able to survive, while the naysayers and the people against the project are getting their choices and deciding which project they want to turn down. So it's very important we have a good offer, we have a great developer who cares about the community and cares about our history. So for the greater good, I and the 6 businesses in front of the Doville project, we support David Martin's project. And thank you, Mayor and the City Commission, for all the good work you're doing. Let's get it together, guys, because a lot of businesses won't survive while people are stuck on their own opinions. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, please.
I think that'll be our new slogan. Let's get it together, guys. I like that.
Good afternoon. I'm Andy Ashtiani. I live in the Carillon. I really want to thank every single one of you for being here. You guys do a great job, and it's fun to see different perspective. But at the end of the day, I think we got to get this thing done. I keep looking at my windows and I see people doing drugs in that area, and it's not a pretty sight. So I think at some point something needs to get passed and move forward, and I think time has come. The guy's a stand-up guy. He's doing a park. Mr. Fernandez just negotiated a museum. There was 500 buildings, units there before, and now we're doing 125, so the traffic is not an issue. The height, I already am on the beach every day. I get the shadow from the North Tower, so what's the big deal? There's shadow, it's not a huge objection. But I do appreciate Mr. Suarez's comment about what's the value? What are we giving away? But I don't want to take another 6 months studying this thing, because I know how the studies goes. Also, we're having a museum, we're having beach accesses, we're having gardens. He's allowing people to go in and enjoy the facility and look at the Doville. So the traffic is not an issue because it's actually less than what it was. And it increases the values of the properties that we have. So I think we should move forward. I really thank every single one of you for being here, and thank you for your time.
Okay.
I guess I'm going to bring it home. J.R. Bolt, 7330 Ocean Terrace. I'm fully in support of this project for the comments made in support, but I also am sensitive to those who are against it or have problems with it, and I understand the emotions that's running here. What I'm seeing here, that things like FAR and density and infrastructure and parking is like a little bit throwing left and right. And I think we can do as you can do probably as a commission better to explain what density is versus FAR, so that the community understands it, and that just it's a higher tower doesn't mean there's going to be more people living there. In addition, nobody really understands CRA, right? People complain about infrastructure through CRA money, which is a blessing for North Beach. Part of that infrastructure can be, redeveloped in a good way. You guys have spent like a lot of money on the break up a spring break ride. We should just put a little bit of money to try to communicate what CRA is and what CRA can do for our community. Bastania, you can say like, hey, there's going to be $330 million being put into North Beach. It goes over our heads. I talked to board members and others. People don't get it yet. We need to do a better job of communicating what it is and what it does to our community and what this project will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all. I'm very confident we all know how we're voting, so I would highly implore all of us to vote. Let's call the vote.
I would just like to say one last thing, Mr. Mayor, because one of the callers was mentioning me and said, "What's my plan?" It's not really my plan as far as the site is concerned. I asked the developer just now and on the record if he doesn't get this approval, what is Plan B, and he told me that he's going to build a residential building there. So there is a plan. And then if you want to talk about timeline, based on the developer agreement right here, you got 18 months for zoning applications, then you have another 18 months for a final approval of a COA by the city's Historic Preservation Board, and then you probably have another 2 years of permitting. It's another 5 potential years before you see anything that goes into the ground. And so that's why I wanted to get the property in a park-like appearance as soon as possible, because this could sit for the next 5 years potentially with no construction. I mean, just look at the Convention Center Hotel right outside of here. It's been sitting there forever, and yet it was approved many years ago. So, look, I just want to reiterate that we don't have to move forward with this upending our zoning laws and codes. The developer has just stated that he's going to build something there. I'm sure it's going to be a very beautiful project as of a right. But if everyone up here really wants to double the allowable height and FAR to remake a hotel that's going to be to the benefit of the property owners and the developer, that's your decision to make. That's certainly not going to be mine. So,
Okay.
I'm ready to vote.
Let's call the vote. I will say I would like to discuss with you, David, in between, assuming it passes today, and our city manager, some of the timelines on I think that we can shorten some of that. So I'd like to do that. Also, I'll just say that there were some comments made about the development agreement coming out Friday, and I am sensitive to that. I'm not going to hold it up. It is first reading, but in the future, I'd really like that to be done when the agenda comes out, not Friday. It was literally Good Friday, right? And Passover. It's not the best look.
Are we going to hire an economic real estate consultant? I'd make the motion to at least between first and second reading for a economic consultant to be hired and give us a value on what is the incremental change that we're giving to the developer potentially.
So, yes, I've already instructed our team to reach out to a couple of consultants to see what we can get and bring back some additional information for your consideration.
Okay. Let's call the vote.
The item is amended to include the public access to the lobby and to include the museum space for the Miami Modern Architecture. Just want to make sure that it's.
We will include that in the next draft of the DA.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Commissioner, are you moving the item? I don't have a motion.
Moved by Commissioner Fernandez. Sure. Seconded by?
Commissioner Dominguez. All in favor of the item as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0.
Can I just take one moment, Mr. Mayor? While I agree with a lot of the things Commissioner Suarez is saying, I don't agree with the conclusion, and I think actually a year and a half or 2 years ago, I perhaps would have, but I'm not saying this lightly or kidding. I do want that economic analysis of what those benefits are, and I do want to say that going against the grain like that takes a large degree of courage. So while I don't agree with the conclusion you ultimately reached, I give you credit for having the courage and strength to go against the grain.
May I just have to announce, to finish the item. The second reading public hearing is May 21st. It will be heard at 9:22 a.m. And the public hearing will take place here at City Hall at the Commission Chambers at the next Commission meeting.
I want to be sensitive to my colleagues. Is 1:30, meaning 38 minutes, enough time for lunch? Can everyone do that? 45? Well then, so 1:45, let's be back here. Okay, 1:45, we'll be back for Summit. 1:45.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Welcome back to the afternoon Sutnick half hour. If anyone wants to come speak.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I wanted to thank you all for being here, and I want to thank you for listening to me for a second. My name is Captain James Derby. I'm a member of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. I anchor my boat at Sunset Harbor for free in front of the police station. I've developed relationships and friendships with a lot of the police over the years that I've been there. I think it's very unjust and just radical that you have cut off land access to the boaters. We can't take our tenders to shore and get groceries and this and that. And now morality is leading legislature, and they're going to Tallahassee trying to change bills, proposed bills, that will severely limit the anchoring. It will make me homeless. I am presently not homeless. I have a boat where I live on. My girlfriend lives in Coral Gables. I go there often. But, you know, I'm nervous to be up here speaking in the first place. It took a lot of courage for me to get up here and talk to you guys in the first, you people in the first place. I've been studying the politics in Miami Beach for a long time. I feel that the LGBT gay community has beautiful rights, and they can fly their flags where they need to, and they have a presence in Miami. There's cats living at your city hall. The city hall downstairs smells like a litter box, to be honest with you, but we're protecting cats, yet we're killing sailors. I am a master captain, actually. I just had my birthday on Good Friday, and I celebrated my 61st birthday, and I am a 200-ton master captain today because I studied and took tests. What I'm asking you, please, is to return the public's dock that you took away with bulldozers and put a big barrier in front of it. Took it away by force, basically. I don't know who approved that or how it got taken away, but it got taken away. We built it ourselves. We were forced from Purdy Avenue around till I can dock my boat at Dade Canal. That got taken away, and then we went up to, let me finish. We went up to the public.
Thank you, sir.
There's many issues, and I have many complaints. I don't want to criticize your government right here and now, but I would like that the active cruising boaters in Miami Beach get access, because it will be an embarrassment if you ever tried to do an America's Cup race here or this, that, or the other. The world is looking at you, and many of the places in the world that are much more prestigious and much more wealthy than Miami Beach allow access for everyone on any socioeconomic level.
Our next virtual speaker.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Gail Durham. Ms. Durham, go ahead, please. Ms. Durham, please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go then to Kenneth Barnes.
My name is Ken Barnes. I live in Miami, and Mayor Minor, I am 99% Ashkenazi Jew. Miami Beach's leadership is increasingly focused on international alliances that have little to do with the lives of the people who live here. The City Commission, elected to serve this diverse and vibrant community, is instead directing attention and resources toward foreign political interests, while pressing needs at home are neglected. Needs such as affordable housing, public safety, infrastructure, and climate resilience. The priorities of Miami Beach are backward. The Commission is promoting international political and economic agendas having little to do with the lives of Miami Beach residents, including Israel bonds, the money of which is used for Israel's crushing and inhumane war in Gaza. Where is the compassion? The compassion that the world rightly extended to the Jewish people after the Holocaust must not now be denied to others experiencing oppression and devastation. To selectively extend empathy is to betray its very meaning. Miami Beach is 18% Jewish, which makes it multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious. Why does Miami Beach want a special initiative to attract Jewish businesses more than others, when we should be working to attract business from all our communities, including minority-owned businesses? They are ignored while international political agendas take center change. Equally disturbing is the city's censorship of O Cinema, a cultural institution known for screening bold, independent, diverse films. That the city would attempt to control or limit what stories can be told is a reminder of the tools the Nazis used to suppress Jewish voices in film and is historically ignorant and morally indefensible. Miami Beach does not need more posturing, more censorship, more symbolic alliances. It needs leadership rooted in integrity, empathy, and equity.
Thank you,
Our
sir.
city must
Your time is
recommit
up.
itself to serving its.
Sir, go ahead. State your name,
My name
address.
is
You have 2 minutes.
Joseph Magazine. Thank you for your time, commissioners and mayor. I'd just like to speak to something that's going to be in front of you this afternoon about the Bikini Hostel. I've been living in this area for 5 years, and the place has always been a nuisance bar. I mean, every time you turn around, there's cops there, there's complaints, there's drug activity, serving underage drinkers. I don't know what you have to do to lose your license down here, but recently there were situations where there were people on premise there at the Bikini Hospital selling drugs. You got a bar right next to where the homeless people are trying to rehabilitate themselves. I just don't think it's a good environment for people to live here or the homeless people themselves and everything. I walk by that place all the time. I walk by with my grandfather, my granddaughter. She gets catcalled. I see women walking down the street with their babies, and they're walking across the street because they don't want to walk across and in front of the Bikini Hostel. That's all I wanted to say, and I really hope that you can do anything possible to get move them to a spot other than a residential neighborhood. Thank you again. Thank you for your time.
Our next.
By the way, it's one of my biggest disappointments since I got elected that not only has the Homeless Trust moved these individuals to a completely inappropriate location, that every elected that I have reached out to that I believe could help, or at least try, has utterly failed to do so.
Our next virtual speaker is Andrew P. Please unmute yourself, state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi there, I'm Andrew Portnoy, 920 Meridian Avenue. Can somebody just confirm that they can hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Yes? Okay, I'm calling in to request the unlocking of the Soundscape Park restrooms throughout the daytime. The intersection of Washington Avenue and Lincoln Road specifically serves 7 county bus lines and 4 city trolley lines. It is met with the foot traffic of Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue, as well as the convention center. The XO World project has their display right by the instruments on Lincoln Road, and their mission is to bring equity through clean water. And I think the people all around the city, residents like myself and other people struggling included, would just enjoy a nice place to use the restroom and wash their hands. Thank you so much for all the work done to the Pride Park restrooms, to Commissioner Alex Fernandez, as well as City Manager Eric Carpenter and all the SFM staff keeping it clean. It goes the longest way, being able to go out and wash my hands and go to the bathroom when I'm walking around the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please. Anyone else on the audience? PJ, let's go to Mike. Mike, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Mike Dorsch. I live at 1330 West Avenue. I'm here to advocate against the 1250 West redevelopment. I regret not being able to attend in person today. I did write a comment on the site yesterday or the day before, but I just don't think we need a tall slab of a building that's supposed to be an architectural breakup of the boring, slow quote, boring Miami Beach skyline. The building that's been proposed is way too high. It will destroy the affordability of many residents in the west side, removing 239 people and replacing them with 100 absentee wealthy owners is not going to do much for business in the local area. And I know all of my neighbors are against this project vociferously, And I hope that the city council throws it to the ash heap where it belongs.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Brad Benessi, 7330 Ocean Terrace. Mayor Minor, this is for you. We met one night and we were talking about your very first project. This, in the big picture of everything, this is a small thing. The lighting that you did on 41st Street looks great. You know, when I go down through Surfside, I see it all lit up. And we had discussed going from 63rd to 75th Street and doing that whole line maybe for Christmas. When you talk about the business end of where business is happening, Blossoms, Burgers and Shakes, Cezanne's, that is the heart, the band shell. There is so much activity. You know, we've lived here since 1999. We absolutely love it there. And the people, you could see the change that's happening there. So to elevate, you know, to the trees and to make it, give it that appearance when you go through Surfside, I love it. It's a good feeling. It looks like everything's happening, and it really is happening, you know. So come to Blossoms and come to Sushi Beachy. It's the best in town, I swear. We have the best owners. So, but if we could think about doing that, I'm putting it here now officially, but I asked you in a private.
I think there's an item on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To 75th. I think it was to 75th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because I had brought an item, Normandy Fountain was something that I had brought several years ago.
Which great.
And now I brought to extend it to Collins, but then I believe one of my colleagues, thank you, Commissioner Bodden, I think there's a number of co-sponsors, so thank you for that too. So I think it's a great idea.
Terrific. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Alan Levine. Go ahead, please.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
My name's Alan Levine. I'm a Miami Beach resident. I'm speaking to C7AV, a resolution that purports to give special treatment for Jews and Israelis with regard to business possibilities. I'm a civil rights lawyer, and I don't see any memorandum accompanying this resolution. So it's not clear if the commission has consulted its lawyers. But if you do, they'll tell you that this resolution proposes a plan of affirmative action, and such plans are presumably illegal unless they are designed to remedy past discrimination. Nothing in this resolution or any other document indicates that Jews or Israelis have been discriminated against in setting up businesses in the city of Miami Beach. In the absence of such evidence, this resolution is patently unconstitutional, which will subject the city to costly legal action that it can ill afford if this resolution is passed. But all of you know that singling out Jews and Israelis for special treatment is unlawful. So why are you thinking of doing it? It certainly has the appearance of pre-election pandering to an important voting bloc. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else here in the audience, I'm going to call Troy Wright. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, this is Troy Wright, Executive Director of the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District. You know, a couple of weeks ago, the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District held a productive and business-focused meeting exclusively for Washington Avenue businesses and property owners. This was more than just a conversation about spring break. It was a unified effort to explore real solutions that improve our bottom line and position Miami Beach as a safer, more welcoming, and prosperous destination. As you can imagine, they had a lot to say and concerned about our future. However, the conversation was positive. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. However, the good news is that we're all attending the same church. So with that said, everyone aims to make Miami Beach and Washington Avenue a better place for locals, businesses, and tourists. We all know that due to many reasons, spring break had gotten out of control, and in particular during COVID and after COVID. It reached a point of frustration for everyone. Therefore, we commend the city for doing a great job and taking action. So what do we do now? It's not that difficult. Like every other question that has to be solved in order to get a positive solution, we take all of the positives and priorities and plug them in. So I'm not here to complain at all about what happened at spring break, but just to be concerned about what do we do now, because Washington Avenue business owners feel like they have taken one for the team. Business owners want enough security to operate their businesses and to know the plan months in advance, along with positive messaging from the city. Many of these owners have invested their whole savings to operate on Miami Beach, particularly Washington Avenue, so now their future is in your hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker has a screen name of Zoom user. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go to Keith Marks.
Hi, Keith Marks, Continuum on South Beach, Miami Beach. I don't want to talk about the specifics of 1250 West, which I've written you all about. I want to talk about something that just, it concerns me. And I understand it's a difficult situation, but we have just jumped the shark with public benefits when we consider rewarding height and FAR for handling a social problem that the city itself cannot get a handle on. Yes, you guys started by pulling the 1% tax, right or wrong, and the homeless trust reacted, and they put homeless people in an inappropriate place. But the solution to social issues and homelessness is not to reward height and FAR by buying out the property and turning it into a park. Has anyone talked about where these homeless are going to go? Into the new park you're building? It is perverse. And we have what? How many other dumps can people who own it say, gee, I'll contract with the homeless trust since their city can't seem to deal with them. And then they'll put homeless people there, and some developer next to me will buy us out for twice commercial value. I hope you really look at this from a big picture, from a social picture, and say, this is wrong. It is perverse. Public benefits, buying out homeless shelters. No, the hostel should not be a shelter. How about you figure out a way through good governance to talk to the county and talk to the homeless trust, and don't offer them $100,000. By the way,
Thank you,
if
sir.
you look
Your time is up. I apologize. No one else in the audience wishing to speak? If so, I'm going to go to Rima Gerhard.
Yes, hi, my name is Rima Gerhard. I am a resident at 1345 West Avenue, which is located across the street from 1250 West. I have previously I have emailed the mayor, the commissioners, about my discontent about the bikini hostel. I am opposed to the overlay district. I think it is very vague. I don't understand what it means about certain public benefits. I think this is not well explained. I have a feeling that it's very strange how this overlay is connected with the bikini hostel being there. I'm very concerned about this. I feel like there's some foul play that is going on. So I encourage the commission to not proceed with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Omar Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez, unmute
Hello.
yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Omar here from the Parkview Island Sustainable Association. I'm calling in regards to the Biscayne Beach Elementary Playgrounds expansion item that was pulled from today's agenda. That's a little disappointing because there's been a lot of work put into this amazing progress that we've had recently on this item by different committees and the overall community. We really want to see this happen, and we just don't understand why it's been pulled. I'm also calling in support of Commissioner Fernandez's item C7AQ, directing the city to work with the school board and Biscayne Beach Elementary on an urgent inspection and remediation of the school's stormwater and sanitary sewer systems. It's imperative the city continue working fast to resolve this issue with the current bacteria hotspot that was found inside the school property. This is not something that can wait. In fact, it's currently stopping progress on the years of work and advances that had been made in recent months. So we ask that the commission please continue working diligently to address these issues. Thank you.
PJ, let's call Zoom user. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, City Commission. This is Kerry James of 1330 West Avenue. I apologize, I'm not there in person, but at this later hour, I have to travel. My statement is as follows. I'm opposed to the 1250 West Avenue project and the continued push to rezone our neighborhood. Miami Beach is under constant pressure from developers to monetize every inch of this island. We are not Edgewater, we're not Brickell, we're not even my former neighborhood, south of 5th. We're our own unique community. This push to increase FAR and build taller towers along the bay is about one thing, profit. First was 450 feet, almost triple the current height, then 330. Now we're saying, hey, what about 300? Why not keep it as it is, like its sister neighboring developments, like Monad? Let's not be distracted by so-called enhancements. If improvements are truly needed, the city already has the power to act without trading away our skyline, without trading away our character. This is about more than one building. If we break the moratorium now, how do we say no to the next one? Citizens of Miami Beach, keep focus and vote.
Sir, I think we lost you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Where did you lose me?
No, you just went out for a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Continue, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a minute, so I'll just restate it. But I'm opposed to the 1250 West Avenue project and the continued push to rezone the Alton Road Gateway. Miami Beach is under constant pressure from developers to monetize every inch of this island. We're not Edgewater, we're not Brickell, we're not my former lovely community of south of 5th. We're unique. We're our own community here on West. This push to increase FAR and build taller towers along the bay is about one thing, profit. First was 450 feet, almost triple the current height, then 330. Now, hey, what about 300? Why not keep it as it is, existing, or like its neighbor there at Monad?
Thank you so much. Our next caller is Nick S. Go ahead, please. Nick, please unmute yourself. Then let's go. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm calling in to speak about the 1250 West Avenue proposal. And I live on West Avenue. I've been in Miami Beach since 2002. So I've seen the growth of the West Avenue area. And it really seems that this building, the increase of the height is going to be really, really bad for parking, for traffic, and for the residents that live in this neighborhood. And I extremely urge each and every one of you to please consider keeping it the height that it is right now, or significantly lowering it to something that's around Monad Terrace. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller is Rosalie Thompson.
This is Rosalie Thompson. I live in Mid Beach, and I just wanted to say that I'm annoyed with the additional fees that are added to restaurant bills. I'm not opposed to a mandatory gratuity, but all of these additional fees are very annoying, and we're starting with a very high bill to begin with, and then we add a mandatory gratuity, and then there are all these miscellaneous fees. And it really takes the joy out of going to restaurants, particularly in South Beach, and I'm starting to avoid them because of it.
Thank you so much. Mayor, that concludes Sudnick.
Okay, let's call, thank you, everyone. Oh, yes, Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge that this week is National Volunteer Week, and we have an amazing team of volunteers that are under the Fire Department and Chief Digna's umbrella. And staff is here, Irene Valines and her team are outside, and that's to celebrate CERT, Community Emergency Response Team. They do an outstanding job. The team is there for emergencies, for high-impact weekends, for special events. And I'm actually a certified CERT member as well. I took the course about a year and a half ago. But thank you for all of your service. Thank you for everything that you do, Irene and team and everyone that's a CERT member. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's call R5A, B, and C.
Yes, sir. R5A is Ocean Terrace MXZ zoning district change to CD2 LDR overlay. It is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 3, entitled Overlay Districts at section 7.3.6 Ocean Terrace Overlay, to amend the Ocean Terrace Overlay regulations to clarify that regulations applicable to properties that were previously zoned MXE will continue to apply to properties fronting Ocean Terrace, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and effective date. That is second reading, public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. That was item R5A. R5B is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the future land use category pursuant to section 2.4.1 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code and pursuant to sections 163.3181 and section 163.3187 Florida statutes for the MXE Mixed-Use Entertainment District in North Beach, located along Ocean Terrace between 73rd and 75th Streets, and which is comprised of less than 10 acres from the current designation of MXE Mixed-Use Entertainment to the future land use category of CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity, and providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repeal, or severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item required 4/7 vote. It is R5B. And finally, R5C is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning district map referenced in section 7.2.1.2 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled District Map, pursuant to section 2.5.1 entitled Changes to Zoning District Boundaries, Rezoning, by changing the zoning district classification for the MXE Mixed-Use Entertainment District located in North Beach along Ocean Terrace between 73rd and 75th Street, and which comprised of less than 10 acres from the current zoning classification of MXE Mixed-Use Entertainment to CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5C.
Hi, Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Any change between first and second reading?
No changes on any of the three between first and second reading.
Can you summarize in less than 30 seconds what the changes are again?
Sure. It's a zoning map and comprehensive plan future land use map to change the current zoning and future land use designation from the affected properties fronting Ocean Terrace from MXC to CD2. And then there is an LDR text amendment to reference those changes within the Ocean Terrace overlay.
And just to say in layman's terms?
It basically changes the name alone. None of the uses or development regulations change.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience.
We have a motion?
I make the motion.
Call the vote.
I heard a motion, but I think you hear the second.
Commissioner Magazine.
So on all three items, R5A, B, and C, Vice Mayor Suarez. Yeah. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Items R5A, R5B, and R5C are approved.
R7A.
R7A is a public hearing, Ocean Terrace Development Agreement.
That's the shortest title you've ever had.
I can go ahead and tee this up, Mr. Mayor. As noted in the commission memorandum, the original development agreement was entered into on July 31st of 2019, and it pertains to the Ocean Terrace development, which includes both a private development within the private property on the west side of Ocean Terrace, as well as the construction of a public park within the Ocean Terrace right-of-way and eastward of Ocean Terrace. The park is nearing completion, and the developer has proposed to amend the development agreement slightly by removing the current requirement for providing at least 75 hotel units, striking that so that they would have the option of doing more or all residential. And they've also agreed by covenant to restrict the residential units within the new tower as part of the development agreement to being non-transient uses, and any rental period would have to be no less than 6 months and 1 day. This is a first reading, and the administration recommends approval at first reading.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Call the vote. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience.
No, we got one.
We have one, okay.
Yeah, J.R. Baldigan, 7330 Ocean Terrace. Since I emailed all of you with my concern on this topic, it seems appropriate to speak today. I've been a Central Bay board member on and off for the last 12 years, involved with the Ocean Terrace Holding Project. In 2021, all parties, including the city, aligned kind of like around three key goals: historic preservation, activation of the ocean front, and economic revitalization. My concern centers around the last goal. Reducing the number of hotel rooms and limited parking risk undermining the project's ability to support local businesses. Fewer hotel rooms mean less consistent foot traffic. Limited parking would only compound that issue. Yesterday, Senator Chair proactively reached out to me. He shared that the lower room count reflects the need for larger room footprints. I have worked in the hotel industry, so that makes sense. Actually, that's a good rationale. However, that underscores the importance of parking again in North Beach. With fewer hotel guests, we will need more visitors from other neighborhoods to sustain North Beach retail and restaurants. I was reassured, though, by Sandra yesterday that the project does include valet parking for outside visitors. That kind of accessibility is critical to keep foot traffic flowing to the area. So after my talk with Sandra, I fully support and I'm excited about the proposed changes at first reading. On a broader note, I urge the Commission to keep parking central to the revitalization of North Beach, potentially through impact fees or maybe even future North Beach CRA funds. We cannot let limited access become the weak link in the goal of economic revitalization in North Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, good afternoon. Neeson Kazan, representing Ocean Terrace Holdings. I'll just be very, very brief. What the gentleman just said is an accurate recount of the conversation. What we should understand is what's happening is the residential tower will now be bound by a covenant which will prohibit short-term rentals and consistent with the goals and wishes of this city. There'll be another component which will be the smaller condo hotel building. The historic Broadmoor is being retained, and that component will likely be a hotel. So what we're doing is reducing the required number of hotel rooms and at the same time putting a restriction on the pure residential units so that they can't have short-term rentals. And I also welcome all of you to go up to Ocean Terrace and see the streetscape. Phase 1 is a year ahead and is complete in essence, and see the magnificent job that's been done.
Thank you.
There is no one else requesting to speak? If so, who was it? I didn't hear it.
Who made the motion again?
I believe I did.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Let's call the vote.
So on R7A, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Item is approved 7-0. For the record, second reading public hearing is scheduled for May 21st at 9:25 a.m. and it will be heard here at the Commission chambers at the next Commission meeting.
R7F.
R7F is waive bid PSA with.
Nope.
No.
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes.
R7F, waive bid PSA with paved mobility enforced on payment at 4 parking lots. The item requires a 5/7 vote.
Commissioner Bott.
This is a very simple project. It's a test pilot program a test pilot program. It is a pilot program to test what could be transformative technology that would capture people who are not currently paying their parking fees as they are supposed to do. So residents would not be penalized, they would just be billed for the parking that they are supposed to be paying. And for non-residents, they would, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they would get a ticket for not having paid. There would be a phase-in period where there's education and warnings, so everybody would know that the system is changing, but this seems like a win-win for everybody. We spent, gosh, this was one of the first things we talked about as a commission in this iteration. We spent a good chunk of time talking about where the lots would be, how many lots there would be. We arrived at this number and these 4 specific lots. So unless anything has changed, I would like to make a motion to move it.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Motion by Commissioner Bott, second by Commissioner Fernandez.
This is not a public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0, R7F.
Thank you. Let's go to R7J.
R7J is approved grant, $5,000 for Center for Folk and Community Art. R7J.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay, so this item was to allocate monies to Dina Stewart and Stuart Stewart. They do interviews and marketing for our city and have done so for decades. They previously received a grant from the state of Florida for $25,000. When we, as a commission, approved the 1 million arts and culture grants as a funding gap to all of the places losing money, I checked to see with Lisette if there was any money left over, and there was $17,000. So the $5,000 isn't new money being allocated, it's coming out of the 17 remaining dollars, 17,000 from the arts and culture. And I had it on consent at last meeting, and Commissioner Suarez pulled it.
Commissioner Suarez, do you wish to be heard?
I believe this is supposed to be sent to finance for any, maybe that hasn't passed second reading?
It hasn't.
So can we send this to finance and discuss it properly there instead of wasting our time here?
Can I call the vote and see if I get it? Because it's been sitting around for a while. It's not new money. It's money from the $1 million that we had left over. And I think that the couple has met with everybody. So with that, I move the item.
I'll second.
Just procedurally, Rick, was this referred?
Because of the dollar value, this did not need to be referred. It's a grant. It's not a sponsorship.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Head call the roll. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
R7K.
R7K, issue refunds to residents charged for non-resident $30 flat parking.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Second. Oh, yeah, this is an old item about refunding any resident that was charged the $30 who deserved the resident rate during spring break. Yeah.
I'll second Anemi as a co-sponsor.
So I just have a question, because this has all been done, and the parking folks were just here, I don't know if they still are, but I'm not disagreeing with the item, but I think we've already handled it, so why are we voting on this?
There were a lot of people before we did address the situation that actually paid the fee that were angry, and now they just get their $30 refunded, which is a really great gesture, because I think we
I'm not disagreeing with that. But
No, it wasn't completely rectified.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes 7-0. That was R7K.
Let's call C7BB.
ordinance approved North Beach CRA funding for Biscayne Beach Elementary School Yard project. It was separated by Mayor Minor.
Yeah, so my question, I guess, was, so Eric, this is $1.5 million, the funding?
Correct.
And my question was, I know it's Commissioner Bott's item, and I think maybe others worked on it as well. My question was, this is a school board property. Tell me about the negotiations there. Are they contributing? Have efforts been made? Where are we with that? It's obviously a significant expenditure, and they should be sharing in it.
So this is a trust for public land project, and I would love for our parks team to talk a little bit more about what they've been doing up until this point. And I see Leslie has walked in too. She's been involved, but my understanding is that this is the city taking over the financial responsibility for finishing out the project.
So,
Commissioner Rose Gonzalez.
So this is, well, the funding, I guess, is Commissioner Bott's item, but this is an item that Leslie, Dr. Rosenfeld, and I have been working on for years with the Land for Public Trust. And it is an item that is community driven. We specifically looked, because what the Trust for Public Land does is they come in and they try to find pieces of land that are attached to schools that are not being used. And then they go through an intensive community process where they hold community meetings, the community, the kids and the parents and the surrounding neighborhood all votes on what they want. So that's what this is about. And what happened was we got this beautiful plan for a park. Dr. Rosenfeld was able to negotiate with the school board and allow for us to create this wonderful recreational facility that is not that was not available, and we have to fund it. And there's money from the CRA, but the impact of this $1.5 million is going to affect thousands and thousands of people. Not only will the students of Biscayne Beach Elementary have access to this wonderful facility that we're building, but the entire surrounding neighborhood will also have access when school is not in session. So what we've basically done is created a tremendous park where there was nothing.
No, I'm supportive, but you're comfortable that we've made every overture we can to the school board to get.
Good afternoon. I just would like to clarify that the property is jointly owned by deed by the City of Miami Beach and the school board. Per the deed, the access to the property is for the exclusive use of the school during school days, during school hours, and then it is for the use of the community after school hours and on the weekends. It is a jointly owned piece of property. Per our arrangement with the school board, we have the ability, as does the school board, to improve the property itself by notifying the other entity, the other partner, of our intent to do so, and then seeking their input and all applicable permissions and permits.
Just to be clear, are they contributing anything to this project?
Because this is our initiative and it has been our ask, and we partnered with the Trust for Public Land to develop the concept, this initiative is ours. We've not approached them for any contribution because it's our desire to improve the property.
And by the way, you voted for this in 2022.
Oh,
I don't know if you remember. And we had it at committee. We heard it at committee, at neighborhoods in 2022. I believe you were on the neighborhoods committee. So that's what this is. This is the realization of many years of hard work.
Yeah, no, I'm supportive. I don't know why it's, people think just because you pull an item, I'm not going to be supportive. I just had questions about it, and this is the only way I can do it. Is the school board going to be using the property during school hours?
Absolutely. By deed, the property is theirs to use exclusively the 180 school days during school hours.
Just curious why, if they're going to benefit as well, it doesn't seem like there was an effort made to get them to contribute.
They've been involved in the process with us and the Trust for Public Land in coming up with a concept and a design. We did seek some assistance from the Trust for Public Land in identifying potential contributors. We even approached the Chamber of Commerce board. However, as of today, we have not had any specific sponsor to support our initiative.
I'm voting yes today. I don't know why I'm just being clear about it. What I'm hearing is there was no effort, and tell me if I'm wrong, there was no effort to at least try to extract funding from the school board, who's going to benefit greatly from this as well. Sure.
have you dealt with the school board in terms of funding? Any funding that we need from the school board right now,
West
really?
Beach Elementary School.
Any funding that we would ask from them right now really needs to go to the infrastructure that is polluting, as you know, Parkview Canal. We are actually speaking with them right now, and Leslie is working, Dr. Rosenfeld is working on an agreement, because what we are going to need to do is have them pay to fix their outfalls, which are polluting large bodies of water across North Beach. So if they are going to contribute funding, I would say that that is where we should really ask them for the funding. In terms of this, they did not ask for it. It's just a grassy field. We're transforming it for the neighborhood, for the children of Biscayne Elementary, who are all Miami Beach residents and families. And this is just like a win-win, and it was very difficult. It's not easy to get these agreements signed. How long did the agreement sit at MDCPS before we were able to get it signed? It takes a year, like literally. So the fact that we were able to do this, where we have the money in the CRA, and this is like a serious impact, like you are going to transform an entire area. By the way, Commissioner Fernandez has a tremendous item too, and I believe Commissioner Bott, the walkway item, who is sponsoring that? Is that Commissioner Dominguez? I'm sorry, okay. And by the way, I want to co-sponsor that too. I don't know if you've gone up there, but there's a beautiful walkway, and we are probably going to be funding that as well. So we're beautifying the whole area. We're trying to clean up the water on Parkview in this area, and it's time that we spend that we invest in North Beach the way we need to, the way we've invested across South Beach.
Yeah, and I haven't been, and thank you for your work on this, and Commissioner Bott for bringing this item. So again, it sounds like a Monday morning quarterback. I'm not trying to be, and just bigger issue, and it's not even this project specifically, because I don't know all the specifics, and maybe pushing the school board would not have made a dent at all. I'm just saying in general, there's been a number of, not a number, but there's been a few items that come to mind that we're basically pulling all the weight when there's other partners involved, and they're not contributing. And I just think we need to be proactive in trying to get their fair share, and not just assume that our budget is finite.
Mr. Mayor?
I promise Commissioner Dominguez, then Commissioner Fernandez.
And I would like to co-sponsor this item, please.
So I'm supportive of this item, yes, absolutely. I still would encourage a discussion and an ask with the school board, because my understanding is the 1.5 million will deplete the CRA account. Will there be any money left for other items?
My understanding is that there's 1.9 million in the CRA capital
The
funding
400,000
account.
would be left.
So there'll be a small amount left, but this will take the majority of it.
Okay, so if any thing that the city can do in at least making the ask to the school board to contribute something, given that they use it so much, would be great. But I am supportive of this item.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need some clarification. Explain to me how this item ties into the outfall of Biscayne Beach Elementary. Is that something that I know is important that we need to address because of the persistent elevated levels of bacteria there? So, Mr. Manager, if you could just explain to me how this item is assisting with that.
I don't know that there's any nexus between this item and that item.
They are different agreements with the school board. Each one is separate, and this is the one that has taken years to do. Your item is traveling separately, as is Commissioner Dominguez's item on the waterway. There are 3 different interlocals, and this one is passed, and we need to move forward.
Okay, got it. I'm sorry. I thought there was something else that which would have been great, but okay.
I wish, listen, if we could add something easily, that would be an ideal situation, but this is a large red taped bureaucracy, and we cannot. But if we, if anything's possible, if we could do that infrastructure work, we're not touching it. Actually, we had this conversation. We decided that let's do the park. We're doing the walkway, cleaning it up. And we're funding most of it, by the way, but the CRA will fund it.
So I just want to clarify that in the CRI meeting, we discussed up to $1.5 million. We also discussed that it didn't need to be paid tomorrow all at once. It would, monies as needed. And the CRA fund is not a finite item at this point. The CRA is currently funded or proposed to sunset in 2045, and the development that has been approved by prior commissions, the 13 buildings in the 8x6 block radius, will start coming online as of this year, and that will put money into the CRA. The increased home values that we're seeing in North Beach as people move, that will put money into the CRA. The Doville development will be putting $330 million plus into the CRA. So this is not us using up all the CRA monies. This is us using the CRA monies for precisely the kind of beneficial neighborhood-wide, community-wide project that will benefit anybody who's in North Beach and really, frankly, anybody in Miami Beach at all. So it is exactly the kind of thing that we should be working on. And it would be great if the school board would be able to contribute towards it. And I encourage us exploring that option. But given my limited experience with them on the Rose Cottage, I would not hold my breath. So
Okay.
I'd like to move this.
I'll co-sponsor.
Is that a second?
Yes.
Okay, let's call the vote.
This is on C7BB. I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The item is approved 7-0.
Thank you all. Let's call R5F and R5G together.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, there's a companion item to that last one that is the CRA. Do we want to knock that out while
Sure.
we're on that item?
Is that CRA 1?
Yes.
So we are recessing as the City of Miami Beach Commission meeting, convening as the North Beach Redevelopment Agency, North Beach CRA. We are listening to item 1, accept, allocate funding for Biscayne Beach Elementary Schoolyard project and North Beach CRA 1.
Have a motion?
Make the motion.
I'll second.
A motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Commissioner Steinberg is absent. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved. I will ask, but I assume that Commissioner Fernandez is a yes. He just stepped out. So 7-0.
Fair assumption.
So we are now reconvening as the City of Miami Beach Commission meeting. Thank you, Heather.
Back to R5F and G.
R5F is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach Year 2040 Comprehensive Plan pursuant to expedited state review process of Section 163.3184, subsection 3, Florida statutes. Amending housing element at Goal HE1 entitled Equitable Community Objective HE 1.1 entitled Creation and/or Preservation of Workforce and Affordable Housing by creating policy HE 1.1.13 pertaining to a housing impact statement, providing for codification, repeater, transmittal, and an effective date. R5F is a second reading public hearing. R5G is an order to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Subpart B, entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 1, entitled General Provisions, Article 2, entitled Definitions, Section 1.2.2, entitled Use Definition at subsection 1.2.2.1, entitled Residential, by creating a definition for housing impact statement, and by amending Chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 5, entitled Rezonings and Redevelopment Approvals at Section 2.5.2, Conditional Use, and 2.5.3, Design Review, to amend the Planning Board and Design Review Board application requirements and review criteria to include a housing impact statement, and by amending Article 8, entitled Variances, to amend the Board of Adjustment application requirements and review criteria to include a housing impact statement, and by amending Article 13, entitled Historic Preservation at Section 2.13.2.7, issuance of a certificate of appropriateness, certificate of to dig, certificate of appropriateness for demolition, to amend the Historic Preservation Board application requirements and review criteria to include a housing impact statement, and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. That was item R5G.
Hey, Tom? This is actually Commissioner Fernandez's items and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm so proud to introduce this housing impact statement alongside my sponsor, Commissioner Magazine. This ordinance ensures that any development proposal coming before our land use boards, whether it be the Planning Board, the Historic Preservation Board, the BOA, the DRB, must include a housing impact statement, a clear, standardized assessment of how that project will affect housing availability, the supply of housing, the stability of housing in Miami Beach. And why is that important? Because too often tenants are invisible in development decisions. Displacement happens quietly. One building sold, one rent hike at a time, until longtime residents are priced out of their homes or bought out of their communities or just simply demolished and pushed out. And this ordinance proposes to change that. It brings transparency to the table. It forces us to ask, will this project reduce affordable housing stock? Will it accelerate displacement of longtime residents? Will it make it harder for working families, for seniors or renters on fixed incomes to find housing in Miami Beach? And for the first time, developers will be required to disclose whether they are voluntarily taking any steps to mitigate those housing impacts, whether by preserving units or by contributing to affordability or supporting tenant stability. That alone is, I believe, is a culture shift. It prompts developers to think ahead and consider the broader consequences of their projects, not just for investors, but for the neighbors who live in Miami Beach together. And so while this housing impact statement doesn't dictate outcomes, it ensures that the real human cost of development, especially on renters, is no longer forgotten about. It makes it relevant, and it gives the policymakers on this dais, whether it be us or our land use boards, the public information we need to guide smarter and more balanced growth. So with that, I'm proud to move this item that puts people ahead of developments and that protects the very fabric of our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second it, and please add me as a co-sponsor.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for your leadership. Proud to co-sponsor this with you. I think this is very complementary to some of the anti-hotel ordinances that we had on. For years, I would sit there at the HPB and see time and time again people's homes being turned into hotels, and lobbyists sitting there in front of the HPB would say, well, that's not part of their purview. And it was never told that people are losing their homes in favor of hotels.
Right.
And while we may or may not have an ability to stop that, this will at least put that front and center, because I know when I would call in and urge from an emotional perspective to the HPB, when I'm sitting on the other side of that dais, those things matter, right? It was something that the lobbyists there would almost try and keep from the HPB to say, well, we're really not sure what the existing structure is. Of course, that wasn't true, or things of that nature. This puts that front and center, where if people are being displaced, let's be up front and center about that. So thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for joining me as a sponsor in this. At the end of the day, members of these boards and us need to be aware if our decision has a direct impact on someone's housing, we need to know that before we take a vote. And if the developer is willing to take a voluntary measure to mitigate that housing impact, well, it's something that needs to be considered, or at the very least, nudge the heart of that developer a little bit to get them to consider it, because ultimately, their job is to make profits, but our job is to look out for those residents who have called Miami Beach home. Thank you, Commissioner Magazine, for joining me.
Well, better late than never. You've inspired me, so I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. Let's call the vote.
Thank you, colleagues.
This was a public
Commissioner
hearing?
I'm sorry?
This was a public hearing?
Yes, it is. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience. Just for the record, we're adding Commissioner Bott, Magazine, Minor, and Dominguez as co-sponsors. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, a second by Commissioner Bott. May I call the roll on both items?
Yes.
This is on R5F and R5G. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes, and add me as a co-sponsor too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The items are approved, R7F, R7G.
R5H.
R5H is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 1 entitled General to all zoning districts by amending Section 7.1.5 entitled Unit Size at subsection 7.1.5.2 entitled Unit Size Standards by modifying the minimum lodging and hotel unit sizes citywide by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending Section 7.2.4 entitled RM1 Residential Multifamily Low Intensity at subsection 7.2.4.3, entitled Development Regulations RM1 by amending Section 7.2.5 entitled RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity at subsection 7.2.5.3, entitled Development Regulations RM2 by amending Section 7.2.6 entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity at subsection 7.2.6.3, entitled Development Regulations RM3 by amending Section 7.210 entitled CD1 Commercial Low Intensity District at subsection 7.210.3 entitled Development Regulations CD1 by amending Section 7.2.11 entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District at subsection 7.2.11.3 entitled Development Regulations CD2 by amending Section 7.2.12 entitled CD3 Commercial High Intensity District at subsection 7.2.12.3 entitled Development Regulations CD3 by amending Section 7.2.13 entitled Mixed Use Entertainment District at subsection 7.2.13.3 entitled Development Regulations MXC by amending Section 7.214 entitled North Beach Town Center Core District TC by modifying subsection 7.2.14.4 entitled Development Regulations TC to modify the minimum lodging and hotel unit size and modifying subsection 7.214.6 entitled Town Center Central Core TCC District by removing micro hotel as a permitted use along with associated references, by amending Section 7.2.15 entitled Performance Standard Districts PS at subsection 7.215.2 entitled Residential Performance Standards Districts RPS to modify the minimum lodging and hotel unit size, and by amending subsection 7.2.15.3 entitled Commercial Performance Standards District CPS to modify the minimum lodging and hotel unit size and providing for codification, repealer, servability, applicability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is R5H.
Thank you. I think I made this joke, but in all seriousness, maybe we should lobby Tallahassee to be able to shorten those titles. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Suarez and Magazine.
Yeah, this is a very simple item that would rid us of hotel micro units in Miami Beach. And across Miami Beach, we were going from 200 feet to 335 feet as a minimum hotel room size. So I think this is great. I think we already have some micro units on the books. We don't want to create micro hotel units or build them across the city, especially with everybody being so concerned about density increases. And so with that, I move the item.
Yeah,
If you want to
sure.
talk, Commissioner Magazine?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. When you were running for election a few years ago, you came into me and my dad as we were standing outside and talked about starting to restrict the usage or number of hotel rooms, and proud that we're doing this together. I never thought, if you would have told me that day, I would have said, I wouldn't have thought so. But very proud for this. When we talk about any city has to grow, but I think we don't focus enough on how we grow here in Miami Beach. And one of the things I'm most proud of for this commission is our focus on realizing that the way we're growing, there was a time and place for that. I think we've matured as a city and we're changing our direction, but that doesn't just happen organically. It takes actions like this. So appreciate the sentiment here and look forward to implementing.
Commissioner Suarez.
So, Tom, thank you thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tom, for the record, what is the minimum hotel size now, and what will it change to, and what districts does this cover?
The subject ordinance applies to all zoning districts in the city that allow for hotels. Currently, in most districts, the minimum unit size for hotel units is 335 square feet. However, 15% of the units can be between 300 and 335 square feet. Also, in a number of districts, there are some carve-outs that allow for 200 square foot units, 300 square foot units, as well as micro hotel units. This ordinance removes all that and other than contributing buildings in historic districts, which those existing buildings can stay at 200 square feet per unit, all other hotels would now have to be 335 square feet.
So where, the Doville site, what is it currently? What is the minimum hotel unit?
Currently, that's zoned RM3, and currently, 85% of the units would have to be 335 square feet. 15% of the units could be between 300 and 335 square feet.
So this ordinance only touches on the 15%.
Correct. It moves that from 300 to 335 to 335.
Got it. So that's across the board now, it's only 335 square feet minimum.
Correct, with the exception of contributing buildings in historic districts.
Okay, thank you.
Let's call the vote.
I need a second. Also, it is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience, so I need a second, please.
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5H.
R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending Section 7.2.4 entitled RM1 Residential Multifamily Low Intensity at subsection 7.2.4.2 entitled Uses RM1, and by amending Section 7.2.5 entitled RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity at subsection 7.2.5.2 entitled Uses RM2, and by amending Section 7.2.6 entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity at subsection 7.2.6.2 entitled Uses RM3, and by amending Section 7.2.10 entitled CD1 Commercial Low Intensity District at subsection 7.2.10.2 entitled Uses CD1, and by amending Section 7.2.11 entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District at subsection 7.2.11.2 entitled Uses CD2, and by amending Section 7.2.12 entitled CD3 Commercial High Intensity District at subsection 7.2.12.2 entitled Uses CD3, by amending Section 7.2.13 entitled Mixed Use Entertainment District at subsection 7.2.13.2 entitled Uses MXE, by amending Section 7.2.14 entitled North Beach Town Center Core District TC at subsection 7.2.14.2 entitled Uses TC1, TC2, and by amending Section 7.2.14.3 entitled Uses TC3, and by amending subsection 7.214.6 entitled Town Center Central Core TCC Standard District PS at subsection 7.215.2 entitled Residential Performance Standard District RPS, and by amending subsection 7.2.15.3 entitled Commercial Performance Standards District CPS, by referencing the hotel approval process established under sections 2.7.2 and conforming the regulations for each respective zoning district to reflect that the approval of a warrant by the City Commission shall be required prior to the review of a land use board application or building permit for a hotel, suite hotel, apartment hotel, or hostel, subject to exceptions and subject to the procedural requirements and review criteria in sections 2.7.2, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5I.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yeah, thank you,
Commissioner
Ralph.
Magazine.
Thanks, Ralph. I think that might have been the worst one ever. That very well could have been. I just got off my soapbox about the hotel and the direction where we're going in the city. So before getting back up there, Tom, I'll just hand it over to you about what we're achieving here.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, as you may recall, earlier this year, you adopted a hotel approval process ordinance that now requires all new hotels, with the exception of oceanfront properties, to obtain a commission warrant before either converting an existing building to a hotel or developing a new hotel. This particular ordinance is a companion to that and specifies in each zoning district that requirement. So substantively, it doesn't change it. It just basically clarifies in each zoning district table that a warrant is required. At first reading, when this was approved on February 26th, the commission agreed to add some applicability provisions that were similar to the applicability provisions that were included in the original ordinance. We have updated the ordinance for second reading to include those. And with that, we would recommend adoption of the ordinance. And this is a public hearing.
Tom, is this where we also give carve-outs to some of the property owners?
Yes.
Can you give me the names or the addresses of those properties, please?
Sure. Within the ordinance, these were properties, there was one property, that one applicability section was properties fronting Washington Avenue that have an active land use board application. That was for the project at 15th and Washington for the Haddon Hall. The second one was for properties fronting the west side of Collins Avenue between 77th and 79th Street.
And that's a residential building?
That is a
Currently?
residential building, correct.
Okay.
And they wanted,
That one was just an empty plot of land.
Almanac.
No?
77th Street.
Oh, I thought you said Collins.
no, between 77th and 79th, that is an existing building. And they want to do a conversion. And the,
But it's just a single structure there.
Yeah.
The property owner came in, it was just like a single structure.
correct.
And they're
But the different one was down south.
Yeah, and then the last one was for properties fronting the west side of Collins Avenue between 13th and 14th Street. That was for the
that's the
Alamac.
residential building, correct?
That's the Alamac, correct.
Okay. And how many residential units are there now?
In the Alamac, I think that there's over 40. I don't have the exact number, but it's
Is this
all
the one-
residential. It's a big building.
Is this the one where Barbara Hulinicki lives?
Barbara, okay, yeah.
So, look, guys, I think I made a big deal about this at the last meeting. I don't think we should be making a carve out for a piece of property that right now is a residential building. And I don't think we should be giving a special right to not come before us and say, hey, they don't have to come before us if they're going to turn it into a hotel. If we talk about displacing people who are on a fixed rent income and displacing it for hotel use, this is a perfect example of why we shouldn't be doing that. And I'd like to make a motion to remove that property from the second reading.
Can I say something here?
All right, Kristen Rosa Gonzalez.
First of all, we all know Mel Schlesser, and we all know his commitment to not kick anybody out onto the street. That's number one. But number two, imagine that this
But if he
was your
sells it to
property.
someone-
Just
If he sells
listen.
if he sells it to someone and they decide to kick him out, we're powerless.
Well, here's the thing. The thing that differentiates our country, the United States of America, from any other country are property rights. And you can't take them away from people who own a property with a certain right. He chose to turn it into residential, but he also has a right because those are his zoning rights. Now, he can become, I suppose, some sort of non-conforming use. I'm not sure how this will affect him, but these are rights that he had. And if this was your hotel, and you had these property rights, and you made a decision at one point to make part of it residential, but you had the right to a hotel, I would not take it away from you because I would recognize your property rights. And as a body here, we have to recognize that we're a community that advocates for our residents, but also understands that when people purchase property and do business in the city of Miami Beach, we're going to balance those rights and recognize them and work with both. And you can't punish someone who hasn't done anything by changing his property rights. I mean, you know, and by the way, sometimes when we've done this,
We're doing that to everyone else. We're changing everyone's property rights to everyone else except someone who knows Mel Schlesinger. Like, I'm sorry, just because, everyone here may know the guy. I understand he's a longstanding citizen, but I don't understand why we're giving special carve-outs to certain people. Why even pass this in the first place? Look, I think the direction is clear.
because
we
he
don't
told
want to
us
see. We
point
don't want to
blank.
displace
Okay,
people.
he said
we
if
don't
you
want
go
to displace
ahead,
people
he said
from,
if you go
from
ahead,
their homes
well,
for
I-
hotel use. Like, and making a special exception for this specific property, I think is a bad idea. It's a bad look.
Okay, so here's what he said. He said, if you did this, then, he would just turn it into short-term rentals, which are, in essence, inns without innkeepers. So when you don't work with people,
So that's a threat?
sometimes they work against you. Yeah, because you have you have egos involved here, okay? On many levels. I'm going to remove the gender from it. But that's fine. He could, if he wanted to, make it short-term rental. as his building, as the owner of that building, he has those rights. And
We have residential units there now.
He
And
says
I'm
he's
I'm
not
really-
planning on
I'm not
doing
necessarily
anything right
worried about Mel Schlesinger. I'm just saying who he sells it to might be a problem, right? And so, look, I think we're not saying you can't do that. It's just simply saying that we're preempting from coming before us. If he sells the property, and we don't give this carve out, he's gonna come to us, and then we can approve it. It's as simple as that. I don't see why we're making a special exception for someone. And why are we in the business of passing this if the intent is what we're trying to do, which is exactly what we're trying to prevent, which is converting residential use to hotel use. But we're saying just because of this person and your relationship with him, we should give him a special deal.
if
I
you
don't think
pass
that's
this, he
right.
would just become a non-conforming use if he wanted to. He could.
But that's fine. But
I
right
mean,
now
that's
there's
fine.
40.
He could
right
go
now
out
there's
tomorrow and change his use if he wanted.
Right now
become a
there's 40
non-conforming use
people-
or turn it into short-term rentals. But I don't think this is how we treat long-term investors in the
Right
city
now
of Miami
there's
Beach.
a-
Because guess what? They're going to be afraid of this type of bullying, and people are going to hesitate. We already beat everybody up in the building department. It is so hard to get permits and COs and good businesses that want to make investments. And on top of it, we're trying to take away people's property rights. I don't think it's right. Especially when he came here,
But
he
this is
said
what the
in
legislation
goodwill,
does.
he came here, he said he would give everybody advance notice that he has absolutely no plans at any point in time of removing any residents that are living there.
But this is what
He
this
said he's not
legislation
even
does,
planning on selling
Commissioner.
it, but he's concerned about his rights, and I would be concerned too.
But this is what this legislation does. This is exactly what it does. This is what it's intended to do. And so why are we giving him a carve out?
Commissioner Dominguez.
So this was rehashed at first reading already. There are hotels in front and on either side of this property. It's only what's fair. Mel Schlesinger came and spoke. He's not here right now for items to be pulled back from him without him here to defend himself. And I think we should move the item.
So, have a motion, do I have a second?
Well, I seconded Commissioner Suarez's motion to exclude this. So that
And I'd like to finish my thought, Mr. Mayor.
that'll have to be voted on.
Thank you.
Commissioner Suarez.
The whole point of this legislation is to prevent this sort of buyout that happens where you have a residential building, 40 people living there, and all of a sudden they're giving 30 days notice, 60 days notice, a short period of time under a year. Why would we want to give this carve out to someone who's most likely going to just sell it to an investor whose sole purpose is to make profit, not care about the people living there? And this is not, this is not going to stop them. This is simply going to let it come before us and let us decide. Why? What's the problem? We're doing it to everyone else. It's the most equitable thing to do. Hold everyone to the same standards. Don't give a special carve out because he's your friend.
It's
I think that's
literally
just-
a hotel.
I think that's a bad precedent.
He purchased a historic hotel.
But
He
there's
is a
plenty of other people that
preservationist.
did that too.
It is in the middle of a historic district.
Okay, there's a
He
lot
is
of people that
never
did that
going-
too. So what? Yeah, that's fine. But why are we making a special exception for him? There's other people with the same sort of situation. It doesn't make any sense, Kristen. Seriously, it shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't be making exceptions for people in the know, in the political insiders.
Because it's a special exception because most of the people who bought historic hotels have them as hotels right now. At one point, in an economic downturn, he turned it into residential, but that doesn't
Great.
mean
That's
that
what
he
we
doesn't
want.
have his property
Don't we
rights
want that?
investing in a historic property.
Don't we want?
I'm not in the business of
Don't we
punishing
want to
people
convert-
who invest in our
We-
community,
we've-
especially who come before us here.
We've
Yes.
passed laws. We've passed laws with me on this commission that has incentivized transient use, commercial use to residential. Why is this any different? The whole point of this particular law is to do that. So why are we making an exception for one guy? I just don't understand that. That's
I don't like any
favoritism.
of these
That-
bans.
and that-
These
to
bans
me-
result in problems all the time. I had one person, the two lovely ladies from I Love Liquors, when we banned liquor there, all of a sudden they needed to move next door and they couldn't, and became a huge thing. Then we had the grocer from North Beach, and when you banned all sorts of, or someone else banned, nicotine products, and here they have this liquor license, okay, that they've owned for a while. All of a sudden, they wanted to change something, and they were stuck in a non-conforming use where they had a liquor license unaccompanied by nicotine. So these bans result in
It's not a ban.
in becoming kind of a dangerous place to do business because you purchase the property and then you don't know what the city is just going to drop on your head. And by the way, I think that if you wanted to do anything with this, I mean, if Commissioner Dominguez, if we didn't have the votes today, then I think that we should do public outreach, hold a meeting, make sure that every single property owner who is potentially losing their rights understands that, and do some more outreach if you want it. That's the only thing that I would agree to, but I'm ready to vote for this today.
Then let's defer it and do exactly that.
Nick, let's bring us home.
If I may, Mayor, just to help provide some clarity, the ordinance sponsored by Commissioner Magazine that the commission adopted in December included the same carve-outs that you see today. These carve-outs are not new. The purpose of this ordinance is to clarify the regulations for each of our zoning districts, which is why the title was so long, is because this amends each of our zoning districts to reflect what the commission already adopted in December. So the carve-outs that you see, the applicability clauses, were already approved by the City Commission in December.
All right, so.
Sorry, if I could, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Please.
Sorry, but we voted, it was a divisive vote, right? Where it's not as if that was included in the legislation, that was almost an amendment. It was an amendment, actually.
It was included in the December vote.
Okay, let's call the vote.
Oh, can we change that by excluding specifically that property with residential use from this as an amendment?
Not on this measure alone.
So you would have to bring another item.
Yeah.
But it's already passed though, so we can't. Can we bring it, Nick?
I don't think you have the votes. I don't think you have the votes today, and I don't even know if you would have the votes in the future to do it. I mean, you could, but the only thing that's really changed about this item is that I feel like there's something personal with Commissioner Dominguez going on here. And you're not the sponsor? Sponsor.
She's not even the sponsor.
Who's the sponsor?
I just, look, Kristen, not everything is always political. I don't have this isn't politics. This is about 40 people living in a residential building that one day they're going to see a notice that you have to leave in 60 days. I have a problem with that. You should too. Okay? That's what we all campaigned on. We don't like that type of behavior, that predatory behavior. In fact, I believe there's an item to address something like that today. So I have a big problem with that. And you should too, and there's nothing political going on. I just feel for the people that whenever I see on the news station that they get kicked out, they've been living there for, I don't know, 20 years. The woman who's, Barbara Huliniki, the one who you got to sponsor to beautify Flamingo Park, lives there. If she gets a notice for 60 days, is she going to be able to afford to live in Miami Beach still? I don't know.
The owner came before us. He said he has no intention of selling his property.
He's also 85 years old.
Okay, so
and
I
you know
would like,
what? And who knows if he's going to sell the
I
property.
would like you to put yourself in his shoes. Okay? You purchased a property. You bought a historic hotel. You chose on your own to change the use at any point.
I'm doing what's best for the citizens of Miami Beach and the residents, not what's best for a property owner who's looking to maximize profit.
I don't understand why all of a sudden you're vilifying any
I'm
kind
gonna
of.
ask to be recognized. This is a point of information.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you are the presiding officer.
And I've said, let's call the vote.
You are the presiding officer of this dais. And what I see here is that people are not respecting your role as the chairman of this city commission, as a person who's running this meeting. People are speaking over each other. One person has the floor, the other person interjects. When you finally give the floor to someone else, then the other person interjects, and then people start speaking over each other, and it's not fair to the public, and it's not fair to us. I request that there be respect on this dais to the process. We can not agree on issues and vote against each other. But for the dialogue and for the public to understand what's happening, we need order on this dais, and we need for comments to be through the mayor when the right person is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
I'll just
let's
finish
call the vote.
with this. He came in front of us in goodwill. He said if he so chose, he could turn the property into short-term rentals at any moment in time that he could want, which would not require any regulations like a hotel has. I would much rather have a hotel than a short-term rental building. I don't think that he has any intention of removing anyone at this time. But I do respect his property rights, and I'm not going to vote against him. And not just against him. I understand what you're trying to do. I feel like there are people in here, and we could. So when we vote on this, anybody who has a hotel would just become a non-conforming use, correct? And continue to be allowed to operate, yes?
When you vote on this, new hotels would require initial approval from the city commission.
Okay, so the only difference here is that new hotels would require an approval from the city commission. That's it.
Through the mayor.
Commissioner Suarez, and let's call the vote, please.
Yes.
We know where the vote's going.
Exactly. And I'm simply saying, why give a carve out to this person to not come before us?
He
Wait,
chose
wait,
at
wait,
one
wait.
point.
Are you finished, Commissioner Suarez?
Yes.
If I could, Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner
In
Magazine,
fact,
Commissioner
what-
Bott, and Commissioner Rosenthal.
What City Attorney Clergis is saying is we actually can't amend this on this, but if you would want to co-sponsor legislation to see if we have the votes to rescind that carve-out, I'd be happy to do that. But I don't think that we could do it here.
Commissioner Bott.
On this side.
I think it's bad form for a body to, on the second reading, after it's been discussed at first reading and been vetted at committee, to change the rules of engagement. I think it's not fair to the process. It's not fair to people who came to speak for or against something, and I think it's a concerning precedent.
Commissioner Rosenthal.
I would just say that any other hotel in the area will be able to continue on as a hotel, but he is losing his property rights, and I agree with Commissioner Bott that he is not even here to defend himself. And actually, he's not even losing anything because you chose to approve this carve-out in December. So you've already voted to approve it. I invite you at that point to bring a new item and see if you can convince the body to vote against it and see what happens.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez, and then we're calling the vote.
So how about we defer this, we give him proper time to come before us, and then perhaps we can ask him to make an exception for the 40 people that currently live there, that they get, I guess, coveted with the land, that they are not required to leave if the property is sold. You defer to the next meeting, I'll give him ample time to come back, and then hopefully we can suggest that he makes a carve out for the residents that currently live on the property, that in light of a sale, they get to stay.
Do we have a second?
Hey, can I just ask a point of order, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor? Could we do that, Nick, or would we actually have to pass this item and then just have another item?
The only way to eliminate the carve-out would be to remove it from this item and then a new referral to land use and then to planning board to repeal the carve-out from the first ordinance. That would be the only way to do it. You need both.
So it would behoove us to maybe defer.
If the will of the body is to consider eliminating the carve-out, you can do that in this ordinance, but that won't, but that alone won't eliminate the carve-out. You would need a new ordinance.
Another ordinance, okay.
Commissioner Rosenthal.
I just
By
wanna-
the way, we do have a motion on the table.
I just want to correct the record about being political. It is your item, Commissioner Magazine, but the amendment to the item happened to be Commissioner Dominguez's. So when there was no amendment, you voted for it in December with the carve-out. But then when Commissioner Dominguez came forward with a simple amendment, that's when you turned it political. And that's when it became, so this really is not about people for you. I think it's a political retaliation. It is what it is. You were invited to bring back your amendment at another
thank you.
ordinance at a different time.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the only reason that came to my attention wasn't because Commissioner Dominguez sponsored an amendment. It's actually because Jeff Burkow, the lobbyist, gave me a call, lobbied me, asked me to support this item. I told him absolutely not. I'm never going to be in support of allowing residents to be kicked out of their where they live for a hotel. And I told him, I said, look, not only am I a no vote, I'm going to be totally against this, and I'm going to be very upfront about it. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So yeah, I guess if that's considered political, sure, I'm doing what I think is best for the 40 people that live there. I certainly don't want to see this exception. If you want to go ahead and defend Jeff Burkow and Mel Schlesinger to maximize profit over people that live there, I guess that's your prerogative. That's certainly not mine. So, you know, through the mayor, I'd like to see Nick, if we carve this out, carve out for this property, and then we can bring forward something else to address the specific property.
You could do that. You would need both.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to do that today, to carve out this from second reading, and then we can bring back another motion that I'll sponsor, and I guess Commissioner Magazine has agreed to co-sponsor, addressing this particular property.
Commissioner Magazine,
I'm fine with that.
you're seconding the motion? Okay, let's call the vote. We have a motion and a second.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom. I see no one in the audience requesting to speak.
We have a request from Commissioner Fernandez to restate the motion.
It's a motion to amend the current legislation to remove the carve-out for the property that was discussed.
Which is the third, it's the third carve out.
And so just to understand, this was seconded by Commissioner Magazine, and this is Commissioner Magazine's legislation. So the sponsor of the item is, in essence, amending his item.
I'm not sure if we'll have to vote.
Okay.
I call
I
roll.
have a question, wait.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
How do you feel about this, Mayor Minor?
It pulled me over the top when the sponsor of the item agreed to second the motion, so I'm going to support that.
May I call the roll?
Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Bott.
No.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
No.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved as amended. It is R5I.
R5J.
R5J is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida.
Ralph?
amending
Sorry. Back to R5I. So that was a motion to adopt the ordinance and with the amendment to remove applicability number 3 pertaining to the property on Collins Avenue. And then we just wanted to confirm that also included a separate referral to land use in order to address the applicability section in the previously adopted ordinance?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom. R5J is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Subpart B, entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 2 entitled General Development Application and Hearing Procedures, Section 2.2.3, entitled Development Application Submission and Review by amending Section 2.2.3.5, entitled Fees for the Administration of Land Development Regulations to provide a fee waiver for Certificate of Appropriateness applications in single-family zoning districts and providing for repealer, codification, servability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5J.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Still stewing over the fact that we're getting a short-term rental or there's a hotel. Okay, let's see. R5J. Okay. As you know, we have the historic Palm View neighborhood. It is one of the only single-family historic designations that we have. Most improvements to these homes are administrative approval. But at a time where we see sometimes severe flooding in some of these neighborhoods and there is water intrusion into people's homes and garages, and they might want to make more significant improvements, the people in this neighborhood have to pay exorbitant fees at the Historic Preservation Board. So this item would just waive those fees so that they would have rights to shore up or improve their home without having to pay expensive fees. How much is it to go in front of the Historic Preservation Board?
It can run upwards of $10,000.
Yeah, so just because you own a home in a historic district, you have basically a fine of $10,000. So this would remove and waive any of those fees. And if anybody in the neighborhood does have some sort of water intrusion and needs to improve their home, they would no longer have to pay them. So that's the item in essence. And with that, I move this item.
I'll be added as a co-sponsor. I'll second.
Thank you.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom. I see no one in the audience. Motion by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. That was item R5G. It is approved. R5J. It is approved.
Let's do a couple of the second readings, R5L and R7C. Go together.
R5L is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Public Property by amending Article 6 entitled Naming of Public Facilities and Establishment of Monuments or Memorials by amending section 82-503 thereof entitled Naming of Public Facilities, co-naming and renaming of streets by amending subsection C1A and C2A to provide additional criteria and procedures for the co-naming of streets in honor of an individual who made lasting and significant contributions to the city of Miami Beach community through healthcare, philanthropy, and art and culture, providing sunset provisions thereof, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. Is item R5L is a second reading public hearing. The companion item R7L is, what was the other one?
R7C. R7C.
R7C, I'm sorry. R7C is accept code name 17th Street, Norman Brayman Way.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm proud to be sponsoring this item alongside my colleague, Commissioner Magazine, in honor of Norman Brayman, a visionary philanthropist in our community, civic leader, and an unwavering advocate for our community. He's been a champion for public ethics throughout Miami-Dade County. In fact, today there are term limits in Miami-Dade County, thanks to the advocacy of Norman Brayman. He's advocated for the arts. We have Art Basel here in Miami Beach, thanks to Norman Brayman. He's championed education. He's championed healthcare. We have a new cancer center coming to our community at Mount Sinai Medical Center, thanks to Norman Brayman. And we have beautiful art sculptures, but most importantly, the legacy at the Holocaust Memorial that Norman has contributed to, and his growth is directly attributed to his philanthropic experts. His impact in South Florida and in Miami Beach has been profound and far-reaching, and naming a street after Norman Brayman is fitting, not only as a tribute, but to honor and to give thanks to this servant of our community for his lifetime of generosity that continues to shape our city, not just in the present, but his legacy will continue to shape our community into the future. And with that, I'm proud to move this item, and again, thank Commissioner Magazine for joining me as a sponsor.
Commissioner Magazine.
Growing up as a child in Philadelphia, I knew Mr. Brayman as Stormin' Norman Brayman. He was the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, and I didn't appreciate his impact on the local community here in Miami until I moved here. And about 3 months after being elected, which just went by like a single day, I found myself sitting in his office across from him, discussing on help blocking yet another attempt for casinos in Miami Beach.
That's right.
And in addition to all the rightfully deserved accolades Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, I'm not sure if there's a single other person that's more responsible for not having casinos in Miami Beach than Mr. Brayman. So that goes on to his long-lasting list of legacies that we're thankful and grateful for here in Miami Beach.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I've known Mr. Brayman for many years, and he is a pillar of our community. He has funded so many initiatives, from our Holocaust Memorial to starting Art Basel and bringing Art Basel to Miami Beach after traveling there years ago. How many years have we had Art Basel now?
Over 20 years.
20 years ago, he was in Basel and he saw that fair and he said this would be wonderful for Miami Beach. And because he came back and worked with the city, started Art Basel, we then got Design Miami, which went to, now we have Art Miami and Scope and Untitled. And it now, because of that first decision, not only have we become an arts and cultural destination, but Art Basel has a $1 billion economic impact on Miami-Dade County every single year. And I think that in itself is enough to merit a street naming. So thank you, Mr. Raymond, for all the causes that you've donated to, for being a pillar in our community. And I'm happy to also co-sponsor, since we're all co-sponsoring stuff today, if I put my name on it too. And I look forward to the street naming ceremony.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, and Ralph Hall also co-sponsored this item. Norman Bremen has given so much to this community. He's been very philanthropic, not only in the Holocaust Memorial, but in artwork, and I think the Minna sculpture that's in Pride Park was donated by Norman Bremen, among other works that we have, and happy to co-sponsor this.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Ralph, if you would add me to co-sponsor as well.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez. Seconded by Commissioner Magazine.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. We're having a public hearing on both items R5L and R7C. I see no one in the audience and no one in Zoom is requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Yes.
On both items, R7C, R5L. Vice Mayor Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Both items are approved, R5L, R7C.
R5M, as in Michael.
R5M is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the land use element of the comprehensive plan pursuant to section 2.4.1 of the Land Development Regulations by amending the resilient land use and development element, goal RLU 1, entitled Land Use Objective, RLU 1.1, entitled Establishment of Future Land Use Categories, table RLU 1.1, by creating policy RLU 1.118.b, entitled Recreation and Open Spaces, Civic and Convention Center, ROS-CCC, and pursuant to Florida statutes, section 163.3181 and section 163.3187, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the future land use designation for a parcel of land located at Pride Park, which is comprised of less than 10 acres from the current designation of public facilities, convention center facilities, to future land use category of recreation and open space, civic and convention center, ROS-CCC, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5M.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is the item that I mentioned at the first hearing. That was the nerdy item, because it might appear quite nerdy on paper, a land use amendment, but it's actually about something much more profound. It's about protecting the integrity of one of our most cherished public green spaces, which is Pride Park, right here next to City Hall, in the heart of our city, next to the Botanical Garden, Pride Park next to the Holocaust Memorial, Pride Park across the street from the Miami Beach Convention Center. And right now, Pride Park, under our comprehensive plan and future land use map, is designated as a convention center facility, which means that despite being a park, in practice, it's only really a park. And I say that in quotations because it's not a park under the eyes of the law. And that technically leaves the door open for other uses in the future, such as potential expansion of the convention center, or the addition of other structures, such as a garage. And why is that concerning? Well, we know the Miami Beach Convention Center Hotel, it's on its way to be built, but Mr. Manager, how much parking do we have for the employees at the hotel?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I apologize, Commissioner.
Well, I did my homework, and I can tell you, there's no parking accounted for the employees of the hotel on the site. And so this ordinance closes the door on that. By approving this item, we are formally designating Pride Park as a recreation and open space in our plans. This new designation ensures that the land remains protected as an open space, as a park, and that any future attempt to develop anything other than a park would require a vote of the electors. Is that correct, Mr. Mooney?
That's correct.
And that protection matters, and I think it's what we owe. This ordinance ensures that no one, not this commission or not a future commission, can change the use of this park without the consent of the residents and the voters of Miami Beach who were promised a park on that site. So with that, I'm very proud to move this item. I respectfully ask for your support, because these green spaces, they're more than just green spaces. They're breathing space in a very busy city like ours, and it's what was promised to our residents, and we need to deliver on that promise in perpetuity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Please.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5M.
R5N.
R5N is an ordinance of the mayor, city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code, chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, article 2, entitled General Development Application and Hearing Procedures, section 2.2.4, entitled Public Hearing, section 2.2.41, entitled Public Notification by creating a courtesy notice requirement specific to residential tenants of properties that are subject to a city land use board application, providing for codification, repeal, or severability on an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is R5N.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott and Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my co-sponsors. This is an item that's about fairness, that's about equity, and that's about giving a voice to residents who are often left in the dark. And this measure simply requires that when a property owner applies for a land use change, that they're going before one of our land use boards, that the people living in those units, the tenants, receive a courtesy notice about what's being proposed. Today, only property owners within a certain radius receive notice. But if you're a renter, even if you live directly across the street from that building, or even in that building itself that's being redeveloped, you may never hear about it until construction comes knocking on your door, until you're being told to move out, until your lease is not renewed. And that's not fair. I don't think there should be a distinction in classes as to whether you are a homeowner or a condo owner or a tenant. You are a Miami Beach resident. You are our constituent. You are our neighbor, and we are your public servants, regardless of whether you're a condo owner or a tenant. And they deserve the same opportunity to understand what's happening in their community. They deserve the opportunity to show up, and they deserve to be heard by us as their elected officials. And the reality is that this ordinance doesn't create any burden. It simply asks that tenants be informed through a basic courtesy notice when a land use board application is filed for the building that they live in or for a building close to where they live in. It's simply sending them a notice in the mail, just how everyone else receives that notice in the mail if they happen to be a property owner. So I'm proud to move this item. It's about transparency and dignity, and it's all about helping people be more informed and make more responsible decisions about their housing.
A second.
And Tom, I want to recognize you. So sorry.
That's okay, Commissioner. I just wanted to clarify one thing. The ordinance is drafted only applies to the tenants of the building, residential tenants. It doesn't apply to residential tenants in other properties like across the street. We could add that if you wanted to.
I would like to amend the item, if possible, to expand it. If a property owner is receiving notice, so should the tenants. We shouldn't be separating people by class if you are a property owner or not. These are our constituents and these are our neighbors. And so I think the original intent was to make sure that those tenants in the building received the notice. But Nick, is it possible under the current title of the ordinance to expand it to include surrounding buildings?
My first concern is, you're talking about tenants of surrounding buildings?
Yes.
Is that we don't have records of those individuals. I think for the tenants who live on the property that are the subject of the application, obviously the owner, we could rely on the owner to provide notice to tenants on the same property. But otherwise, I don't think we would have.
All right, we can work on that, and I think I recall you telling me that, because the original intent was for there to be a radius, and then we had to shrink it back, bring it back so that at least the tenants of that building, they're not caught by surprise after a decision is made that they're being told to move out when there was a public process. So, thank you for clarifying that.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience. I have two individuals in Zoom. Mitch Novick. Go ahead, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Getting that echo. Mitch Novick. I own a apartment building in the Flamingo Park neighborhood. I was a little confused when I read this. Now I'm even more confused. I could understand giving notice to tenants or renters in an apartment building, but now you're asking to notice everybody. Right now, all condo owners receive a notice if there should be a 24 or 36 unit apartment building owned by a single entity. That would require 36 individual notices to the resident who might reside in either of those 36 units. Although it wouldn't break me, there is a cost implication if that's the intent of this ordinance. And thank you for your time.
Mitch, I'm sorry, and I misspoke. It only relates to the tenants of the subject application sites. When I started the item, my intent was for it to apply to the same radius as property owners. My intent was if the property owners are receiving it, so should the tenants. We shouldn't be differentiating or selecting classes of people that get information because of the technicality and the challenges that our Chief Deputy City Attorney just described to us at committee. We kept it strictly only to the tenants of the building of the subject application site, because those are the ones that we can reach. And so I apologize to you, Mitch, and to the public that I misspoke and went to what I was my original intent had been. So I hope that clarifies for you, Mitch.
And our next speaker is Sara de los Reyes.
Hi, good afternoon, Sarah de los Reyes. The great idea, Alex, I think is great, but I wanted to ask a question about sending out to the residential rental people. Are you sending just an address and the apartment number? Because how are you going to find out how many different rental people are in the unit? Most of the time, sometimes it's 6 months, sometimes they're a year, sometimes they're longer, but you have people that change rental units. So that's why I'm asking, how are you do that? It's a great idea. I think it's good because a lot of the rentals pay attention to what's going on in the neighborhood, and they have, they give you their input on what, the neighborhood is because they're living here. That's my question.
Thank you, Sada. And I'm gonna, if I may, through the mayor, ask Tom Mooney, our planning director, to respond to that question.
Yes, we're actually, the ordinance requires that the applicant provide a separate set of mailing labels for the courtesy notice, as well as evidence that reasonable efforts were used to identify all existing tenants of the residential building or of the building. And so,
And which is the same process that we do for the property owners.
correct. Well, the property owner is much easier because.
You have that on public record.
Exactly, and they will provide that. That's why this will be separate. And we will inspect that, and we will expect that they will use best efforts to make sure that non-owners are notified that may be a tenant of a unit.
Thank you, Sada. I hope that clarifies for you.
No one new requesting to speak. So we can close the public hearing at this point.
Okay.
I just want to put.
Motion in a second.
And again, this is a result of individuals who are tenants in our city who were caught off guard after land use applications were submitted, were heard, and they found out after that a decision was made that something was being considered on where they live. And they were stripped of their ability to speak up for their home, and they were stripped of their ability to speak before the people who make decisions in these chambers. Yet these are our constituents and our neighbors, and they deserve that protection and that voice as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion in a second.
I do.
Let's call the vote.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5N.
R50.
R5O is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 2 entitled City Commission by amending Section 2-14 thereof entitled Meeting Procedures and Agendas to require that any resolution placed on a City Commission agenda with a fiscal impact greater than $75,000 and seeking a waiver of the required review by the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee by 5/7 of the vote of the City Commission may not be placed on a consent agenda and shall instead be heard as a regular agenda item and providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. R50 is a second reading public hearing.
Commissioner Suarez, co-sponsored by Commissioners Fernandez and Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rick, if you don't mind teeing this up, that'd be great, please.
Sure. At the last commission meeting, this item was heard, and there was an amendment proposed so that any item that does not go to the Finance Committee that is not budgeted must be heard as a regular item. So that is the item in front of you today.
Let's call the vote.
Give me 1 second.
I'll make the motion.
We got a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one requesting to speak in person. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I think it's dumb, but yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R50.
R5R.
R5R.
Take the yes votes when you can get them, right?
R5R is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 46 of the Code entitled Environment by amending Article 4 entitled Noise by amending Section 46-152 entitled Noises Unnecessary and Excessive Prohibited to remove from the prohibition of the use of loudspeakers type device attached and upon vehicles a carve-out permitting the legitimate use of such devices in political campaigns consistent with Florida Supreme Court precedent providing for repeal or severability codification and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5R.
This is my item. It's actually an administrative item. I was asked, as is often the case with these type of items, cleanup that we have to comply with certain state laws that I sponsor them. So I'm doing that. And Rick,
Sure.
I'll let you take it away.
Our current noise ordinance includes a provision that loudspeakers cannot be attached to vehicles, but we had an exception for use of such speakers in connection with political campaigns. As a result of litigation, the case of State v. Catalano, we came to learn that we need to exclude that carve-out, and so this is cleaning up our ordinance to make it consistent with state law.
That wasn't our litigation, correct?
No, that was not our litigation.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear. But state law litigation, okay.
And that's it.
Somebody want to move? I can't move it.
I'll move it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bonner. It is a public hearing. I have Mr. Novick. Are you here to speak on R5R?
Yes, I am. Mitch Novick. I am a 37-year resident of the MXC Entertainment District, also a crime and noise-ridden district. I would certainly like to see enforcement of these golf carts, which are pervasive every day throughout the day, that go by my property with their blasting speakers. It's very disruptive to the senses of anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have no one else. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Yes, I do. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is a yes. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was R5R.
Let's call C7C.
C7C is approval of updated conceptual design for the 72nd Street Community Complex. It was separated by Commissioner Suarez.
David, welcome.
Good afternoon. David Gomez, Director of Capital Improvements. This item was presented to Commission.
Actually, this was pulled, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to speak first about it?
Yeah, I just want to get an update from staff.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to be public.
Okay, this item was presented to Commission in December, where we heard some feedback, including a request to add a level of parking, provide pickle or paddle ball at the roof level of the parking garage, and some other items. We've done that. We've incorporated into those drawings. We did go out to the community and receive some pretty valuable feedback in terms of preservation of certain trees and some other comments that have also been addressed. There was a request from Commission in December to also look at the demand for this type of facility. We did speak to Miami-Dade County Public Schools, who expressed great interest and a potential for up to 3 schools that would be interested in holding events here. Miami Beach High is also obviously very enthusiastic about it with its programs. So we feel that there is some demand for the facility. And the reason we came back today is we had committed to come back and show you the revised project before we went to DRB, which is scheduled for next month.
So are we, I'm sorry.
Please, Commissioner Suarez.
So I know that we passed a law that stopped the pause, and I want to know, where are we with this project? What percent, and let's say you come up with a design and we don't like it, where are we with perhaps enhancing the design? And I'll be transparent, this is where I'm getting with this, is, you know, we're going to be involved in a development agreement with the Doville. And, you know, if we come back with an economic analysis saying like, hey, look, obviously they're making a lot more money than we expect, maybe we expect to bridge the gap between something that's mediocre or average to something that we were originally promised, and then the developer can fund that gap. So I want to be in a position where that's still a possibility if that comes back in the economic analysis. So David, can you tell me where we're at as far as percentages go, and you know, what options do we have as a body?
Sure. Through the chair, through the mayor, the project remains just beyond 30% or right around 30% completion of concepts. That's about the level at which we take them to the design review board to receive their input, and assuming that everything goes smoothly and it is approved at DRB, then we would proceed to the 60% drawings, which is about 3 months out after that.
And then stop the pause, and Commissioner Fernandez, if you can help me, at what percentage does that start to apply where we, essentially are the 6/7 foot, or that we cannot?
Stop the pause does not apply to this project.
Oh, why not?
It's not an infrastructure project.
How about Stop the Pause 2.0? Have we done Stop the Pause 2.0?
You have not.
When are we bringing that? Sorry, through the mayor.
So, it's at just shy of 30%? Yeah. Okay, and the options that we have, how much have we spent on design fees at this point? With the change orders and value engineering?
I don't have that here with me. I can get that back to you, but it is probably in excess of $2 million.
And if you can remind us and the public, what is the total cost of the project as it stands today?
Total approved budget is just over 101 million, with 4.5 being requested for the additional level of the parking garage.
Got it. Okay. So the next stop is the DRB?
I'm sorry?
If this gets approved today, it goes to the DRB?
Then we would proceed to the next submittal, which is the 60% design.
Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I just want to make clear for anybody who's listening that the pickle or paddleball courts that would be on the very top level of the roof would be subsumed to the need of parking, meaning that during the day when there is not a high demand for parking, you could play pickle or paddle, whatever that gets decided there in the evenings, and certainly, especially during live music performances at the band shell, there will be no sports activity up there. It will be used for parking, and even if there's not a demand for parking during live music events or any live events at the band shell, there will be no sports activities because it will compete with the music coming out of the band shell. So I want to make sure that is crystal clear.
You are correct, Commissioner. I forgive the omission.
But how do you disassemble a paddle court with glass walls to replace it for parking on a weekly basis?
It's being designed so that the nets and the barriers are removable. So whenever there's a parking demand or a higher parking demand, they would be taken down and it would be returned to parking.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a professional pickleball or paddle player, but when you play paddle, you have these huge glass walls that are very thick, very strong, very heavy. I don't see how you just move them.
No, there are layouts not use the glass walls. So it's just the nets. We have a couple of temporary or convertible courts that we use in the city now, and that would be the same concept, with the difference that in this facility it would be much more decorative in nature in terms of the deck.
And I don't know if I necessarily feel comfortable saying that fitness is less important than a show at the band shell. I mean, if we're gonna do that, I don't know. I mean, if there's a community out there of residents who have a schedule that they want to play their favorite pickleball game or paddle game, and they can't play because there's a show at the band shell, I mean, who are we to say that you can't do that? I mean, I think this is a community center. It's not, the primary function isn't a garage for the band shell. It's for the community activity. So I'm not going to be in favor of that.
If I may, through the mayor.
Yep, I'll let her speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would be just as happy to remove the pickle and paddleball. I don't have a strong feeling about that. That's an easy thing for us to do. We have convertible courts in the city right now. There are multiple places where you can play pickleball, paddleball, foot volley, volleyball, tennis, all kinds of sports at all times of day and night. There's one outdoor music facility that people travel from around the country and around the world to attend events at. And if it is a choice between prioritizing somebody's desire to play pickleball at 10 o'clock on a Thursday night on a rooftop in North Beach versus interfering with a cultural event in a nationally historically designated and incredibly unique facility, I would rather remove the pickleball courts if it's going to cause such consternation, because there are plenty of other places where you can indulge your late night physical activity and sporting desires. And I have no problem with anybody wanting to go play pickleball at midnight if they want to. That's great. But there are plenty of other places they can do things like that that are not adjacent to a very unique public amenity and facility. So, you know, this is, I can't even believe we're having this conversation. So,
Well, let me pick up where you left off, Commissioner. Again, this is a community center. This is not a garage for the band shell. This is supposed to be a community center for the residents, not a parking offloading facility for the band shell. I mean, I don't see why we're splitting hairs here. I mean, the whole concept of this project is to bring the community together, not to have visitors from across the country park their cars so that they can go to the band shell. I think, you know, look, if people have a schedule that they want to place fitness and sports at this facility, I mean, you know, you're the champion of the blue zones. It's all about walking. It's a community. It's activity. I mean, to think that we're going to replace that for cars to park, I mean, I think that's ridiculous. So I certainly would not be in favor of making parking spaces be more of a priority to a fitness facility such as pickleball. Because if you go to the Miami Beach golf course, I don't know, man, but those courts are always packed. They are packed. Okay, and that's a 365, 24/7 thing where you always have courts reserved, and that's exactly what we want at this community center. But to say that we're gonna prioritize parking spots for the band shell over community fitness, I think that's a stretch.
Clarifying question, David, Eric, if it's compatible, do we have to decide this today? I mean, it's going to be compatible. We can make those decisions when it's complete.
Yeah,
We're
these are operational level decisions that we can make. I just want to move this project forward and get it under construction. I think we've got very clear direction on what the commission wants to see as far as the physical plant of the structure, and we can work out these operational details later.
Yeah, and that was the goal. Thank you. Do we need to vote on this today? No.
Can I say one more thing?
Commissioner Bott.
You know, nobody had actually suggested putting pickleball on the roof until I did it at the last time that this was brought to the fore. And I'm not suggesting this is a parking facility for the band shell. For those of us who live in North Beach, you will know that there's a lot going on in North Beach. There are restaurants, there are new stores, there are all kinds of new things going on. There's a dearth of parking, which you very well know since you sponsored the pilot parking program to provide more parking. We're building this community center, which is going to benefit the entire community with a big emphasis on sports and fitness. And we are replacing hundreds of parking spots and adding to them. Now, if we don't think that that is part of the community value of this project, to provide parking for residents and visitors to our city as part of a community, meaning everybody has something to benefit from, right? We are not going to hold one group higher than another. You are welcome to indulge in sports activities at any time of day or night, but your desire to do so does not preclude the other businesses' opportunities or the other residents' opportunities to find a place to park their car. And this is, I don't understand why you're doing this, why you're picking a fight with every single thing today. It is absurd.
Okay,
and I beg your pardon. Let me just finish this. What's that?
Just making a joke.
I'm not
You know,
picking,
we
I'm
are-
not picking
you-
a fight. I have
excuse me,
a
excuse me,
simple
I'm still
philosophical
speaking.
disagreement with this issue.
We are so aligned in so many things on this commission. I mean, until you change your mind on blue zones, you are 100% supportive on blue zones. I will not be changing my mind on High Rocks and other sporting events that you are championing and bringing here. I don't understand why this whole day, we're only like on our 10th item or something absurd today, because like every single item that has been brought, there are these specious arguments going on. It's counterproductive. And, you know, we will decide how we program the roof. I will not give up parking because anybody who spends any time up in North Beach knows how important that is, and how the fact that one of the things we're getting from the Doville, which I've been hammering at since I got elected, is to get that defunct garage up and running ASAP, because we are in such dire need of parking. I wish it weren't the case, but we are in dire need of parking. And so this is nonsense. It's been going on all day and it's exhausting.
if
You asked to speak, and I know you want to rebut, but this is it's an important discussion, but one that we have a couple of years out until this is truly relevant. But go ahead. Then Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Commissioner Bott, I wasn't elected to just be the status quo. I wasn't elected to just tag along and vote with everyone else. You know, sometimes we're going to agree on things, sometimes we're not. You brought to my attention that we were going to prioritize, or your intention was to prioritize parking over activity facilities. I think it's ridiculous to think that you're going to be able to move paddle walls and glass just for a band shell show. If you can let me finish, please, thank you. I think it's ridiculous, and I'm entitled to my opinion as an elected official to voice that disagreement. And when the time comes to vote on that, you know, we'll have a more robust discussion on the subject, and we'll see how the body feels about moving forward. But look, I mean, like I said, you know, we all got elected by the same people. Sometimes we're going to agree on things, sometimes we're not. We're going to, you know, we may not like the way we do things, but this is what makes our city commission a robust discussion and great, you know, because we are all different and we think differently. I believe you when you say that we're mostly aligned on things to make Miami Beach a beautiful place and the #1 place in the world to live. How we get there is going to be between the 7 of us. So I'm certainly not. I don't wake up in the morning thinking that I can't wait to cause, you know, a ruckus on the commission. That's certainly not my agenda. But I think it's important to, you know, call out issues when I see them, and that's what I was elected to do.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I'm just happy we got the Murtha pool. Because we were getting that cement pool, and I felt like that was going to cause a lot of rooftop problems. So I'm glad we got the Murtha pool. As for trying to get more funding to not value engineer the center, at this point I don't want to stop the project. But, I mean, if you were able to negotiate more funding so that we didn't have so much cement in that project and we had more windows, or it was more beautiful, like, I do have a problem with some of those walls that are all cement and they look, you know, like a school. I mean, I understand that it's a community center, but it's not an iconic, beautiful one, I think, with this value engineering. So at the same time is money. I mean, we don't know what's happening with these tariffs. If we wait another month, does that mean we're going to pay another 2 or 3% of construction costs? We have to consider all of these things. What I've watched here is over time, as we value engineer, prices go up, so then we get a worse product and we're paying more for it. Had I realized what was going to happen in the economy, I don't think anybody thought that we were going to have this kind of inflation. I don't think 30 days is going to define things one way or another. And their pickleball versus parking issue, whatever they choose, I mean, you know, I'm all for more parking for the residents, more pickleball, all of it. But I mean, if you could get monies to improve this project, my question is, okay, let's say that we get the money to improve the project. Now we're going to go back to the value engineer and we're going to say, okay, now we want to switch X, Y, and Z. And can we do that? I mean, like, that would mean starting over again. Would there be like specific areas? Because if it means that we're going to pay another 5 to 10%, possibly even more, if we're paying more for aluminum, lumber, all of these things, what is that cost going to be to the city? We just don't know. There's a total unknown. So that concerns me a little bit. And so, I mean, I'm going to vote for this today, but if you get some, get some wonderful number, if you get some,
There's an update.
There's just an update?
Yeah.
So it's moving forward. Yeah. Okay. So then, look, if you get that money, maybe we could do something else with it. There's got to be a way to improve the project, maybe add more windows or something in some areas, right? So we could add bells and whistles after the fact.
I'm sure that the DRB is going to have some comments, which are going to trigger us to look at specific aesthetic improvements to the property, and there will be opportunities for us to have this conversation. Absolutely.
Since we're on this update, let's say that now you go back to the contractor. I mean, has he committed at that price? What if he says to us now it's going to be an additional 15% because we have to include?
We don't have a GMP because we don't have a final design.
Yeah.
This is going to be. I have a feeling we're going to be very surprised when we get this back, and it's going to be over budget again. And at that point, when do we say?
David, can you talk a little bit
Enough
about
is
the,
enough.
the construction manager at-risk process?
Scary.
This project has a construction manager at risk under contract. As part of their contract right now, they are providing pre-construction services. So at every submittal, including the schematic and now the 30%, they have given preliminary pricing and scheduling and as well as constructability recommendations for the design team. So they are assisting along the way. We expect that they will continue to be on track during the rest of the design period. The design contract requires the designer to adjust the design if the estimates at each submittal come in above budget. So we have that, and that's where the value engineering came from early on, because we realized that the estimates that we were getting were higher than our budget. So we looked at ways to make it work. We are comfortable right now that the project we have can be built for our construction budget.
I would just add this, and do not take this personally because I have nothing against CIP because this is a very, very important project, and I know how busy you guys are. How many capital projects do you have right now?
More than 50.
More than 50. I think one public benefit that we could negotiate it if we so wanted and possibly get a much better project, no offense, because government, we don't always get the best deals, is we could say to David Martin before this next settlement agreement, look, we have 100, how much do we have? 100 and...
Just over 101 plus the 4.5 that we're asking for.
Okay, we have $105 million. What can you build us for $105 million on that same site? We might get something so spectacular for $105 million that would cost the city $200 million just because of government procurement processes. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but if we were able to get him to do that, I think within a year, we could have a community center that is built, that is so spectacular, not value engineered, Mirtha pool, kit and caboodle and everything. And that, I think, asking him for his building expertise, without the funding, I think you would see for $105 million, what we get would be spectacular. If you can convince him to do that, and Commissioner Magazine, maybe you'll speak to him about that and see if you can get it done, that would be a win for Miami Beach. And by the way, he's not opposed to it. Because before you guys started on the log cabin, he had committed to rebuilding the log cabin for, because I had promised people years ago. I know, let's get the community center instead of the log cabin. Point is, you guys have started on the log cabin finally, so that's great. But it could take you guys 3 to 5 years to get this done. Maybe David Martin, as part of the benefit, if we give him that budget, we get something great in a year. If he can go through the city permitting processes, which aren't so easy to get through.
There's a few more complexities than that, Commissioner, but we will absolutely have a conversation.
Thank you. Eric, you got what you needed?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Commissioner Fernandez, you have a special request.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider item C7B.
C7B is
accept
recommendation include a children's park on Lincoln Road that was approved on the consent agenda.
All right, and if I need a. I want to reconsider. I just want to defer it for a month so that the Miami Beach Convention Center Advisory Board can discuss it. They wanted to discuss it. They didn't have an opportunity to discuss it. So all that I'm asking is, I'm doing a motion to reconsider it so we can defer it for a month so that they can discuss this before our next city commission meeting. Yeah, this is the, C7BD is on the west side of Pride Park.
Okay, hold on, C7BD.
BD. BD.
Well, BD was an addendum, so it hasn't been heard yet.
Oh, it hasn't been heard. I'm sorry.
Even better.
But even better. So at the right time.
We'll hear it after 5
There you
o'clock.
go. Thank you.
Perfect. C7AV.
C7AV, attract Israeli investments, separated by Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I separated this myself. This is an item I'm incredibly proud to bring and excited about. Since even before being elected, one of my key focuses is on economic development in Miami Beach. And when we talk about not wanting to be the spring break capital of the world, what do we want to be? And we have seen such great progress attracting a number of different businesses where we are not so concentrated in the hospitality sector. We have private equity companies, we have technology companies, hedge fund companies, we have office space that's opening up in all areas, on 5th Street and Sunset Harbor, on Lincoln Road, that's helping us diversify our economy. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, we had Israeli Tech Week come to Miami. And there is such an opportunity. In fact, the United States-Israel Business Alliance just stated Israel-founded companies are increasingly eyeing Florida as a hub to expand their businesses in the U.S. market. Israeli entrepreneurs are looking more and more at Florida as a viable option to grow their businesses in the U.S. As it's perceived as such a safe place that's pro-Israel. And just this morning, we heard from our colleagues at the GMCVB statistics about domestic and international travel being down, which send us an even more clear message about our need to diversify our economy, something that's been years in the making. So here, what I did was direct our economic development department to work with Israeli-based tech companies that are amongst the most prized in the world to see if they are able to be extended the same opportunities as any other company that's coming here, but give them a bit of direction about this key segment to attract. And the vile and the vitriol that we heard leading up to this was not only eye-opening, but appalling. When people were talking about the O Cinema and even the Israeli bond investment, I could see merit in disagreeing with that. But the fact that we're going out here and extending the same courtesies that we extend to other businesses when we're seeking to attract investment in our city, but just having our economic development department have Israeli tech, healthcare, and finance companies on their radar and attend events like Israeli Tech Week, that was somehow offensive to people. What they were essentially saying this morning was, no, they can't come here because they're Israeli or they're Jewish. And that was just absolutely appalling, sickening. So that's why I pulled this item, because I didn't want it to just go on consent. I think we're all supportive of this. And part of being a safe haven is speaking proudly about initiatives like this. And I know that we're all focused on economic development. We're all looking to be a safe haven for our Israeli and Jewish brothers and sisters, and what better way to go out and try and attract Israeli entrepreneurs or companies that come here and help diversify our economy. So this is something that I wanted to pull and discuss, and I think I'll have support, but I'll leave it to the rest of you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Magazine, for bringing the item and for even pulling it to discuss. From my own standpoint, I actually spoke on opening night at Israel Tech Week. I met with basically the founders, the pioneers of Israel Tech Week, I don't know, let's say a year ago, when this was just literally an image in their imagination that they wanted to bring here. It was so incredibly successful, 6 figures plus representations from Israeli companies. Israel known as a startup nation because of its literally disproportionate, in a positive way, standing in the global technology sector. I mean, you look at public companies on the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. I mean, for a country with less than 10 million, I think they're number 3 in the world or something like that. Sorry if I get the numbers wrong. It's absolutely incredible. And we have an opportunity now, because besides Israel Tech Week, and you could see the interest in companies opening offices here, I've had many, many companies reach out to me and say, we want to come to South Florida. And you're obviously getting that, and probably a lot of us are. And what's happening is, and I can tell you, I saw this after I spoke at the opening night of Israel Tech Week. Many people came over to me and they said, you know, they know America is supportive, but they also see the images of what's happening at the universities. And obviously the media portrays a lot of negativity. So they see that, and they see what's happening in New York and California. and they hear about Florida and they come down here and they're like, thank you. This is a welcoming environment. It's not like this in many other places. And these are world-traveled people. These are highly successful companies. And they thank me. They thank us as a commission. They thank our police because they do feel very, very comfortable here. So we can capitalize on serious capital and investments that we are only going to benefit as a city and as a South Florida region from this. So thank you for taking the lead on this, Commissioner Magazine. Obviously, I'm fully supportive, and I believe I co-sponsored as well. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I actually read Startup Nation, and I was on a mission to Israel, and I actually met the guy who started it, Shimon Perez's son, Shami Perez, and I was there, and it was really amazing to see all of these tech companies and how many people are investing in them, and the healthcare industry too. I mean, I think that there's a lot of potential, so I would support this item too. You can add me as a co-sponsor too, Raphael, and fully supportive of this initiative.
I'm glad you mentioned the book. It actually is a good read and explains why the culture and the education and the way individuals are trained in the Israeli army actually lead to the level of success and entrepreneurship. It's actually very insightful. Should we call a vote?
Motion? I'll second.
Yeah.
Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez.
And I just want to commend Commissioner Magazine for this item. I think the fact that the city of Miami Beach is reaching out to attract Israeli and Jewish-owned companies to establish their presence here is great, but that the sponsor of it is someone who is not Jewish or someone who is not Israeli. I think it speaks more to the volume and the importance of the item. Of course, you know, the Jewish community is going to support itself. Sadly, sometimes we see here that sometimes that's not always the case, but you would expect the Jewish community to support itself. But when you see true allies and leaders who support the Jewish community who are not Jewish and who want to support Israeli businesses and Jewish businesses sponsor items like this, I think it speaks volumes. And so I just want to commend you, Commissioner Magazine, because you represent those of us who aren't Jewish but who support Jewish businesses, and you do it with great honor. And I want to thank you for that, and I'm proud to support your item.
Thank you.
Now call the roll.
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. That was C7AV.
Ralph, you in the mood to do the at-large nominations?
I am. We could do that. Everyone has a sheet with release number 3 on it. Basically, we have nominations and we have seats for all the nominees. If we could do them by acclamation, I could go down so we have, in Art and Public Places, we have Direlia Lasso has been nominated. There are 2 seats available, 1 nominee. May we do so by acclamation? For Design Review Board, for the category 1, which is a registered architect, the individual who was selected by the commission decided not to take the position. So Adam Meshberg was the other individual who was in the running, has been renominated. There is a seat. Can we do so by nomination, by acclamation? For the Historic Preservation Board, Randy Hollingsworth has been nominated. He spoke during Sudnick this morning. There is a seat available, only 1 nominee. Acclamation? Senior Affairs Committee, Zenaida Guzman has been nominated to the at-large seat. There's 1 seat available, 1 nominee. By acclamation, please. Yes. And for Transportation Parking, the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce has nominated their rep, Marci Gregorio. She qualifies. May we do so by acclamation? Yes. If so, all the nominees have been appointed.
Great. Congratulations, everyone. Okay, let's do some first reading items. R5P, as in Paul.
Yes, sir. R5P is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 58 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Housing by amending Article 3 entitled Property Maintenance Standards by amending Section 58-298 thereof entitled Responsibilities of Owners and Occupants to require property owners of houses and buildings within the city to provide notice of animal trapping or extermination services and providing for repealer servability, codification, and effective date. R5P is a first reading public hearing. It requires 4/7 vote.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I'd like to call this the Alex Dowd ordinance. The reason that we passed this, he was very concerned about this prior to his passing. And he called all of us because they were performing a tenting or extermination of some sort in the neighborhood, or was it a trapping? It was a trapping, and his cat was taken, and they could never find the cat again. So it was a cat kidnapping. So it's a very simple ordinance that just gives notice before there's any trapping or any major exterminations in the neighborhood. So with that, I would move the Alex Dowd cat trapping ordinance.
Second.
Public hearing, I see no one on Zoom, no one requesting to speak in the audience. Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bach.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. The second reading public hearing is scheduled for May 21st. That was item R5P.
R5Q.
R5Q is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 10 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Animals by creating Section 10-20 thereof, entitled Confinement of Animals Without Sufficient Food, Water, or Exercise, Abandonment of Animals, and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is item R5Q.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So this came from the Animal Welfare Committee, and it simply adds Florida's animal cruelty statute to our city code. It gives our law enforcement personnel and city prosecutors more flexibility when they're dealing with animal cruelty cases, and it streamlines enforcement. And police will now have the option to arrest and charge someone using our city ordinance, which gives the case over to the city attorney and not Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office. And I'll move the item.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
Can I add the item as a co-sponsor?
Yes, sir. So, by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. It is a public hearing. No one on Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes. And present me as a co-sponsor.
Commissioner Magazine has been added as well as a co-sponsor. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes, and please add me as a co-sponsor.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is May 21st. Commissioner Suarez, Magazine, and Bott will be added as co-sponsors to item R5Q.
R5S.
Wait, Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Because of due process, Mel Schlesser is here right now, and he wanted to speak on the item. So I would like to ask if we could open it up for reconsideration so he can at least speak on his property, because he wasn't here. And he didn't realize, what was happening. He rushed over while he was hearing it on the item, and at least he should have the ability to advocate for himself and his property, because everybody else is going to become a non-conforming use, except for him. He's getting, punished, I suppose, by this, or he feels like he is, and I think we should at least give him the chance to speak up on his own property. He's right here in the audience.
So just to be clear, so you're making a motion?
Motion to reconsider. Will anyone second my motion to reconsider so that Mel can speak?
Commissioner Magazine's item?
Before we do that, Rick and Nick, we'll actually have to put forward entirely new legislation to have this go forward, Mel, I believe.
Well, you amended one ordinance.
Yep.
So if you're going to undo that, then you would have to bring that one back as well. But what we
Right.
discussed earlier is that the original ordinance adopted in December would also have to come back. But today you did already close the door on his exception for the LDR amendments.
Yeah, so we'll actually have to hear that 2 more times, correct?
No, this was second reading of
This
that
was second
particular item.
reading. So my motion would be a simple reconsideration to allow for due process and to allow for the property owner to speak. Will anyone second this? Okay, thank you. So let's reopen.
All in favor of reconsidering?
On the motion.
Yes.
Anyone opposed?
Just on the motion, if I could ask a question.
Yes, please.
Okay, Mel, come up.
Well, we haven't voted, no, we haven't voted
on
yet.
the
We have to
motion.
vote to approve opening up.
So to the sponsor of the item, I'm in favor of opening this up if you're open to changes to what we already adopted. If not, we have a lot of items, and I don't want to delay the agenda if you're not going to be in favor of changing what's before us.
So I've heard Mel, and I spoke with him for an hour and a half, and I respect the position that he's in. So absent hearing new information, I can't foresee me changing my vote, but I'm only one of 4 or 5.
And what I don't want, I don't mind having Mel speak. We had a robust discussion. So I'm not going to open this up for another hour discussion.
About him without him here and directly affecting him. And
We can make a motion.
I think that he should have, I think it's just a simple question of due process, and I don't think that any of us are going to vote against due process, correct? Mel, if you would like us to reopen the item, I believe there is support here. We have to vote on it. But
By the way, this was a second reading. The first reading was very contentious. I don't see why Mel Schlesinger wasn't here to begin with on second reading. That's precisely why we have a second reading, is so that we can hear these things. If he took for granted that he has the votes for his project, that's his fault. It's not our fault. I've raised concerns on the first reading. I'm not surprising anyone with this, and the due process was there. I'm certainly not going to be in favor of reopening this.
What I'm comfortable doing, I'm sorry to cut you. If you want to come up, I'll give you the opportunity to speak. Let's hear him speak, and then we'll decide whether we want to open it up.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
by the way, is this a 4, 5?
Commissioner Suarez, my name is Mel Schlesser, and I've been before the commission for many times before. Just to get right down to the point, by restricting the potential use of this property as a hotel, you're forcing both myself and others, not so much me, but anybody else, to do it change it to a short-term rental. The building only has 45 units. That's it. It has some retail, but it doesn't bring in much income. 45 units cannot sustain the taxes and now the windstorm insurance, which is about $140,000. It cannot be sustained. My rents are now about maximum highest rent on a 2-bedroom, 2-bath overlooking the ocean is $2,300. I cannot make it on that. It just doesn't work. So what's happening is, again, it's not 200 units or 100 units. It just doesn't work financially. So it's being forced because of this to change it to a short-term rental. If it can't be a hotel, at least with a hotel, there will be significant capital improvement into the building. And you'll probably have a first-class hotel there because it's not going to work as anything else but a first-class hotel. But if I don't have the option of possibly bringing it back as a hotel, it's going to have to be a short-term rental because it just doesn't work. We're losing money. It's a different world out there. And 45 units financially does not work anymore. Not with taxes and not with property insurance and not with windstorm insurance and not with flood insurance. And unless I can change the rentals and almost double it, the numbers just don't work. So it's but I understand your need to protect your constituents and your residents, but this is only 45 units in the middle of an MXE district. It should be a hotel, or it should be short-term rentals. I'm trying to do the best we can is keep it as a residential property. But it's just impossible to do it.
Mr. Mayor.
Mel, do you have any, are you, this is important to me. This is one of the most important things. Okay, as you convert it to short-term rental because you don't have.
We have 3 short-term rentals in the building now.
Are you evicting residents who are currently there?
No, as they are moving out, if somebody moves out, then we went ahead and we changed it to a short-term rental. That's what we've been doing. So it just doesn't. I cannot keep it as a rental apartment. I have never evicted a tenant that hasn't paid. And as a matter of fact, even the ones that haven't paid rent have left voluntarily. We did not have an eviction in that building in all the years that I've owned that building.
But Mr. Schlesser,
yes,
this ordinance simply requires that if you're going to sell this as a hotel, they come before the city commission for a final vote. I don't see what the problem with that is.
As far as I'm aware of that, but there are realistic issues in the marketplace that make problems.
But why are you any different than any other property?
Pardon me?
Why are you any different than any other property
This
owner?
is it, because well, many other properties are not in the MXC district that were originally hotels. This was an original hotel in the middle of the MXC district and only frankly should be a hotel. It has all the amenities of a hotel. So to tell us
Again,
now
but
we
that's not
can't.
stopping that. It's not, we're not preempting you from selling
I
as a hotel.
understand
We're
that.
simply asking if you do sell the property, it has to come before the city commission. And I particularly have a problem with carving out exceptions for special people. I think it should apply
It's
to
not
everyone.
for special
So,
people.
Mr. Mayor,
It's
may-
not for me.
yeah, so maybe if we should, after hearing Mr. Schlesser, if there's any people that voted yes that are no, is there anybody that wishes to change their vote?
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say, I have great respect for you. This is exactly what happened last time. I spent hours, if not days, and weeks before meeting with the public. Anyone who wants to meet with me on something that's important for them, I dedicate my life to this city, to meet with absolutely every single person that reaches out to my office and says, this is important for me, for my family, for my livelihood. I need to meet with you about it. And this is the same thing that happened last time. And I'm sorry, Mel, to be in this position. When you say it's only 45 units, guess what? For someone that is their one unit where they live, for someone that is all that they have, all that they know, and I just don't see it as it's only 45 units.
Commissioner,
I'm
did
sorry.
meet with you.
Let me just finish my thought.
sorry.
So, I have great respect. I have so many pieces of legislation here to protect individuals who are facing housing challenges, who are facing displacement, who are not getting fair notices, who are facing displacement for hotels, who are not getting their housing approvals on time, who are being bought out by predatory developers. We're doing so much to protect people's housing. And for me, that just has such a great weight. And so I empathize with you, and I feel your pain, but this happened last time, and I just asked, please, next time, I asked publicly, please, next time, come and meet with me. I need to understand your issue before the vote comes up, and don't make the argument on the floor, because if not, this is what happens.
Commissioner, I did meet with you. We spoke personally, you and I did meet before the last vote. I explained to you the situation and you responded to me. So I did do that. And the reason I'm pointing out 45 units is not so that I could say, well, we're only throwing out 45 people. I'm saying that because the economics don't work with just 45 units. That's why. It's not the people. It's the economics. That 45 units is not enough units. It's not enough depth there to pay a mortgage, to pay the taxes, to pay the windstorm. This is why these things are happening. It's not happening because of the people or because of a desire to throw people out. It's happening because of the realistic economic situation.
So through the mayor, let me just ask a question of the planning director. I just want to understand this. Now that I'm hearing Mel speak,
Thank you.
Some of this discussion from the last meeting is coming back to me. The property in question is being stated on the record that was originally developed as a hotel. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, and it was converted to residential sometime in the 80s.
Okay, and I think last time when I voted for this,
Yes.
that weighed on me because that is part of the original use of the property. It was different than other situations that were before us, but that was a unique
116-room
circumstance.
hotel.
Okay, and that was not explained earlier as part of this conversation, that the original use of this property in the MXC was a hotel. So, thank you. I appreciate that.
Look, I think that Commissioner Fernandez and I, not that I'm speaking for him, would come around. I think it's a question of Mayor Minor, because I think that I'd like to hear what he has to say on this, because I know that Commissioner Suarez is a no, and Commissioner Magazine feels ardently about this. So Mayor Minor, it's really up to you. And frankly, to force some, the only reason I'm okay with it, I know that Mel is not evicting anyone who's not leaving on their own.
You might sell it to someone that does. You might sell it to someone that does. And he's not, I don't think he's gonna dispute it. If he wants to sell the property, he's got full right to sell the property. That's exactly why he's lobbying us not to do this. So that he can sell the property without having to tell the buyer that they're gonna have to go through an extra layer step of a commission approval process.
Okay, so this is an existential question, Commissioner Suarez. Can we force someone who owns a property in Miami Beach whose business model does not work because of changes in market conditions? Would you impose that on someone because
You're doing it for the rest of the community, or
Well,
the rest of the
I
property owners,
understand that,
but you're
but what
making
I'm-
a carve out for one person.
I'm trying to explain to you that when a business model doesn't work, we have to listen and figure out, well, who's going to subsidize his business model? Are you?
So then why are you voting in favor of this ordinance that's going to apply to
Well,
everyone else?
because I
except-
didn't, because he was not here to explain this to me. And because also I saw, you weren't here, Mel, and I didn't
I
understand.
don't think he needs to be here. I don't think he needs to be here to have an honest and intellectual discussion. It's very simple.
So
like,
I
we
would like
just
to
want
hear
make
from
sure
the mayor,
that
because if the mayor's willing to reconsider it, I'm also willing to reconsider it, but I would have to hear from the mayor first because I think he's the defining vote on this.
I mean, I'm happy to say it. It's interesting that you need to look to me on a vote. I don't think anybody's changing their vote here. So that's the way I see it. Huh? I'm saying that we just took a vote an hour or two ago. I don't think, as far as I can see, nobody's changing their vote.
Why did you change your vote between first reading and second, Mayor Minor?
he doesn't have to answer to you, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. He's
Why?
the mayor.
I'm asking a simple question. If there's something nefarious about it, I'd just like to understand
He
what's
doesn't.
going on.
He doesn't answer to you. He answers to the voters of Miami
By
Beach.
the way, you voted for this yourself in December. And then when Commissioner Dominguez brought forward an amendment, you made this political,
make a
and now you're
carve-out for
going
special
after
people. I'm
Commissioner
against that.
Dominguez because it was her amendment. And I think that that's wrong to be playing around with people's property rights. But Mel, he is
The
right
whole point
in
of
one
this is
sense,
to change
that
property rights.
the thing is that I don't think it's changing anything right now because okay, do you have plans on selling this property?
It may be sold in the future, yes. I
Duh.
can't say no.
So I have a question, Mr.
But
Mayor.
it's not going to be, if it's, I can't tell you. I mean,
Mr.
I'm not,
So
I'm
have-
Not
going
gonna
to be
lie.
82,
Not
I'm going to
gonna
be
lie.
82 years old next week. So who knows? You know, who knows? Really. But the truth of the matter is, again, in order to change this to a hotel, it would take tremendous amount of capital improvement. Tomorrow, it can be changed into a short-term rental. Is that what you want? It's forcing only one way to go because it cannot be a forever.
But this is part of the problem that we have is that, everybody's advocating for affordable units, but even in properties that have a tax basis, I know you're under commercial appreciation, but when did you purchase this property?
1988.
Okay, so even a property that was purchased in 1988 in a historic district is having financial difficulties for affordable rentals.
You know who's
So
also
this
having
is the
financial
problem that we
difficulties? The
face.
people
Okay,
living there.
okay, we had this discussion. We gave you the
Thank you.
courtesy.
So let me ask you a question.
If you were going to call the vote, I don't think anybody's changing their vote. But if you have a motion to reconsider and we have a second and then we can take the vote again. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate it.
Thank you for
but I
allowing
don't
me
think-
the
No,
opportunity.
of course.
Let me just ask a question.
Please.
Mel.
Yes.
So are you willing to do some sort of covenant that would protect the long-term tenants that you have in that property? In the event that you were to sell the property or something like that?
I'm not sure what that means. Honestly, I don't know what you mean.
I don't think this is the proper place to put
You
it.
could sell
I'd
the
have to, honestly, it would be not proper for me to just answer off the cuff about the legal implications of what's being proposed. I can't say yes or no to that.
Should we defer it? Because if you put in a long-term covenant that as unit owners vacate their apartments, whoever purchases it would agree to allow them to stay until they vacate. I think that's what
Until
Commissioner
they
Fernandez said.
voluntarily vacate or until the lease is up?
Because that's the only problem, that until their lease is up.
Until the lease is up, of course. But the leases do provide that in certain cases they can be terminated. I really don't think it's appropriate now for me to stand up here and say yes to something that I really don't know. I am a school attorney.
Maybe we could
Let's-
defer and figure
let's
this out.
defer.
I don't think anybody wants to, first and foremost, Commissioner Suarez,
gonna be
I think it's disingenuous to claim that anybody wants to evict anybody. We do not. Nobody up here on this dais, except for the voter who's raising his hand in the front row.
He
who
just
feels
said
like
he wants to
got a
sell the
raw deal.
hotel.
My,
He's just saying that he wants to
yes,
sell it as a
but
hotel.
the problem is that if his business model doesn't work, is he supposed to hold on to a losing proposition? I mean, you have to be realistic. Idealistically, I would say keep, no,
We
please,
can't
please, let me
micromanage the way he
continue.
runs his business.
Idealistically, I would say keep the property forever, but I think you have to be a rational business owner. We should defer this and figure this
I'll make a
out.
motion to defer.
Second.
So
Thank
listen,
you.
Mel, I think you know where I stand, but you have 6 other of my colleagues.
Yes, and please,
to have these
Commissioner Suarez,
conversations.
stop
Everyone,
playing
stop.
playing the
No, no,
eviction
stop.
boogeyman, because nobody wants to evict anybody.
This is becoming a joke now. I'm serious. Now I'm getting upset. One at a time. We have literally 3 people talking at the same time. One at a time. I want to turn to our city attorney. How are we going to handle this?
There was a motion to reconsider that was seconded by Commissioner Magazine, so you need a vote on the motion to reconsider.
And Commissioner Magazine, you're the sponsor of this item. How do you want to handle this?
Yes, I will vote to reconsider. Once we open that up, I will vote to defer.
Okay, let's do that.
So vote
Defer to where?
to next month.
So first vote is to reopen the item. If that's the case, all in favor of reopening the item?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm opposed.
So 6-1, the item is reopened. Now, a motion to defer, I didn't hear who made the motion.
I'll make the motion, yeah.
Second.
So this is Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez, to defer to May 21. All in favor of deferring the item to May 21? Please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Commissioner Suarez is opposed. So the item is deferred to May 21.
5S.
Give me one
Thank
second.
you, thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you very much.
Mayor, give me 1 second. R5I is deferred. I'm sorry, which item, Mayor?
R5S, as in Sam.
Yes. R5S is an orders of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations by amending Article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending Section 7.2 entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, Single-Family Residential Districts by amending subsection 7.2.2.2 entitled Uses, RS, to clarify and amend regulations on the commercial use of single-family homes and providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. R5S is a first reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. So this ordinance seeks to protect the integrity of our single-family neighborhoods by closing loopholes that have allowed commercial party houses to operate under the guise of residential use. Right now, we've seen a troubling trend of for-profit event promoters using nonprofits as a mask to host ticketed events in residential homes. And they claim these are charity events, but in reality, you know, they're charging for entry. They're doing advertising on social media. They're bringing in crowds, noise, disruption, all while skirting our zoning law, and we're seeking to close that loophole. Mr. Planning Director, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add to that.
I think you covered it, Commissioner Fernandez. The only thing I would add is that as part of this, there is a request to waive the zoning cycle so that second reading can be on May 21st, 25 if approved at first reading.
Awesome, great. So with that, I want to thank my co-sponsors, Commissioner Bond and Commissioner Dominguez, for joining me in preserving the peace and safety and the character of our neighborhoods. And with that, I move the item. Thank you, Commissioner Magazine.
Does that mean you're a second? Yes. Okay, call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom. No one requested to speak in the audience either. I have no discussion. Commissioner Bott. Out. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing on item R5S is May 21st.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
R5T.
R5T is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 1 entitled General Provisions, Article 2 entitled Definitions, Section 1.2.2 entitled Use Definitions by adding a definition for cosmetic store and by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 5 entitled Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.5 entitled Supplementary Use Regulations, Section 7.5.5.2 entitled Adult Entertainment by creating exemptions from the distance separation requirements for cosmetic stores where adult material constitutes less than 20% of the floor area of the establishment, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5T.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
First and foremost, anybody who's watching this and sees the title of the item might be a little afraid because you see adult material in cosmetic stores. But what we're talking about here is a significant investment in Lincoln Road. And it is, how large would this shop be, Lyle? How big is the store going to be? It's going to be 3,000 square feet. 80% of this store is really cool gadgets for beautification, like little caps that you wear to make your hair grow and red light masks. And instead of selling traditional beauty products like creams and things, they use technology. And it's a store that's expanding. Wanted to go like Midtown. Other places want them, and we're trying to bring this investment to Lincoln Road. But there is a small percentage of the store, 20%, that does have some female products for pleasure, but they are not grotesque. And by the way, CVS can sell them, Walgreens can sell them, Ricky's on Lincoln Road used to sell them, and they don't look like large. Well, they look like they just look like little animals. They just look like little animals. They're actually really cute, like Hello Kitty style, and they are not offensive at all. And I really think that given the fact that they are not obscene, okay, and they are not sexually explicit, and this is a tremendous investment, and it's actually a really cool concept, I would like my colleagues to consider this, because we have struggling with vacancies. I met with the owner of the shop. He is a tremendous guy, and it's not about this. It's not about this. It's about a really cool retail store. So that said, I would like to hear how my colleagues feel about this, because it's a multi-million-dollar investment in Lincoln Road at a time when Victoria's Secret is about to go dark, and we need a reason to go to Lincoln Road. And by the way, buy a really cool gift.
Yeah.
And not just that. I mean, it's not just that. There's masks. There's all sorts of beauty products to like slim and beautify and trim. It's just it is the 21st century solution to beauty. Actually, yesterday I did a technological, facial where they like fuse your skin with these microneedles, whatever, and they like infuse salmon sperm DNA into your skin. Seriously. So this is the new solution to cosmetics and beauty care. It is about using technology and leveraging technology, and that is what this retail location is all about.
Thank you, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. I think that's a pretty new low for the city of Miami Beach, considering that we have real problems with our city, traffic, flooding, infrastructure, and you are sponsoring a bill for adult material on Lincoln Road. This is not a laughing matter. I think there is some serious soul searching that needs to be done. I don't know why we're wasting our time on this. We have real problems to deal with. We should not be promoting any sort of adult material on Lincoln Road where my children are on. I think it's ridiculous to even bring this forward. It's an affront to suggest and to show a vibrator to public on television. I think that's disgusting. I think that's beyond the pale. I don't think we should be promoting any sort of adult material in front of a church. Mr. Planning Director.
Oh, by the
If you-
way,
excuse
wait,
me,
I'd just
I
like
have
to
the
say
floor.
something. No,
Excuse
you
me, I have the
didn't
floor.
speak
I'm the vice
constantly.
mayor, and I'm speaking, and I have a question for the planning director.
There's one
I have
next
the
to
pl- I-
there's
I-
CVS's
I
and
have a- I have a
Walgreens
question
across
for the
the
planning
city that
director.
allow them. They
Commissioner
were for
Suarez.
sale, and Ricky's where you used to
Mr.
go buy
Planning-
your
Gonzalez,
Halloween
you'll have
costumes.
the
They were for
opportunity to speak again.
Yes,
Mr.
but this
Planning
attack,
Director.
it's not about,
Suarez.
I don't want this retail
Excuse
location
me, Commissioner.
to-
I'm
because
not
this
the
is
one
he's stuck
sponsoring
in some
adult
sort of
material
weird
on Lincoln
groupthink,
Road.
And he can't focus on the
Commissioner
issue, which is
Suarez
a
has
multi-million-dollar
the floor.
investment.
Mr. Planning Director, why are we being asked to change the code?
Because under the code now, stores that sell adult material have a minimum distance separation from houses of worship of 300 feet and from RS and RM districts, a distance separation of 300 feet. The proposal here, the entity is within 300 feet
To what?
of a church and an RM district.
So it's next to a church and a residential district.
Correct.
Is that correct? And so we are being asked to change our code to allow adult material next to a church and next to a residential district. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I, for one, will never put my name on an ordinance that's going to allow adult material next to a religious institution, next to a school, next to a residential district. And shame on anyone who votes for this, because this is a red line. This is a red line for us. I understand Miami Beach is, we're getting past the party town. We're reshaping our image, our brand. What are we doing allowing adult material on Lincoln Road? I don't understand why anyone can just go to a commissioner and say, hey, I got this great idea. I have these cool looking vibrators I'd like to sell on Lincoln Road. And then you somehow have the idea to say, yeah, that's a great idea. It's just mind boggling to me. I mean, we have real problems we have to discuss, and we've already wasted 10 minutes on this. It's ridiculous. Let's get to real business that voters care about. They don't care about seeing vibrators on Lincoln Road. They care about the streets getting flooded. They care about getting home 2 miles that takes them 45 minutes. They care about housing. They don't care about this. It's a waste of time. And that's all I have to say on the subject.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, and then let's.
Okay, first and foremost, this is about a significant investment. This is not about, first of all, next door to Casa di Bambini and Walgreens and CVS, they are selling material, and let me tell you, it's not cute like this. It is big and grotesque. And it is surrounded, it is in every Walgreens, every CVS, every single church. Ricky's, for many years, by the way, across the street on Lincoln Road, they can. So we're going to reject a multi-million-dollar investment, which, by the way, you will never have to set foot in there because you are not a woman. So there's a little bit of misogyny embedded in this too, because 80% of this store is purely cosmetic. And what's happening here is that I worked with the bid, I met with the store owners, everybody else did too, and this would be a rejection of an investment based on from a man who says that we're grotesque women. That is what he's saying. He's saying that we are grotesque. By the way, I don't see you going after CVS or I don't see you going after Walgreens, but because my name is on this, all of a sudden, it is grotesque.
Mr.
So
Planning
for the
Director-
women out there, just wait.
Mr.
For
Planning
the
Director,
women out there,
is CVS allowed to
now
sell
I'm
adult
getting
material
interrupted.
next to a place
so
of
for
worship?
the women of Miami Beach, I would like you to know right now, okay, that Commissioner Suarez does not really care about you being able to purchase something in this one area, and he finds it grotesque that we might want to use technology as cosmetics, and there is a very small section in the back that has a certain kind of material that he finds so tremendously offensive that he is willing to reject a multi-million-dollar investment on a street, okay, that is full of vacancies. So I hope that the women of Miami Beach remember this, because this is just a male perspective that is completely ignoring, okay, the reality of the business model. And this is just like Mel Schlesser, Somebody's telling you, my business model doesn't work, but Commissioner Suarez has an ideal So we are supposed to be forced into voting for his ideal, even though the numbers don't work. Now here, I'm trying to attract a large investment along with the Lincoln Road bid, some very serious women, and a tremendous shop, by the way, that is going to bring revenue to this city and actually bring something very cool that I think will attract residents to Miami Beach. And that, and because of an ideal, you are just going to say no. So one of the responsibilities as elected officials here is that we have to realize that we have to make decisions sometimes that are difficult, but that make sense. They make economic sense. They fill a vacancy. It's upscale, a super upscale, cool shop that wants to go. They were going to go to the design district. And you know what? We brought them back to Miami Beach because we said, come back here, make your multi-million-dollar investment here in this cosmetic store, because 80% of this store is cosmetics. And because Commissioner Suarez finds something unpleasing that he will never use, although maybe, as I start to think about how you're acting today, maybe you should, your poor wife, do something. No, but you can literally go
Do you want to move the item?
you could literally go to the Walgreens, okay, next to Casa di Bambini, and legally they are selling something called the Butt Buzzy that somebody showed me today. Well, that's not what this is about. That is what.
Do you want to move the item?
Yeah, I mean, but the whole thing is ridiculous. This should not even be a question. It should be welcoming this investment.
Well, let's see what the body
Welcoming the
wants.
investment.
Why don't you move the item, see if you get a second, then we'll take the vote.
I would like to ask the planning director, so are CVS allowed to sell adult material next to a place of worship?
A CVS or a Walgreens would be subject to the current distance separation requirements if they are in fact selling material that meets the definition of adult material. So if the Walgreens in question is, they may be doing that illegally.
Well, we have that citywide. By the way, so across the street, you could open up. That's the whole point. On the other side of the street, it's allowed. Do you realize that? On the
So
other
how about
side
we,
of Lincoln Road, it
we
is
should pass an
allowed.
ordinance for increasing the distance separation. I mean, I don't think we should be promoting adult material. I think we should be.
You can bring that next month. You wanna move it? Commissioner, see if you get the support?
I have some questions. So what are the safeguards around this, right? Like, it's always the proverbial Pandora's box where Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez describes this upscale cosmetic, and then in the back, this little section, they have something for people's personal usages. Fine, not my business, right? But what are the safeguards in there? Is it, as it was explained to me, only a certain percentage of the store could be dedicated to such floor space? Does it have to be out of view? Because certainly I don't want to get into some sort of scenario where this is in the front windows, where this is visible. Is it behind some sort of lockbox? Maybe if we would have the operator, I assume you're the operator or I don't know.
Yeah, let me just address within the legislation itself, the proposed exception to the distance separation requirements would be limited to cosmetic stores, retail cosmetic stores, and a definition of retail cosmetic stores is proposed as part of the ordinance. It also states that the floor area for this is limited, that it cannot be visible from any storefront or from any street. Further, the planning board had recommended that the ordinance be further revised, and I would just need clarification as to whether or not the motion included the recommendation of the planning board that it would be limited to personal massage devices. That's what the exception would be limited to only. So it wouldn't be a broader all-adult material. It would just be personal massage devices. And the administration recommended that the floor area be reduced to 10% of the floor area, not to exceed 100 feet.
Yeah, I mean, because literally I go into CVS on Alton Road and they are selling these there. So what I would look for is no visibility from the windows, right? Only a certain, because what I don't want is this to turn into some smut shop, right? If this is a high-end cosmetic, can this actually ordinance travel with just this store? So if there's some sort of change in ownership or change in use, that this doesn't become then the legacy of some business that would look like it's on Washington Avenue?
This is specific to retail cosmetic stores. So in this particular instance, if this ordinance is adopted, if this retail cosmetic store left, this particular exception would leave with it. It would not apply to a future non-retail cosmetic store use.
And if I can interject, so what you're saying is, if it's on Lincoln Road and it's a cosmetic store where young women can shop, maybe even preteens can go into the store and they see a massage device that we all know what it could look like, they could encounter something like that.
Inside the store, yes.
Look, you're telling me that you want to open up a cosmetic store where, you know, women of all ages can go in, and then they see, you know, all sorts of imaginable things that could take. And look, I'm sure the property owner is very well respected, but again, we're kind of opening up Pandora's box here for anyone to open up a cosmetic store and sell adult material.
But you can buy,
So-
do you know that G Beauty in Sunset Harbor has these products, and any woman, anybody can walk into any store. You can right now walk into Walgreens and CVS and see
There's a
them
distance
anywhere, and guess
separation.
what? They're going to be exposed to. And
There's a
literally
distance
across the street.
separation requirement.
I just don't want to lose this massive investment because, and by the way, I have no skin in this game. The only reason why I agreed to sponsor this item, which I knew that I was going to be beaten up over, was because I weighed the good and the bad. And it's not, there's nothing bad about it. It's 80% cosmetics. There is a small section in the back. And I think sometimes, in order to attract investments, I mean, if we say no, then somebody else is going to go and get the prosperity. But what is the, here, I have a few questions. What is the projected revenue for this shop? Like,
I don't know the projected revenue for the shop. By the way, Ian Bachakov with Ackerman Law Office, registered lobbyist on behalf of.
You're in a tough spot. I get it.
Can you-
Yeah, no, I was waiting for public hearing, but
can you
I've
answer
been
some
asked
of,
questions.
Ian, could you answer some of Commissioner Suarez's questions so that
absolutely.
everybody can get behind this investment?
Yes, yes. So my client is Jeska, German beauty tech. They own hundreds of patents on cosmetology technology
Listen,
products.
dude, I think, I don't think we have a problem with the company at hand. I think what myself and some of my colleagues might have a problem with is, what are we opening up? What is Pandora's box, correct? And because when I look at that screen, it says, first reading, distance separation exempt adult material and cosmetic stores.
Yes.
That's what I see. And, you know, you can paint all the roses in the world about your cosmetic company. I have a cosmetic company. We don't sell adult material. But we're more concerned about opening up Pandora's box to something, because look, it might be good for now, and 5 years from now we have a different commission, it kind of slips by the cracks, and all of a sudden we have young girls and boys going into these stores, and all of a sudden they see, you know, toys for all sorts of things, and I'm trying to hold back
Yes.
on what we can see, because right now it's like, you know, what Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez held up, I don't even know what that looked like, but I'm sure it can get a lot more imaginative, if you know what I mean. Okay.
May I?
Sure.
Ian, take a moment, and I'm asking.
No.
Take a moment, then I'm asking the sponsor to move the item, see if there's a second, and then we'll call the vote, because let's just call it.
If I may take 2 seconds, the issue is really how expansive the definition of adult materials is in the city. It includes everything and anything that is sexual, except with a very slim exception for birth control and STD prevention devices. What my client sells in a very small portion of their store is sexual wellness products, personal massagers. There's nothing profane about them. They don't look like sex. They're not pornographic.
But could that change? Could it
As long as
show
they
like a very large dildo? You know, like.
So we're not changing the requirements for adult bookstores, which is that they can't be in the front of the store, they can't be sold to minors, so they stay in the back, where the adults go, where the adults can see them.
Anyone can go in the back, right? You're not asking for identification before going in the back, are you?
But you can also go in the store and you see them, and like she said, they just look like toys.
I think any adult material store on the beach requires an identification, right? You need a show ID to go in, as far as I'm concerned. And
not that I'm
look, yeah, I believe so. I don't know, maybe.
Why this? there's a distance separation. Why this location? Why not find a location that's not within a school or religious,
Or mixed,
It's-
or
it's-
residential.
It's based on what's available. This is prime spot on Lincoln Road. It just worked at the location saying to my client. I'll mention it passed unanimously at planning board. These are products that are on the shelves in every CVS and Walgreens, including across the street from churches, elementary schools. They're already on the beach.
You just heard from our planning director that if they are selling it within 375 feet, it is illegal.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So I have-
And yet there's been no complaints in the city. It's never come up as an issue in the city. That's
But
why
there's a big
nobody's
difference
enforcing
between
it.
a
Yes.
CVS on Alton Road than children playing on Lincoln Road, where we're potentially putting a new park there.
Across
and then,
the
and then,
street from North Beach Elementary, Temple Beth Shalom, two other churches, Casa de Bambini Church, they are across the street from churches currently. Nobody's once complained.
and is that
Not
because
the
it was,
Orthodox community,
is that
not
because
any
it was
community.
before we put in enacted any sort of distance
It's
separation? I'm
because
assuming?
it's become mainstream. There's nothing at issue with personal sexual wellness. It's become the norm. It's not pornography.
Excuse
That's
me,
what
I
we're
don't think
trying
it's
not to do.
normal for incentivizing where children might be on Lincoln Road to be exposed to this. I don't think that's the new normal. I'm sorry. I certainly am not gonna sign up for that.
Yeah, you know, we have a vape shop that sort of, we changed the rules subsequently, but there's a vape shop on 41st near, and we get complaints about it. Now, they're in until they get out, and then it'll be precluded from anybody else. But we do get complaints, so I could see the concerns.
So I have a question.
Commissioner Fernandez.
All right. So I'm trying to find the middle ground here. I like 90% of the store. I don't like the 10% of the store. The 90% of the store, the cosmetics, it sounds like it's a great addition to Lincoln Road. And as my colleague and the sponsor of the item mentioned, it will attract perhaps residents who are looking for a gift and other types of products that they may want for cosmetic purposes. The 10% is what I don't want. And from what I saw, this is a sophisticated store. It's an elevated store. It's not someone that's going to be displaying phallic looking products on store shelves. Notwithstanding that, our job is to legislate in the present, thinking about the unintended consequences that could arise in the future. And I just need to understand, what protections are there in place? Should this high-end store sell and someone else comes in, and they come in and they display something that might not be as innocent as what is being proposed?
So we're happy to work on putting in those protections prior to second reading. None of my clients' products are phallic or pornographic. We would be willing to agree to those conditions. We don't want anybody to come in and try and take advantage. Like you said, we don't want to open the floodgates. We're looking to bring a great international brand to Lincoln Road to bring their investment to this city as opposed to the design district. And this is one of their products that they sell. And
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
Because I recall when Commissioner Bond and I, when we served on the planning board, we had to deal with the issue of the retail fulfillment centers.
Yes.
And actually, this type of product became a central part of that conversation. And with retail fulfillment center, these stores have storefronts. They're fulfillment centers, but they have storefronts where they can display the products that they sell. But it was determined that they wouldn't display certain products. It didn't mean that clients couldn't pick up the product that they had purchased online, but it just wouldn't be on display. And so what I think would be a fair proffer and a fair middle ground here is, certainly I don't want to see Lincoln Road become the destination for stores looking to display and promote on retail adult material. However, it's part of their inventory. If people can buy it and pick it up there without it being on display, I'm fine with that, because it's how we've handled other similar issues in the past. And there's already a legislative history of us handling this type of material this way. Is that something that your client could consider? Because it's what I will feel most comfortable with, and I think it's a fair balance.
So they've already agreed that, and this is already in the code, and this is not being changed. It cannot be displayed in the storefront. It cannot be displayed anywhere where it could be seen from outside the store.
And I'm not talking about the storefront, because children do walk into stores. And
Y-
Lincoln
yeah,
Road,
yes.
and we continue marketing Lincoln Road as a destination for everyone, for adults, for the LGBTQ community, for elderly, but also families. And if we want to be a destination for families, I want families to feel comfortable letting their children into the stores. Mr. Planning Director, haven't we passed legislation, and I should know the answer to this, and I'm asking you a question that I don't know the answer to, where we have adult material as a nuisance use that we're trying to phase away from?
Technically, under the code, and this is in another part of the ordinance, and it's been repeated in this legislation, is that these devices cannot be visible from any storefront, nor visible to minors, persons under 17 years of age. So even in the store, they would not be able to be visible. That's already a code requirement.
So they can't be displayed in the store?
They can display it in a store, but that's where it starts to become a little bit more nuanced, because they will have to design it in a way where minors would not have access to that part of the store where it would be visible.
And so my question is, given that that's already the case, why don't you just treat the store as a fulfillment center for that product, so that it doesn't have to be in display, and it addresses the issue of this ordinance?
As an alternative compromise, my client would be willing to limit the store to only 18 and up, or even check IDs at the door. They're happy to do that.
I think that's unnecessary. If we could find a way.
Is that the type of store we want on Lincoln Road?
We don't want an
18 and
18-plus
older only
store.
allowed?
Yeah, so if we could.
80% cosmetic, Commissioner Minor.
No, I'm referring to his suggestion.
Yeah.
And so if we could find a way where we can fulfill, where you can fulfill the orders.
They want to be able to display the product. They want people to be able to see what they're buying before they buy it. That's the purpose of having a flagship retail store. And to put it at the back of the store where, they won't let minors see them, they're not allowed under the code. We're not asking to change that. They just want to be able to have some floor area in the back where they can be there for the adults. Right now, under the code, it's not allowed. You said that. We understand it. Had we gone in without saying anything, nobody probably would have even noticed, the same way they're in the Walgreenses and CVS, and I think you said G Beauty, the Target on Fifth Street.
Lincoln Road's a little different.
And maybe, Ricky's NYC had it in the back of their store, and all the stuff there, not just little things that don't actually look like pornography at all. But it's been on Lincoln Road. It was probably one of the most popular stores on Lincoln Road until it closed for many years.
So I'm just going to make it clear where I stand based on the feedback I've seen today, based on the text messages I'm getting during this meeting. And so there's a number of things that we could do. I would encourage the operator to have this as a fulfillment center for that product. Have this as a fulfillment center for that product, so that on Lincoln Road, the road that we're trying to, just think about what we're trying to do to Lincoln Road. We're trying to bring to Lincoln Road more residential uses so that people can live full-time on Lincoln Road. Yet where we're trying to have people live full-time, I'm all with the cosmetic store. But the 18-plus material, the more I hear and the more that I see coming in through my text messages, the more uncomfortable I feel with it. If it's a fulfillment center for the 18-plus product, I'm fine with that. But when we have it in display, so that the people who we hope will move into Lincoln Road and their children or their guests or whatever walk into the store and they see this, perhaps yours is tasteful, but whoever succeeds you might not be tasteful. And I need to consider that as well.
And we are absolutely happy to work with the commission between first and second reading to make sure those safeguards in place.
Well,
so
before
that
I
there
vote
can
for
be
this,
no
what I would
other-
do then is let's send it to land use. Let's discuss it at land use.
It's already been there and at planning board with unanimous approval to get here.
It got,
It
got
didn't go to land use.
sorry.
It did not
It
go
didn't
to
go to-
direct
it went
referral
to planning board. I would mention that this went to planning board with a unanimous approval. I'll be willing to send it to land use if that's where you are. And it would be really sad for us to lose this multi-million-dollar investment on Lincoln Road when it's struggling so much and have another building storefront stay vacant, because at the back of the store, which is mostly cosmetics, there's a small section for women. And that, what I find odd is, and I hate to say this, but it's men voting, because I haven't heard from the women, but I find it insulting almost, because it's a women's, mostly, it's a female cosmetic store. So I hate to point this out, but
Well, but.
not
but-
women. And wait. And also, I think this is, if the planning board went through this, they had enough foresight. I will defer to land use, and I would encourage you to look at this from a perspective of investment. I guess put on your hat and try to approach this from a feminine perspective, but I think that this is something that is actually going to bring residents to Lincoln Road. By the way, this entire argument that there's some boogeyman, that, you know, children are going to walk in. I mean, you saw what the material looks like. It is not offensive at all, but the offensive material, any young woman could go online, could not just go online and find stuff, but sees it on display at every CVS, in G Beauty, at Walgreens. So yes, we're going to be punished. And honestly, you know, we can defer this another month and we're going to lose this investment, but this is bad for business. It really is. And I shouldn't even be having to fight this. I feel like I do feel that it's wrong to refuse this investment.
Commissioner Dominguez.
I have a question for Tom. I remember hearing an uproar when an ice cream shop on Espanola Way selling obscene ice cream. Is that still open? How did that sneak in?
I don't recall the ice cream store. I think it was a waffle store. And I think that on that one, they were cited because they met the definition of adult material. They were instructed that they had to remove everything that constituted an adult material. Whether or not they did, I don't know, but they were cited and violations were issued to that.
And they were advertising in the front. I guess where I'm at with this one is it's already been to the planning board. It received unanimous approval. This would have a display in the back. The workers at the store could monitor. If a child walks in, they wouldn't be allowed to the back. And having full storefronts, and the rest of the store is cosmetics. It's elegant items, because I saw it. Having full storefronts, paying taxes, I think is important, and ensuring that the store personnel monitors the back would be of most importance.
Mr. Mayor, how many square feet are we talking about? Because what I'm reading is, you know, you guys rejected 10% of the recommendation, and, you know, they want a serious place of like 600 square feet. Is that correct?
No, the total square footage we're looking at is maybe about 250 square feet. This is the
Out of how
display
much?
case, it's the space of the display cases at the back of the store.
So
The total size of the store is at around 3,000 square feet, 2,800, I believe.
Okay, but Mr. Director, is that, because what I'm reading here is that it's 600 square feet.
What we had recommended, what was proposed was what Ian just indicated, that it not exceed 20% of the floor area, which in that case, with close to 3,000 square feet, would be about 600 square feet. What we had recommended was that it not exceed 10% of the floor area, or 100 feet. So what we're recommending is smaller than what they're proposing.
So what they're asking for is 600 square feet, and what you're recommending is 250
Now, I
square feet?
believe what you're asking for is
So
250, right?
we don't need 600 square feet, but we need more than 100 square feet, which is what it would have been limited to under their recommendation.
Look, you know, I know you're in a tough spot, and we have to look forward to the other potential bad actors that might move in, buy your company, say we're a cosmetic company, and then start selling the most exotic kinds of adult material or massage device. I fundamentally have a problem with that. I don't want to belabor this issue. Mr. Mayor, if you want to go ahead and call the vote, I'd be more than happy to.
I would like to refer this item to the Commission for Women and get a recommendation from them. And I would also like to refer this item to land use so that Commissioner Fernandez can assuage any concerns that he has relating to this material.
I don't think it's going to change
And
any votes.
that would be my motion. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, great. So let's call a vote on that.
Is this, by the way, is this 5 votes or 4?
Referral? The deferral?
No, for this. For if this comes back to the commission, is
It's
it
5 votes to adopt, 4 for a referral.
This is 5 votes, and I believe that we can get there if we go to land use, given that it was given a unanimous recommendation from the planning board. I plan to go to the Women's Commission with this. I've worked with the Lincoln Road bid on this. It wasn't really lobbyists that came to me. It was the bid saying we can fill this vacancy for this high-end women's beauty store that has a small section in the back. So I do not want to lose this investment. I really have no skin in the game other than to create a reason for people to come to Lincoln Road and fill a vacancy that we currently have. So I have a motion. We have a second. Let's call a vote on that. And let me present my item to the Commission on Women and see how they feel about it. That's a commission full of women and mothers that can opine on this. And anybody who has any concerns can have them heard there. We're going to have to go to the Commission for Women and Land Use because I don't think if you call a vote that the votes are here without fleshing this out. I think that, I know that Commissioner Fernandez has some questions.
Tom, how far is this from the church?
The church it's less than 300 feet. I'd say probably about 150 feet from the church.
Yeah, look, we're here today. Let's just see where we're at. Like, just vote on it. We don't need to refer this. I don't think it's going to change anything. I'm getting so many text messages on this against this project. People I rarely talk to saying that this is going to make Lincoln Road look cheap. And look, let's just vote on it. Let's just see where we're at. We don't need to belabor this.
We have a motion and a second, and we actually have to vote on it. Are you?
So I'm going to support the referral to committee because I just want to know the unintended consequences of this. You know, putting this type of use near a church, it bothers me. It really does bother me. And I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Because it just opens, then what is it going to be? Is it going to be alcohol in the future? Or is it going to be other types of uses in the future? And when you do it, when you minimize the distance separation with the church, then in the future, we open the door to possibly doing it with an educational institution. So, Tom, let's meet with the interested party. Let's figure this out because there could be a better way of handling this. I'm even getting messages from planning board members who voted for this, who are upset with this. So I think there's work to be done here. This is not ready for a vote. Let's meet with the applicant before this going to committee to see if there is a tasteful way that we can accommodate this.
What's the motion?
Okay, so we have a motion to refer to the Miami Beach Commission for Women and Commissioner Fernandez's Land Use Committee. And we have a second, so let's call a vote on that.
So on the referral, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
So I hear Commissioner Suarez and I heard the mayor. So the item is referred. Thank you.
Okay, let's call R5 AE and R5 AF.
Oh, fun.
1 minute. R5AE. It is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach Year 2040 Comprehensive Plan pursuant to the small-scale procedures in Section 163.3187 Florida statutes by amending Goal RLU 1 Land Use Objective, RLU 1.1, establishing a future land use categories policy 1.1.7, high-density multifamily residential RM3, to create the Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay Land Use category, providing for floor area ratio bonuses for developments that include certain public benefits and providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. That was item R5AE. R5AF is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7, Zoning Districts Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Section 7.2.6, RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity, subsection 7.2.6.3, Development Regulations, RM-3, to reference modified development regulations for the Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay, further amending Article 3, Overlay Districts by creating Section 7.3.12, entitled Alton Beach Bayfront Overlay District, to create development regulations that incentivize non-transient residential development on Lot 3, Block 80 of the Bay Garden Manor condo, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 6, page 12 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. Item R5AE requires 5/7 vote.
Tom, you've been busy today.
I have, and Ralph, you read both the LDR and the comp plan, right? AE and AF?
I read those two, yes.
Okay, so.
Is there another item, Tom, or no?
What's that?
Is there a third item or
No, no,
Okay.
there's those two. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the item. This actually has two components that are before you, and there is a separate referral on the consent agenda that was actually pulled, C7AZ, that would be related to this if that ends up being passed. This is a private application that is specific to a development site at 1250 West Avenue. And it involves amendments to the LDRs that entail an increase in overall building height from the current height limit of 150 feet to 330 feet, an increase in the maximum allowable FAR through bonuses from the current 2.75 up to 5.75, and it also involves a relaxation in a number of different setback requirements. As required by code, this particular application, which again is a private application, and the applicant is behind me and they will go ahead and make a more detailed presentation to you. This did start at the planning board. It was filed directly with the planning board. It did go through the necessary steps at the planning board, which involved 2 public hearings at the planning board, as well as a community outreach meeting between the 2 planning board hearings. The item was not given a favorable recommendation by the planning board. The planning board transmitted it with an unfavorable recommendation. And as indicated in the memo, the administration has some significant concerns with the overall proposed increase in building height, the setback relief, and the FAR increase from an urban design standpoint. Because of the fact that we do not have a development agreement that has been drafted, the administration is recommending that the matter be open and continued to a future date so that first reading, if it moves forward, could align with a first reading discussion of a potential development agreement. We've also recommended that if it does move forward, that there be certain reductions in what is being proposed. Specifically, we're recommending that the overall FAR, if it's going to be increased, not be increased beyond 4.75, that any building height increase not exceed a maximum of 300 feet, and that the proposal to remove the setback, current setback requirements also be removed, and that the current setback requirements remain. So with that, I'll go ahead and I will turn it over to the applicant, who I believe has a presentation for you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, or good afternoon. Melissa Tapanez with law offices at 200 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. Before I begin, I just want to put in a disclosure into the record. Although there's no applicable law requiring this disclosure, we did voluntarily disclose to the city as part of a routine practice associated with redevelopment that we do have a mitigation agreement with the neighboring condominium association, Bayview Terrace condominium. It's for providing additional security during construction, cleaning, engineering standards, and noise mitigation, as well as providing for a crane easement over their site. So as I mentioned, my name is Melissa Tapanez. I'm here representing 1250 West Avenue Owner LLC, a subsidiary of JDS Development. I'm joined by Michael Stern, the founder and principal of JDS Development. He's the developer of the Monad Terrace in Miami Beach, as well as many other notable projects in New York City and the city of Miami. Most notably, the One Southside Park project, which is a public-private partnership with the city of Miami that includes the development of a fire station, as well as a renewal of the largest park in the Brickell area, known as Southside Park, which is the home of the historic first schoolhouse. I mention that because I've had the pleasure of representing Mr. Stern on many public-private partnerships, which is what brings me today to the city of Miami Beach. We're here requesting your approval of an overlay zone that facilitates the development of this exciting new project to replace a deteriorating condominium building with this new building that is much more sensitive and compatible to its neighbors than the existing building on site with current regulations. We have navigated the FAR and amendment process and listened to community feedback to try to come up with the most meaningful public benefit package and compromise on the issue of the proposed height and the FAR. The project that we're presenting today is a building that is no taller than 3 of the other existing buildings in the immediate area. It's significantly less dense and will result in the permanent elimination of the Bikini Hostel, as well as the completion of the Bay Walk. Simply put, there is no downside to this project for this neighborhood or the city overall. The only opposition is really coming from concerns, folks who are concerned about their own views, or those who consistently oppose reasonable development proposals at the expense of progress to the neighborhood. We understand that the administration is recommending that this application be continued today for further discussion on the development agreement and to determine whether the public benefit offering is commensurate with the requested development rights. It's really important to note that today is simply first reading. We have 2 additional hearings that will travel along with the development agreement proposal, and we believe that all the development agreement along with the overlay really needs to align at second reading, and that's our intent. The extent of the public benefits do not have to be determined today. That is a question for the development agreement. The reason why we're here and really insisting on a first reading today is because the project merits further consideration on its merits, and further time, money, and effort by the developer and many of the residents that are supporting this project is necessary at this point in time due to contractual obligations, as well as many other reasons that we can discuss in more detail. So that without a vote today, the opportunity to save the unit owners of 1250 West Avenue from their failing condominium building and eliminate the Bikini Hostel, as well as complete the Bay Walk with 100% private funding, will be lost. On the other hand, voting in favor of this project maintains the possibility of striking the appropriate balance between height, FAR, as well as public benefits. And if I could get that presentation, there we go.
Just so we have a handle, how long is the presentation?
I'm going to be turning it over to Michael Stern in just a moment, but I'll say 10, 15 minutes. We'll be as quickly as we can, but I'll take it very quickly. These are some of the portfolios that I mentioned that Michael has done in Manhattan, Miami Beach, and Miami. And this is the property that we're discussing. The property that's subject of the overlay zone is 1250 West Avenue. We've highlighted the Bikini Hostel site here because, as we all know, it's a key part of our public benefit package. And our goal is to eliminate this non-conforming use that has really been a plague on the community and this particular neighborhood for a number of years. Prior to the this being a homeless shelter as it is today with daily feedings, clothing donations, and hygiene and medical services, the property, as you know, was a nuisance to the neighborhood as a youth hostel with a 5 a.m. liquor license. We feel that our overlay proposal has a lot of merit outside of the generous public benefit package, and that's what we would like to walk you through today. And with that, I will turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, city staff. First of all, I just want to say I appreciate the time and consideration, not only today, but also in the many meetings we've had over the last few months. We've engaged in extensive community meetings and engagement. I've lost count of how many outreach meetings we've done with stakeholders, from neighborhood activist groups to immediate neighbors, all up and down the corridor, but particularly our immediate neighbors who will be most affected, which is 1228 West Avenue and Monad Terrace. We've worked very hard to take as much input as we can, and we've adjusted our proposal as a result of those discussions. If you remember, we originally came in with a building approximately 420 feet in height. That has now been reduced to 330 feet, which is shorter than the building almost directly adjacent to it, and as Melissa mentioned, shorter than at least 3 or 4 other buildings in the immediate area along the corridor. This is a neighborhood I know very well. I developed Monad Terrace directly adjacent to this, directly adjacent to this subject site, which has elevated the quality of the architecture on this block significantly and in a long-lasting way. I care about the impact I leave on this neighborhood. Everybody involved in this project lives in Miami Beach. We're not some nameless, faceless hedge fund from Chicago or wherever you want to pick your city. We all live here. And I want to also just address head on a couple of items that came up in the last few days leading up to this meeting, some of which were mentioned earlier at commission. First of all, I want to make it clear that we have no involvement today, nor have we ever had any involvement whatsoever with the operation of the Bikini Hostel or the irresponsible decision to put a homeless population into this residential neighborhood, into a facility with no proper support infrastructure, which is a totally inappropriate use. We found out about it only after it was reported in the media. Unfortunately, some opponents to the project have tried to spread false rumors that we had some involvement in that, and I want to make it clear that we had utterly nothing to do with it. We were burdened with this problem by bad actors, and if this deal gets approved, it will end up costing us tens of millions of dollars. We would be thrilled if the city could solve this issue on its own, but we are unaware of any mechanism to make that happen, despite, I know, a lot of very valiant efforts on the part of the city to make it happen. Which kind of leads us to the next issue I want to address. Commissioners earlier today referenced another project where long-term bad actors in our city might ultimately get some financial reward. There is certainly some element of that here, but that's just a practical reality that we have to deal with sometimes. And as another commissioner earlier today said, you can't let perfect be the enemy of the good, and this project is very, very good. In the alternative, the entire neighborhood is being punished. So we are rewarding maybe a bad actor on some level, but everybody else is living with the punishment, and that doesn't make any sense. This building will be incredibly high quality and will provide robust public benefits that are tangible, they'll be immediately felt, and will terminate a severe nuisance and finally complete the long-promised Baywalk. When I started to develop Monad Terrace over 10 years ago, the Baywalk was supposed to get done then, the street raising was supposed to be done then. There are a lot of things that just haven't happened, that have been stuck. Sometimes you need the private sector to step in partnership with the public sector to get good things done. As Melissa mentioned, I've done a lot of private-public partnerships in many cities across the U.S. very successfully, and there's nothing wrong with private money solving a problem when the public money can't. It's actually, in a lot of ways, better. And finally, if the commission would like to look at evaluation of development rights, which I know was mentioned earlier today, before second reading, we would be happy to participate in providing whatever information is necessary to do analysis, and we're very confident that the extensive public benefits we're providing are commensurate with the proposed scale of the overlay. So I'm going to very quickly run through a couple of slides. I know we're all time limited, and you guys have been through an exhausting day today. This is the existing condition. That's what's here now. The existing structure was built as a healthcare facility. It's one of the only structures with no balconies. It is in very bad physical condition and is rapidly deteriorating. It currently has 238 units, and short-term rentals are allowed in the zoning district. And this just gives you a quick overview of what's going on there. The building's full of mold, foundations rotted, cooling towers rotting. Every day there are piping issues, elevator issues, et cetera, et cetera. As a result, the carrying costs in this building have exploded over the last few years, rising 100% in just the last couple of years, and will rise at least another 55% in the next few years. That's assuming there isn't a catastrophic physical problem that wasn't anticipated, which leads us to the development options. So we have two choices: the as-of-right development, which is on the left, and the proposed redevelopment, which is on the right.
Mr. Mayor, wait, I just need to understand something. Because you mentioned catastrophic event, and those are very alarming words to me. So I just need to, through the mayor, I need to recognize Vince, our building official, because I just need to know, are we facing a situation where we are about to face any catastrophic activity here? Because I'm fine with a lot of editorials, but when we come to people's lives and people's safety, I just need to know, is there anything here that points to a catastrophic event?
Good evening. Nothing in the reports that we have received at this point indicate anything of a catastrophic event. We do have, and it's a 1964 building that was due for its recertification. It has 5 active permits related to repairs associated with that recertification, to include violations related to changes in doors, repairs to the roof that were done without a permit that are now being permitted.
But anything structural?
There is a concrete restoration permit that's active with inspections and reports.
Okay.
So nothing at this point has indicated anything catastrophic in nature.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because the public is watching, we have residents that live there that are watching this, and the last thing that I want is for anyone who is watching this that lives in that building to fear something catastrophic. I just had to correct the record. Thank you.
Fair enough. And the reference that I was making was to financial catastrophe, not physical catastrophe, in terms of an unintended expense. But I will say, as an example, just last week, on one particular day, a domestic water pump went out, then a pipe burst, all in the same day. Water took out an entire line of apartments. The elevator went out of service. This was, we have the condo board president here who's going to speak about the building a little bit later. But that was just one typical day in the life of Bay Garden Manor. This building is beyond its useful life. It's obsolete, and it's frankly a financial albatross on the residents and owners who live there. Okay, so getting back to the presentation, this is the as-of-right option, which results in a building that is relatively squat with minimal setbacks. And we're not arguing that we can't detail an as-of-right project to be beautiful. We did that with Monad Terrace next door. That was a different era with different construction costs, different land costs, et cetera. But that massing would have a devastating effect on the adjacent buildings' light and air. It would create shadow impacts that would be far inferior to what we are proposing, and we'll run you through why. As I've mentioned, we've done extensive community engagement and have listened to the community and the elected officials who asked us to avoid creating a new height precedent. We have brought our original proposed height from 420 down to 330, which is below the scale of roughly 4 other buildings in the immediate neighborhood on the block. And here is our proposed redevelopment, which consists of a very elegant tower with a highly detailed tiered podium with curved travertine, teak, and stainless steel accents. We have eliminated the parking podium, which you could see at buildings like the Waverly, instead creating a lush landscape garden space along West Avenue and minimizing the footprint of the tower and setting it back as far as possible from both the street and the bayfront. Importantly, we are proposing a maximum of only 125 units, down from the current 238 and the allowable 286 under the zoning. The units will be family-sized and short-term rentals will be expressly banned. Critically, the real-world impacts to the neighborhood, which is density, not height, is being reduced substantially and will result in less traffic and water and sewer demand. I have a couple of slides to highlight the differences between the as-of-right and proposed tower setbacks for the portion of the building up to 50 feet in height. So this is the podium. As you could see, the as-of-right pedestal, only a 20-foot setback at the street is required versus what we are proposing, which is 130 feet to the section of the building that is 50 feet in height. On the waterfront side, a 42-foot setback is required as of right. We are proposing 140 feet to the portion of the building that is 50 feet in height. And because we are providing such substantial waterfront and street setbacks, that is what is requiring the very minor interior side setback relief we're looking for. It is in direct response to massing the building to be empathetic to the neighbors. And this is the tower portion, and this is really critical. We've worked hard to minimize our tower footprint, which is on the right slide in gray. The tower is only roughly 100 feet deep. It has an almost 200-foot front setback to the street to minimize shadows at the street, and 140 feet from the waterfront versus the required 63 feet, which would be more typical in an as-of-right condition. If we look at these slides, the impacts looking from 1228 West Avenue with a typical parking podium and an as-of-right massing versus a tiered pedestal and a smaller footprint tower. This is taken from a balcony at Monad Terrace. It's from an E unit at Monad Terrace. The as-of-right condition would kind of decimate the views and the light in the air. The tiered condition is a lot better. Here's our ground floor plan to show you what we're doing to bring traffic off the street and into the property. We have a drop-off and driveway that's in the middle of the property with plenty of space for cars to queue. So all the traffic would come off of West Avenue into the middle of our block, and that's what it would look like, totally away from the street. And here's a cross-section diagram of our proposal, which shows you that real impact of those setbacks, 197 to the street and 140 to the water. And here's a project overview rendering, which shows that the context seamlessly blends into the fabric of the built context that's there. And with that, I will turn it back over to Melissa to conclude.
So our context, at 330 feet in height, our proposed tower is in context with the existing built context on West Avenue. You can see here that 3 other buildings are taller than the proposed project, including the Waverly at 335 feet tall, the Floridian at 337 feet tall, and the Flamingo Center Tower at 338 feet tall. These are also significantly more dense as well as bulky than our proposed building. Almost every building built at the current height limit of 150 feet was built between 1950 and 1970. Those are in yellow. The only exception is Michael's Monad Terrace, and this is an exception, not the rule. No other successful buildings have been developed under the 150-foot height limit. Forcing a short and squat development mandated by the current code is not a benefit to the corridor and is particularly damaging to 1228 West Avenue and the Monad Terrace. Even staff's recommendation acknowledges that conditions have changed and that some relaxation of height and FAR could be warranted. The staff recommendation provides for 300 feet and 4.75 FAR, but staff does not present any justification as to this recommendation when other more dense, intense buildings in the immediate area are taller than the 300 feet. Modern buildings, as we all know, do tend to be taller with smaller footprints, maximizing views, increasing green open space, as well as ground floor green space and amenities, as well as view corridors. That's exactly what we're trying to do on this site. So the proposed legislation includes limits on permitted uses, limiting only to residential and accessory uses, no outdoor restaurant seating. There's an elimination of outdoor seating. That was a concession to the neighborhood's comments. We also allow for a floor area bonus of up to 5.75. That allows for about 481,000 square feet. This is a decrease from the 7.75 and staff recommendation of 5.25, where it was their recommendation previously. Today it's that 4.75. But staff does agree that some increase is warranted, but really, in our opinion, does not appreciate the practical and economic realities associated with developing a building with 3 and 4 bedroom units, as well as luxury amenities. Staff is asking to reduce the building by approximately 82,000 square feet, which makes the floor plans and amenity areas unworkable without significantly reducing the quality. The height we're seeking is 330 feet. This is in line with the Waverly so as to not establish a new height precedent along the corridor. Staff acknowledges that the 300 feet would be more appropriate, but the 330 additional fees is hardly perceptible. Like the floor area, it makes a huge difference as it relates to the quality of the building. And we believe that this is not at all comparable to the 500 Alton, the 500 feet, or the skyscrapers in Sunny Isles or Brickell that we know folks have mentioned, and are 500 to literally 1,059 feet in height. The maximum density is 75 units per acre, and there's a reduction in the maximum permitted density of 50%, which is significant and impacts the actual impacts on infrastructure, which has been discussed during this commission meeting as a major concern for this commission. The setbacks, we're asking some relief to accommodate the tiered design and tower. We have a much greater front and rear setback than required, but we do desire some relief from the side interior setbacks. There's also setback encroachments for architectural features, a streamlined approval process for mechanical parking, and a prohibition altogether on short-term rentals. The impacts that this project is generating is significantly less than what the as-of-right development provides for. We retain an urban planning expert to analyze these reduced impacts associated with the reduced density. And as you can see, the density required by the overlay leads to a significant reduction in the demand for water, sewer, solid waste services, as well as traffic and impact on open space requirements for public parks in the city. The benefits to the city as it relates to economics is also very significant. We retained an economic expert to prepare an analysis of the economic benefits of the project, and there are a number of benefits explained in the report, but the one major benefit is a 7.5 multiplier increase in the ad valorem property tax revenue by 2030, which is the year the project is expected to be completed. There's also a significant benefit, economic benefit to the residents. These benefits include substantial increases to the city's annual household income and GDP based on the impacts of employment sectors like real estate, construction, adjacent commercial businesses, and so on. Although the development agreement is not before you today, we have presented a detailed term sheet that includes the acquisition of the Bikini Hostel property and the relocation of the existing homeless population in a humane manner, the demolition of the existing hostel buildings within 120 days of approval, the conveyance of the land to the city free and clear within 60 days of the TCO for the project. And we will have this full development agreement with these terms for approval on May 21st. The other development agreement item is the inclusion of the construction of the missing elements of and segments of the Baywalk. Although they were partially funded by a GO bond, they are underfunded now and behind schedule. We would assume responsibility for finishing up these easements from the adjacent condominiums, finalizing the designs, permitting, and construction of the Baywalk segments at 800 West Avenue, 1228 West Avenue, 1450 Lincoln Road, in addition to our own segment at 1250 West Avenue.
I'm sorry, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, of course.
So you won't complete the Baywalk just behind your building and maybe even 1228, but actually outstanding at 800 as well?
Yes, that is correct. The 800 as well as 1450 Lincoln. So we know that height and FAR increases generally generate a lot of passionate discourse among city residents, but cutting through all of the outside noise, there's actually very good reasons why this commission should recommend adoption of this overlay today at first reading. Again, there are 2 additional readings that this project merits to go through the development agreement with the community and yourselves to get to the final approval. Approval of this overlay will lead to the elimination of the bikini hostel. The reduced density creates less impacts on traffic and infrastructure, including water, sewer, and solid waste. The enhanced front and rear setbacks result in less impacts to West Avenue and Biscayne Bay. Our overlay takes away the ability to repurpose this property into a pseudo hotel with residential units that can be used as short-term rentals. The proposed project will significantly increase tax revenue and lead to an influx of positive economic activity that will increase property values and benefit the surrounding community. Our proposed height and FAR is compatible with other buildings along the corridor. Adoption of this overlay will facilitate the developer closing on the units at 1250 West Avenue, alleviating these unit owners of the grim reality that they're facing in terms of assessments and fines from the city of Miami Beach as unsafe structures that are worth more in many cases than the actual value of the units. The overlay results in development that preserves view corridors, allows more air and light to 1228 West Avenue and Monad Terrace, and approval will result in the completion of the Bay Walk that is significant of importance to the residents of West Avenue. Finally, the proposed overlay breaks the property free from the shackles of this 1960s era zoning and allows a truly beautiful building appropriate for the Miami Beach Bayfront. Do you want to conclude, Michael?
No, with that concludes our presentation. We thank you for the time and the consideration.
We're available for any questions and reserve time for rebuttal if that's appropriate. Thank you, Mayor, for your indulgence.
It's a public meeting?
Yes, it is.
Hear from the public?
Yes, sir. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? If so, please approach the podium and line up. And as you guys do that, then I'm going to call first then someone from Zoom, but please line up so I know how many people are there. Mayor, based on the number of people, may we do 1 minute or would you like to do 2?
Since we have a cutoff at 7
And
and we have people on Zoom,
We have a lot of people on Zoom.
I think we're gonna have to, I hate to do it, but. Oops.
So let's,
Yes, we are.
Huh?
so,
Try to be flexible. I'll try to be flexible, but it's the only way we're gonna get through the meeting. Huh? No, 100%.
We're the major stakeholder.
so,
You're coming with me.
so go ahead, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay, yes. She's with me.
Are you guys speaking again?
Oh, yeah, more or less, yeah. Wait, she's with me. She's giving me her time. She's from the She's building. gonna take her time.
It's okay,
There's
it's
only one
okay.
So, but I would like to,
Okay, who's first?
I guess that would be me.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm speaking, and this is my colleague Brandy Bellissima, who is kindly giving me her time. We're both from 1228. Okay, good evening, Mayor Minor and Commissioners. My name is Jessica Davis. I am the Vice President of the Board of the Bayview Terrace Condominium Association, representing our 195 units and 350-plus residents. I am here with my fellow board member, Brandy Bellissima. We represent the largest stakeholders as we live right next door to the 1250 project at 1228 West Avenue. We need our voices heard. We support Mr. Stern's tower, and here is why. First, 1228 West is a quintessential middle-class building. We are not fancy. We are the kind of building that many of you commissioners profess to protect. We have just successfully completed our 50-year recertification, and contrary to what you may have heard, we are not a takeover target. The architect of 1228 constructed our building to maximize both its bay and ocean views. 95% of our 195 units enjoy either bay or ocean views, which are magnificent. Mr. Stern's beautiful and respectful design will protect and enhance our middle-class building and our views. Second, and most importantly, Mr. Stern is buying the Bikini Hostel. When I heard that he was going to do this, I started to cry. The Bikini Hostel has been a scourge and a blight on the West Avenue neighborhood for 15 years now. Long before its current iteration as a makeshift homeless shelter, it was nothing but a never-ending nuisance. Millions of taxpayer dollars were spent weekly on code and police service calls. Now, as a makeshift homeless shelter, $35,000 a month is being spent on a 24/7 police presence, often right in front of 1228 West Avenue. Our residents cannot see around the police vehicle to safely enter and exit our garage and upper driveway. The Bikini Hostel is not an appropriate place to compassionately and constructively house people who are trying to get back on their feet. Where is the dignity and respect in people sleeping 6 to a room in bunk beds and eating their meals outside from styrofoam containers because there is no appropriate dining facility? Not to mention that no other services appear to be provided except those by a staff worker from Human Services who sits outside with a laptop. Until now, there was no end in sight, no proposals on the
I
table
apologize,
from
but you're now at 3
anyone
minutes.
to solve this ongoing and intolerable situation. Mr. Stern's acquisition of the Bikini Hostel is a win for all of us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Give her a few, give her a little more.
She's almost done.
Mr. Stern's acquisition of the Bikini Hostel is a win for all of us, the residents I represent at 1228, all the other middle-class buildings surrounding the Bikini Hostel, and the entire West Avenue neighborhood and the city of Miami Beach. This is a win. Third, Mr. Stern has agreed to complete all missing portions of the Baywalk, which the city has not been able to do. The Baywalk is a wonderful amenity for all Miami Beach residents. It will finally be completed, so again, this is a win. I am a 23-year resident of Miami Beach, and I voted for each and every one of you who are sitting on the dais today because I believed in your mandate of residents first. And today I'm here asking you to vote for us in favor of Mr. Stern's Tower because I believe that it does put residents first. The public benefit of getting rid of the Bikini Hostel and completing the Baywalk is a more than fair exchange for a beautifully and thoughtfully designed building with less density and less traffic impacts to West Avenue, and it helps all West Avenue owners maintain the equity we have put into our homes. Again, residents first. A rising tide lifts all boats. Mr. Stern's development will lift us up along with the entire West Avenue neighborhood and the city of Miami Beach, and the Bikini Hostel will finally be gone. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Our first virtual speaker is Brian Kay. Brian, unmute yourself, state your name and address, please.
Hello, I'm 1000 West Avenue. First of all, I'd like to just say that last speaker didn't disclose that the developer is participating in buying them a new seawall, which is millions of dollars, which, you know, she should have said that, because as of right is the law, and we would like to see the developer work within those confines. The developer has worked to reduce the height, and that's greatly appreciated. But I think the 1250 West Avenue condo condition is being overstated. In addition, the Bikini Hostel is being made a boogeyman, and the developer shouldn't really have any play in this. I think we have very qualified and capable elected officials that can solve a problem without looking towards a developer to do so. This actual developer agreement that they're looking to get passed or signed or agreed upon.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. I apologize. Ma'am, go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Laura Ketteret at 1228 West Avenue. I just want to say that the Bikini Hostel has evolved over the past 15 years from a neighborhood nuisance into a political quagmire, because now it is now a homeless shelter and with no end in sight. This is grossly unfair to the residents of 1228 West Avenue. We are losing equity in our homes because of this. We have no way of getting out of it. Nobody has presented us with a proposal other than Mr. Stern to get us out of it. I'm also extremely upset that our building is being used for propaganda purposes, saying that we are a takeover target. We are not a takeover target. Nobody has approached our building and asked anyone to sell a condominium for development purposes, yet this is what is out there in the community, and it's fear-mongering and it's frightening to our residents that they feel this way, that people are saying these things. It is not true. And if you don't act now and this Bikini Hostel grows any further into a 250, I believe now we have 150, we're soon to have 250 people there, and it's not sustainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller has a screen. Fyrus is the screen name.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes. So I'm sorry I have to call in because I'm out of town on a business trip. I've had to, suffer through this deceptive presentation maybe 5-6 times already because we, the middle class of the neighborhood are forced to do this because we can afford high price attorneys to present us. I'm just going to point out 2 or 3 things that stood out from the presentation. One, outside is first to us and to the people speaking out against. Number 2, he spoke of bad actors as if some foreign concept when he himself.
We lost that caller. Next, please.
My name is David Geller. I live at 650 West Avenue. I have been a resident of the Floridian at 650 West Avenue for 15 years. I also happen to be the operating partner of Anatomy Fitness at 1220 Lincoln Road. I fully support the development by JDS for 1250 West Avenue. I know Michael Stern personally, who is a high-quality individual who does exceptional work both here in Miami and in other places around the city. The current condition of 1250 West Avenue is deplorable and needs to be replaced. Additionally, the Bikini Hostel has become a source of persistent problems on Miami Beach. It has become a source of homelessness, and there is police presence currently on that site all the time. It's dangerous for the residents, it's dangerous for children, it creates an unsafe environment, and it's been growing worse and worse over time. The demolition of the Bikini Hostel is imperative. We will have a beautiful location, West Avenue will be safer, we'll have a better environment, better tax revenue, and overall, it's a rare opportunity to combat a long-standing problem with a development that will benefit everybody in West Avenue as well as Miami Beach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Karine. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. Yes, I'm unmuting. Thank you. I'm also a West Avenue resident. I've been fighting for years to stop overlays, to stop us not following the right to build. We knew when 500 was going to go up, it was going to become a precedent for further abuse of our area. We would like this builder to be kept to 150, while all the amenities he's offering is a very sweet, nice way to bribe us into allowing him to go from 150 feet to 330. Right to build is what we are asking you to keep our developers to. We cannot be using them if there are problems with the beach, not managing the funding. That is an issue the city should be addressing, not developers trying to pay us off. Again, right to build, this lot is scheduled for 150 square feet height, and that is what it should be forced to do. As for the Bikini, that manipulation started as soon as the commission decided not to support
Thank you, ma'am.
the
I apologize,
height
but your
rate.
time is up. Next, please, state your name, address.
Hello, my name is David Greenberg. I own an A-line unit at Monad Terrace. I'm a full-time resident of Miami Beach. I'm here to express my strong support for the developer's proposal. And I can tell you all 7 or 8 of my close friends that live at Monad Terrace, we have the same or similar views. I think that West Avenue is kind of at a critical inflection point. I think if the city works with the developer, that West Avenue is going to be on a trajectory towards something extraordinary. I think if they don't, I think West Avenue is going to go in the opposite direction, saddled with a rapidly decaying situation at Bikini Hostel and 1250. And I think the developers are offering literally everything we could possibly ask for. The setback from the street and the bay is a huge win for Monad Terrace and the neighborhood. The proposed density and height is more than reasonable. The building design is beautiful. I think it will be iconic for Miami Beach. And the fact that they're going to finish the Baywalk and clean up Bikini Hostel is just an incredible win for the neighborhood. So I ask the city to accept the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Marilyn. Marilyn, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All right. This is the second time that we have offered FAR for an exchange for something free. It happened with the library, it happened with the community center. When the mayor was running and there was candidacy, everybody said they would have voted no had they known what the implication was. Okay, now we're being offered, we have GO bond, so we have the city to pay for the Baywalk, all right? The Bikini Hostel, first it was gonna be parking, now it's gonna be a park. We've got, it's no compliment to be compared to the Flamingo or the Waverly. That's not a compliment, it's an eyesore. And I am not affected by anybody's views. I've lived here since 1959, just so you know that. So I'm fighting for the city I grew up in. All right. So okay, we don't need the city's got the money for the Baywalk, and the Bikini Hostel has only recently become an issue. And
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your time is up. I apologize. Next, please, state your name and address.
A.L. Horowitz, 1011 West 48th Street, full-time resident. I just want to give my support to the developer. It's always a good thing that a developer lives within the community and wants to beautify it. I think that Bikini Hostel is a danger. My daughter actually went to Elevate Salon Institute, which is not so far away, and there were many nights that we needed to go and pick her up ourselves because we didn't want her to come by herself. So that's something that was close to our heart. And when a developer takes it upon themselves to beautify the area and makes it safe, I think it's very good. And I just want to again just give our support.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next virtual caller is Amy. Amy, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Yes, good afternoon. Amy Litos, resident of West Avenue. As stated, Mr. Stern built the Monad Terrace, which sits directly next door to the site, and is a beautiful building. But perhaps more importantly than the aesthetics is that it was built as of right. To quote Commissioner Suarez from earlier today when speaking about the Doville, nothing is stopping this developer from building as of right. The reason for not doing so, though, is this practice of developer-funded public benefits in exchange for private incentives. This has become so normalized that it's passed off as just the way things are done, rather than it's being a perverse incentive to force the commission's hand. So we're a wealthy city, and we should be ashamed at the notion of any developer and us relying on those developers and their goodwill to fund our parks and baywalk and seawalls and bridges, and as in this case, to remove a blighted building and to relocate homeless individuals who were brought into our neighborhood unbeknownst to them. Now, there's nothing wrong with financial gain, but what is wrong is to exploit the needs of a neighborhood to rectify the wrongs of previous decisions.
Thank you so much.
How does...
Sorry, go ahead.
My name is James Julius. I live at 650 West Avenue with my wife and 2-week-old son. I also own the Harbour Club located in Sunset Harbour, only a few blocks away from today's discussed project, as well as the Bikini Hostel. As both a resident and a business owner in the West Avenue and Sunset neighborhood, I witnessed firsthand the ongoing challenges and the negative impacts associated with the Bikini Hostel. The issues go beyond just safety concerns. They also create real difficulties for local businesses like mine, affecting both the day-to-day operations and overall vitality of our community. Most concerning of all, the environment around the hostel has deteriorated to the point where I no longer feel safe for my wife to walk with our newborn son alone in our neighborhood. This is not the standard of living that we should accept in Miami Beach, and this must change today. And this development like this is much harder to find a solution. The solution is here today and will not be here tomorrow. This project not only addresses the immediate concerns, but also removes a building that is at the end of its life and a complete eyesore. I would like to emphasize the importance of today's decision as I approve the project and give full support to Michael Stern and the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next individual has a screen name of iPhone. State your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hello. My name is Luciana. I live in the Waverly, which was mentioned to be high and ugly, which I totally agree. And that is why I'm against this project. We don't need another ugly and high building. But mostly, the lady that presented the project mistakenly affirmed that we that are against because of particular reasons or views. I honestly lost my view before with the other project that was done by this developer. It's nothing to do with me. I think we need to think bigger and of the community. We don't want to become Brickell. We don't want to become Sunny Isle. We don't want high buildings. So we need to stop that, right? So enough of the Waverly and the ugly high buildings. That's not correct. And honestly, the ones that were pro are the ones that are using private and, the neighbors and the Monet, they want this project because it benefits them and their building. 1228 is the same. We should think of the community, not of two buildings that are going to benefit from a beautiful building that is going to be built.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, sir, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Xakoustis, and I live on 1000 South Point Drive. I've been in Miami for the past 20 years. I recently had a little baby girl, so the future of this place, of this city, is very important to me. I support the developer. I've seen some of his projects. This is a great project, lower density, smaller building, definitely beautiful building. As far as the Bay Walk, he's going to finish the Bay Walk. He hasn't finished for a while. The Bikini Hostel is bad and eyesore for everyone. It has become a homeless shelter. So, vote for him, please. He's going to finish. He's going to take care of the Bikini Hostel, and it's going to be a great project for the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next virtual caller is Martin Moeller.
Hello, my name is Martin Moeller. I'm a resident of 1330 West Avenue, a year-round resident of Miami Beach. This is the oldest trick in the book that we're seeing right now. The developer who is fear-mongering, we've heard about, grave consequences. We've heard about all the terrible things that are going to happen and how they desperately need relief in order to build a building that is grossly out of scale with the neighborhood. And the idea, of course, that they have gone down from 400 plus to 330 is supposed to be seen as a victory. It is not. It is the oldest trick in the book to get people to declare that, we got to compromise, it's okay. No. It's obvious from the comments today that the big issue is Bikini Hostel. So solve Bikini Hostel. Do not build a building that is out of scale and out of character with the neighborhood that will cast shadows and, worse, will create a terrible precedent for the rest of South Beach. Oppose anything above 150 feet at 1250 West Avenue. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hi. Thank you. My name is David Krantz. I'm a full-time resident of Miami Beach. I'm also president of the board of the Ritz-Carlton Residences Miami Beach. So have had a fair amount of experience dealing with developers and a turnover. So I want to just take a little different tack. Lots of people talked about the project, but I want to talk about the developers and my personal experience with Michael and Rafi and what they've built in Sunset Harbor in Sunset Padel. And so they turned a storage area into an amazing new part of our community that I've recently joined. And there's a whole bunch of us around here that have become part of that. So I've seen what they can do and how much they care about the city and making something that's of value. I'm there so much in Sunset Harbor, God knows how much money I'm spending there, to the point Park Mobile called me and asked if I needed a corporate account because I'm there so often. So I can see the ripple effect of the kind of community enhancements that they have done. So I just wanted to take the time to provide support for them personally and for this project.
Thank you. Our next caller is Scott. Scott, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Scott London. I live on West Toledo, and I used to live at the Capri on West Avenue. I've been a resident here for about 15 years. I know Michael and Rafi well. I think this is a win-win situation for us. I don't see any downside. I think that getting rid of that bikini hostel is paramount to cleaning up the neighborhood and making the neighborhood safer. I think that the building that they're proposing is very nice. Progress is progress. We all want to live in a place that has 10-story buildings, but it is what it is. The building that's there now is an eyesore. This will be a real benefit to the neighborhood. And yes, people's views get blocked, but that's what's going to happen, all across the city. But it's just inevitable. So I think it's really a win-win for the city, both in getting rid of the hostel and building a beautiful building that people would love to live in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, go ahead.
Ryan Skolnick, 4775 Collins Avenue. My family has lived here for the last 2 decades and notably donated the state-of-the-art Skolnick Surgical Tower at Mount Sinai Hospital. As our roots are now deeply embedded in this community, I want to express my support for Mr. Stern's development at 1250 West Avenue. We have witnessed firsthand our community grow and flourish, and we have a vested interest in it continuing to do so. I believe this project is another step forward towards that continued prosperity. With that said, I know the proposal involves purchasing the Bikini Hostel. This establishment has been awful for its neighbors and local residents, and this isn't the life we expect in a thriving city like Miami Beach. After reviewing the amended proposal, I think it's clear a beautiful new development and Baywalk, as well as the purchase of the Bikini Hostel, will make our community safer and more beautiful. Let's get good projects built. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Andre. Go ahead, please. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Hey, my name is Andre McIntosh. I've been an owner of 1250, the building that's going to be demolished if this plan goes through, for about 19 years. I lived there for about 15 years of those, and now I'm a landlord. I can tell you that what the developer is talking about is not fear-mongering. The unit owners in this building are on the verge of failure. If we don't get bought out, this building will result in a lot of foreclosures for unit owners due to all the assessments and all the things that we all know about. So it's not fear-mongering. Although I don't like everybody calling our building an eyesore, I understand we're not up to the standards of the newer buildings in the area. I think this project is a win-win for not just the neighborhood, but for the owners of the building currently. For that reason, over 95% have agreed to the sale. Without a profitable development, let's be real, JDS is not going to move forward, and probably the owners are not going to get that sale. So it's really a win-win for everyone.
Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Betancourt. I'm the president of Bayguard Manor. I'm also a local teacher. I've been teaching at Miami Beach Nautilus. I teach robotics there for 23 years now. I'm here to represent the owners. 99% of the owners have signed up for the bulk sale because it's become a final trap. We've had 2 assessments, over 12 million. We have another one coming for another 6 million. And the owners cannot afford it anymore. Now, in terms of the developer, Miami Beach was developed by developers. When you look at Carl Fisher, Fisher Island, Collins, John Collins, Julia Tuttle, Henry Flagler, these were visionaries, and they took a lot of risk. So I'm here to support the development, and I'm here on behalf of the owners because we're at the end of a rope. We cannot afford it anymore. We had a domestic pipe burst, 2 apartments from the elevators. We got very lucky it did not get into the elevators because it would have trapped the owners, especially the senior citizens. Oh,
thank you, sir.
I had a lot more to say, but anyway, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next caller is Rima Gerhard.
Hi, my name is Rima Gerhard, and I reside at 1345 West Avenue, where I am on the board. My concern is this project is sold to us as a benefit to residents of Miami Beach, and particularly you're tying it to the Bikini Hostel, which we all know is an eyesore and a concern. But my concern is with this overlay district, who's next? Is my building next? Do I have to worry about the residents here? Are we going to be bought out next to have a high-rise luxury tower developed? So I'm very concerned with this. I think that he can build as of right to build, but I don't think we should support this increase. It looks like a pay to play. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Tim Carr, Sobey West. I'm here with Tom Hawkins, Sobey West as well. And he's also one of the most impacted residents residing at Monad on the north side of this proposed development. This morning, I watched you all have a very collaborative consensus around an evolution around the Doville development. And I would ask that as our elected leaders, you continue to do the same for this a very important opportunity in our neighborhood. Again, a lot of conversations have been going on with the developer, back and forth with the residents, a lot of good residents feedback. I would ask that you guys, again, move this process forward today for a couple of reasons. One is, of course, the Bikini Hostel. We spend a lot of endless time of our volunteer time with special magistrate going there, but also we have an opportunity to resolve that the city doesn't have a plan B. So that's number one. Number two, we still need to provide some more feedback for our residents as we develop the development agreement for this process. So we're going to lean on you. They gave some good recommendations today, but we're going to lean on you as our elected officials to continue to fine-tune that process so we get the best possible value. And also, Mr. Stern, I know our friends at the Waverly are still looking for a sightline views and stuff. So I would get that over to their board president, Eric, so he can share that with their residents, because this is really a collaborative process for our neighborhood. We really appreciate what's going on here. And for the naysayers out there, again, stalling the process, what is your plan B for Bikini Hostel? Because I have not heard anything today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Nick S. Nick, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm 1345 West Ave, and I've lived in Miami Beach since 2002. I've seen the Bikini Hostel situation, and I think this is a separate issue. I think the commission needs to untie this from this development and actually look at that situation separately. Monad Terrace, even though it's beautiful, still has issues. The dumpsters get pulled out into the street every day. Will this new building built by the same developer have the same issue? We don't want to have trash on the street. This is not New York. Love New York, but we don't need trash in our streets. I think it's unsafe. I think that we need to really consider the kids in the neighborhood, the people that are driving. There's chicken because those cars are driving back and forth. I think we need to build this building as of right, 150 feet, stop the overdevelopment. I think there's some things that they're wanting to give, but they don't really make sense. I think this neighborhood needs to be, in a smaller scale. I really think the trash is an issue. The Baywalk, we're paying for a bond for that. The Bikini is a completely separate issue, and I really hope that you will take that into consideration. Thank you.
You so much, sir.
Hi,
Next,
everyone.
please, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name's Jordan, and I'm a proud Miami Beach resident, and I would like to express my support for this proposed new development. It has been demonstrated that the building is in scale with others in the neighborhood, and the objections seem contradictory considering that other residential buildings in the neighborhood are of the same height or even taller. Not to go unmentioned, the benefits that are going to come from this new development are unmatched. The Baywalk has been anticipated by Miami Beach residents for a while and is a really positive development for the community that promotes a healthy lifestyle and activity for all community members. Additionally, like others have mentioned, the Bikini Hostel does not align with the family-oriented vision for Miami Beach. Thank you for your time, and I really hope that you see the potential of this project not only for its future residents, but for the greater Miami Beach community.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller has no name shown, iPhone. Please state your name. Please unmute yourself. EJ, let's go to Wayne. Go ahead, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't going to speak, but I'm forced to. I've been through a lot in this town over the last 10 years, and I had my own fights. And I appreciate the voices of demanding more from the residents. And I think it made a big difference in how the developers approaching the community, whether it's David Martin or Michael Stern. I think they're much more understanding of our needs. And this project going from 420 to 380 to 330 is a really great move. And the problem at the hostel isn't really Michael Stern's cause. It was really the city killing the 1% tax, and then Ron Book doing like a a nasty attack on Miami Beach. That's really the cause of the consternation that existed since
Thank you,
it was
sir. I
been going on for
apologize,
10
but
years.
your time is up. Ma'am, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Tarka Russell. I'm an art curator and I live at Capri Building on 16th and Bay. I'm here to support Mr. Stern and JDS's development of 1250 West Avenue. I believe this project represents a much-needed improvement to our beautiful neighborhood, both aesthetically and environmentally. The building's design is both modern and iconic. It has the potential to become an architectural landmark for Miami. Equally important is the planned removal of the bikini hostel across the street, which has increasingly caused problems and discomfort for me, as well as local residents. I have found there to be a major increase in homeless people around the area since the end of last year that doesn't make me feel safe while I'm sitting, for example, at Pura Vida on West Avenue with girlfriends having coffee. In more recent weeks, I have been hassled by homeless people on 2 occasions at the table. JDS developments are offering to add to our existing community and improve facilities like the Baywalk. I have seen them achieve huge success in other ventures that they have done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Eric Marshall. Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and Tim Carr. I'm actually the Waverly Vice President, not the President. I'm calling in on behalf of the Waverly and myself as a West Avenue resident from 2001. You know, I always hear the Flamingo, Waverly, and Floridian are all this high, but they're all built 20-some years ago. And then a height moratorium from the voters of Miami Beach, not the Waverly, came out with that. So, you know, I take a little bit of issue with that it's us. Number two, this proposal has pretty much remained unchanged since August. You know, the public benefits was the Bikini Hostel and the Baywalk. And the planning board said no, said come back at 475 and 300 feet, and he came back at 360. They said no, come back at 300 feet, and he still came back today to you guys at 330 feet. Even though the Tom Mooney, as Commissioner Suarez referred to as the encyclopedia of the planning board, recommended 300 feet and 425. So I appreciate the time and the effort. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Ryan Shinman, 41 Lagorce. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. And all I would say is, as a third generation now Miami Beach resident, my mother and grandparents grew up right there on Bay Road at what was Morton Towers, which has been redeveloped. I've walked up and down these streets since the 70s and 80s. And I really believe after spending time with Michael, he would even do more for this city. I think, you know, when looking at the projects and looking how it's impacting the community, he asks questions, he cares, he meets with community leaders. And I think not only is this going to be an unbelievable project, and yes, concessions were made or they weren't, but the reality of it is the beautification of Miami Beach continues. We need more people like Michael and JDS, you know, to continue to improve this city and make it better. And I think, you know, the more he does, the better it'll be for the city and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Marilyn Frulick. Marilyn, go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the call. I just want to let the commission again, and I've said this many, many times, height is not a 4-letter word. Mass is. So I will trade height for mass any day. Those monolithic, huge projects that sometimes go up, they take so much space to both sides that you cannot see anything. While if you build up with beautiful surroundings, beautiful setbacks in the front and in the back, it is a so much better project. So please consider that height is not a 4-letter word. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Cyril Matz, born and raised in Miami Beach. I believe this is a win-win for the city of Miami Beach. Areas evolve. It's no different than the south of 5th area. I believe it is important the JDS has a solution to move the homeless in a humane manner. In addition, JDS will provide a great building for people that want to live on West Ave.
Thank you so much. Next caller has a screen name of iPhone. Please identify yourself. Please unmute yourselves.
Yes, hi, Stephen Stark. I live at the Waverly as well. I agree with what Eric just said. This is not about the Bikini Hostel. This is not a developer coming in and magically solving the city's problems that we could solve on our own. This is about changing the law that's already on the books about height limitations. It's not the view to the south that concerns me. It's the view that I see of downtown Miami and Brickell and all the new buildings that are going up. It's exactly the reason why the law was passed. This is just the slippery slope to allow someone else to come in and the next developer and the next developer and essentially just get rid of the law that's already on the books. If that's what you want to do, then come out and say that's what you're doing. Don't do it piecemeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Isabel Giardini. I live on 1250 West Avenue, and I'm here to show my support for this project. I think it will be a beautiful addition to the neighborhood, and it's in line with all the rest of the buildings. And in addition to that, I also support the removal of the bikini hostel, because as a girl that lives alone by herself, every time I have to walk to work to Sunset Harbor or come back at night, I always have like people doing comments and stuff, and I feel unsafe. So I think it will be an improvement to the neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Susanna. Please go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Susanna Pulger. I live in 1200 West Avenue. And first of all, I want to implore this body to stop connecting the bikini hostel to this developer's plans to break our regulations in our neighborhood just for his personal profit. Those are two completely different issues. It's a New York developer that's buying up condos in a building in a profitable location, forces residents to leave, and then wants to bully you to bend and break our local regulations. They were put in place for good reasons, to protect residents from monstrosities being forced on us, just like this one that he's proposing here. No matter what's being dangled in front of you, called public benefits, we have laws and regulations here that apply to everyone. We have no problems with responsible, appropriate development following our regulations. And it has become a very disturbing trend to ask for special favors, special treatment, exceptions from our laws. Voters elected you because they trust you. You are our representatives and protectors, not negotiators of special deals.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Jonathan Shredney. I'm a resident of Miami Beach since 2001, 4525 Meridian Avenue. I'm also a property owner, one of the partners of Trader Joe's, as well as some North Beach properties. As a property owner, I deal with part of the management at Trader Joe's. We've had some loitering of homeless people, and had try to formally take them out and handle it. Elegantly, I have to push for removal of the homeless shelter that they're trying to endorse here. For us, I think the corridor is a friendly pedestrian area for the residents, and we want to keep it that way so women, children, and male figures can walk through at night comfortably. I think the development enhances the corridor, brings beautification to the area, to the West Ave corridor, and I endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller has a screen name of HOV. Go ahead, please. State your full name. Please unmute yourself. Pete, okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Paul from 1250 West Avenue. I'm opposed to the height increase. We are being priced out of our neighborhood. This is just the start. 800 West will be next. 1200 next will be next. And then you will have skyscrapers, $3 million apartments that none of us could afford. So when you talk about benefit to the residents, all the residents are being forced out. We signed contracts. We were supposed to close. We were tricked into signing contracts. They have no expiration date. We were supposed to close in December. We keep getting closing dates that come and go, and we are still here playing these games and being priced out of our neighborhood. And this is just the start. So I'm opposed to it because you talk about the residents, but the residents will not be able to afford to live here anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Itan Kenter. I'm a resident of 1200 West Avenue, also known as the Mirador North. I arrived in Miami Beach March 2020, thinking I would be here temporarily during the pandemic. Fast forward, I now am an owner, and I've been living in Miami Beach ever since. I fell in love with Miami Beach, specifically the West Avenue neighborhood, and what drew me in was definitely just the beautiful, safe nature of the neighborhood, walkable, etc. I moved from New York, and I'm starting to feel somewhat reminiscent in that I have to cross the street when I'm walking past the bikini hostel. And I really want to maintain the safety and the security of the neighborhood. I'm married now, and I live with my husband, and we do have a vision to have, a family on the street. And so my hope, I know people are mentioning to decouple the bikini hostel, but there isn't really a solution. And I think really prioritizing the safety of the neighborhood comes with this project. So I'm in full support, and I really hope that everyone here today is in support as well and really is prioritizing the residents and our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is David Berg. Go ahead, please.
Hi, how are you? Good evening, Commission. Thank you for taking the time. I'm a resident of Miami Beach, living on 42nd and Alton, and I am the owner of 1700 Alton, which is the Variety Hotel. We've had consistent homeless issues at our property, damage to the property, and challenges with security, both at the hotel and our restaurants as a result of the bikini hostel. So we'd really appreciate a solution here, and we think the developer has a good one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. My name is Donna Magazine, and I am speaking as a resident and owner in Miami Beach, not as the mother of a commissioner. So I just want to declare that. One of the main reasons that I am up speaking is I feel that West Avenue is a beautiful, beautiful track within the Miami Beach community. We all talk about the south of 5th. West Avenue above 5th is now also acquiring the same attributes. What the developer is proposing, I feel, is a beautiful project, but even more important than that, I feel that he's given so many concessions to the community and really involved them in all of his presentation. He has compromised, and I feel when we talk about putting a building that's 150 feet in that location, that would be out of, proportion with everything else. Thank you. And safety is also more important.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Firas.
Yes, I'm just going to finish my thought because I was cut off earlier.
No,
so
sir,
I'll just
I
take maybe
apologize, but
30 seconds.
I apologize, sir, but we have lots of people waiting. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name is Jason Kuza. I live at 1000 West Ave. I walk up and down that street every day, so I know it very well. When I heard about the project, I was strongly for it because I just thought it was going to be a big uplift to the area. And why wouldn't we want a project like that there? And it sounds like it's going to be a good way to bail out some of those landlords in that building. That building looks rough. When you walk past it, if you've seen it, you'll know. I see Joe in the area all the time, so he knows it. And the hostel, I won't even walk past it. It's rough. So I think this is a good way to resolve that whole situation, give everybody a bailout from the building, uplift the neighborhood, and it'll be good economically for all the businesses around. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next caller has a screen name of DC. Please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for taking the time. I'm a Miami Beach resident for 28 years. I walk and drive down West Avenue frequently. The buildings are dated. Miami Beach is going through a resurgence. We're a different city than we were when I moved here back in 1997. I think this project is not only beautiful, I think it's sensitive to what the surroundings are in terms of its height, in terms of its density, as well as the setbacks. I think all residents will benefit, and obviously the addition of the safety for this neighborhood. No one wants to walk down West Avenue any longer for what has turned out over the past year especially. So I'm in full support of this project. I hope you vote for it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oliver Lloyd. I'm a Miami Beach resident. I'm here to support the development at 1250 West Avenue, which is a thoughtful initiative to enhance Miami Beach. The relocation of the transient and homeless population of the Bikini Hostel to a more appropriate, compassionate facilities and the subsequent redevelopment of this key site into a vibrant, sustainable, and community-focused destination will be a major positive for Miami Beach. This site will be transformed into a new model of Miami Beach excellence, offering green space and amenities that reflect the best of what our city can offer. This is not simply about removing the problem, it's about replacing it with something that uplifts the neighborhood and its residents. The proposed development is a unique opportunity for positive transformation, one that enhances West Avenue, respects our residents, supports those in need, and advances the progress of Miami Beach. We have an opportunity tonight. Let us act and create positive change. I urge you to support this vision and help us write the next chapter of our city's story, one that is beautiful, inclusive, and forward-thinking.
Next caller is George. George, please state your name, address, and you have 1 minute, please.
Hi, my name is Jorge Vicens, and I am an owner at 1250 West Avenue. And I just wanted to give a kind of contrary testimony to the gentleman earlier from 1250 West in that the overwhelming percentage of owners support this project. I support this project. We are not going to be able to fix this building. If he wants to talk about being priced out of the neighborhood, we are priced out of fixing that building right now. And this project is a fantastic way to go. Fully support it. And so do most of the owners, overwhelming number of owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that concludes this, the comment period.
Commissioner Magazine. I'll lead off. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the outpouring of community support. Sometimes in elected office or anywhere in leadership, it can be uncomfortable to deliver unfavorable news or bad news. But it's incumbent upon us to do so and be honest. It would be great to be able to de-link the Bikini Hostel from this. And I wish that we could sit here as a government body who's been elected to represent the people and say, we have a solution for the Bikini Hostel. I can promise you every single person up here on this dais and a lot of people out there in the audience have worked nonstop. I've had city manager can attest, city attorney can attest, hundreds of conversations with you all from 6:30 a.m. in the morning until midnight on the weekends. Our colleagues were out there on a Friday evening. I was coloring with my daughter Capri in her bed at 9 p.m. on a Friday when we got a call what was happening at the Bikini Hostel. And me and my entire family ran down there only to be greeted by my colleagues here. So we've put untold amounts of effort, brain trust, working with our colleagues, trying to collaborate, and our hands are largely tied. So it starts with a decision tree, right? Is West Avenue a suitable place for what has transpired there? No, it's not. So then where does it leave us in terms of decisions? Well, we just went through, we have no government solution for this, right? So we can't de-link those. And we essentially are able to engage with a private sector partner, and there's nothing inherently wrong about that, right? It would be wrong to sit here and mislead and say that we have solutions or tools in our toolkit when we do not, because those are things that we may not be able to ever get back. If we pass up opportunities and this becomes more embedded, those are decisions we can't walk back, right? When I go to the PTA at my daughter's school in September and they ask me why West Avenue is still a de facto homeless camp, and I say, well, we had an opportunity, but we decided to pass that up because we felt it should be de-linked. I couldn't look people in the face and say we had an opportunity to better our community, to make us move forward, and we didn't do so. I heard a colleague make a tremendous statement earlier today. Very simple, litmus test. Is approving this project make our city a better place? Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. I'm actually hard-pressed to think of any arguments to the contrary, right? When we talk about what's transpired and the appreciation for that, I have an 8-year-old daughter. There was somebody arrested, a resident at the Bikini Hostel less than 2 weeks ago that was out of prison on kidnapping charges. Kidnapping charges on the street that I live with my parents and my 8-year-old daughter. Another lady, unbeknownst to me, emailed us about a month ago and said her daughter walks to Miami Beach High School every single day and is afraid to walk to school. And I'm glad that I saw some of my colleagues reply to that. And we've heard that story told many times over today. So right here, we have the opportunity to be bold, be decisive, and take action to protect our residents. This isn't something where we're voting with the developer against our residents. This is a partnership. As they said, these are neighbors, people that live in our community with their children. They go to the same schools as our children. That's the true definition of a partnership. I'm excited to support this. I hope it gets wrapped up as quickly as possible. I don't know if you'll humor me for 1 minute just running through a quick back of the envelope financial analysis that I did. I don't want to steal David's thunder of PJ, pull up that slide. But PJ, if you could pull up that slide. This is just something I put together today from what we heard from the Doville developer. And if I could just run through this real quick to show we're not giving away a windfall. PJ, you still with us? Okay. Essentially, the bonus FAR that we're giving is 200,000 square feet. We heard from the developer earlier that has no links to this whatsoever, no dog in this fight, that for a residential building, 80% of that is usable space. So total usable space, 160,000 square feet. We heard from our city manager that the FAR value per square foot is 300. Why I have it highlighted there in orange is actually that's a rather aggressive metric. I'm looking at average price per square foot in Monad Terrace of around $1,800 per square foot. And prices are starting to soften. But let's call it that, 300 a square foot times 160,000 square feet. That gives the developer a bonus FAR value of $48 million. That Bikini Hostel purchase price, $25 million. He's not keeping that. He's not moving his friends into there. They're turning that back over to the city, right? So we're actually getting that land that has an appraised value. We'll haircut that. Not even $25 million. That's $12.5 million, let's call it. And then he's completing the Baywalk. The Baywalk is one of the most consequential projects we have in our city. My daughter wasn't 3 months old, and I was bringing her to meetings at the Waverly talking about how we're going to complete this. I'm sorry, but there's just some things government isn't great at, and we haven't completed too much more of the Baywalk. It's actually been the private sector, and this gentleman standing in front of us, that's completed more since my daughter was 3 months old than the city of Miami Beach has. Also, a $2 million park on site for the Bikini Hostel, which I believe has been a request. That gives total public benefits that we're receiving, $44.5 million. It's net value of bonus FAR that they're getting, $3.5 million. When we talked about the intangible public benefits the city receives earlier from the reconstruction of a hotel, imagine the intangible public benefits of our families being able to walk down our streets again with a sense of safety, with a sense of pride, but also the people that are in the Bikini Hostel, restoring them to a place where they have a sense of dignity, where they're not getting their hair cut on our sidewalk, which occurred this morning as my father was coming here to this meeting. This isn't humane to us, and it's not humane to them as well. So this isn't just us skirting our responsibilities to do what's right and what's humane. The people that are truly down on their luck, that are at the Bikini Hostel, this sets the wheels in motion for them to have a more dignified living as well. But more importantly, to the 87,000 people I was elected to represent, it moves our city forward in a better, safer fashion. We can't say we're a city of safety and law and order and allow this situation to continue. This is truly improving the entire ecosystem, and I hope we can get this done as soon as possible to restore the dignity to West Avenue that I know our street deserves. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still don't know where I'm on this. I think on one hand, we have an issue with like I have with the Doville, rewarding bad actors and outweighing that with public benefits. Okay. And as I said before, I don't think a recreation of a hotel is a public benefit. To me, what's being presented here with the elimination of the bikini hostel is actually a public benefit that is tangible, that is something that is going to change lives on West Avenue. But for me to stay consistent, I think the most prudent thing to do is, between first and second reading, also hire an economic consultant and see what the value of this additional FAR. I know we just played it on there, but let's verify and let's see, and see if those numbers make sense. It would look hypocritical of me to say that I'm not going to apply that same logic to this project and to the other projects. So I can tell you, I like this project. I'm more inclined to support this project than the Doville, but at the end of the day, I want to make sure that we're getting the best deal, right? I think that's fair. I think, Michael, I think you can appreciate that. I'm a businessman, you're a businessman. I want to know what we're giving away. I want to have an actual professional tell me the value of what we're selling. Because look, let's be honest. I think today we've all realized that we're in the business of selling zoning. It's as simple as that. This is a transaction, and if we're going to be doing this, then let's have a real adult conversation to see what that is worth. And so if an economic consultant comes back and says and verifies Commissioner Magazine's numbers, then let's take that into account and move forward. But I want everyone to understand, and I believe I said this at West Avenue, is that you guys were never really dealt this hand, right? Like, I don't believe that you guys somehow got the bikini hostel to get more homeless people in there and to make the neighborhood more blighted. I don't believe that for a second, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is the city came to you guys when it was just a bikini hostel, and there was loads of chaos there. I don't know if Commissioner Fernandez, I think you said they spent like $1 million in code violations in like a 3-month period in just staff. I mean, think about that for a second. That's before this whole homeless thing happened. And so the city came to you and asked you, hey, what are you willing to do? Would you be willing to take this on and get rid of it? And I think you obviously entertained the idea, and now it's unfortunately become a lot worse. And I want everyone who's watching not to think that you somehow are behind this homeless issue at Bikini Hostel. At least I hope you're not. Okay, my hunch is that you're not.
Commissioner Suarez, I just want to ask for since we're at past 7, our rules require to extend the meeting, so I'll ask somebody to move it.
I'll move it.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so
30 minutes?
Yeah, and if we can try, I know but if we can try to keep it to the 30 minutes.
Yeah. And so, look, I think it's prudent for us to really analyze what we're giving away, and see what the value is.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the applicant for what they brought forward. I want to speak candidly about the position we've been placed in, because we have been placed in a position that makes this a very difficult decision. We've been presented with a project that offers public benefits, and no one can deny that. But these public benefits, and I put them between air quotes, because they also benefit directly the developer's bottom line. They're public benefits, but they make the developer's product more appealing. So can we really consider them public benefits? The Baywalk, for instance, that's a public good, but let's not pretend it doesn't also increase the value, the appeal, and the marketability of this project. Isn't that correct, Mr. Stern?
Sure.
All right. It's a win-win, but one heavily weighed towards the win for the development itself. And the removal of the Bikini Hostel, which has operated as a shelter for homeless individuals for what feels now like, 6 months? It's been a homeless shelter for 6 months. It's yet another example. It's being framed as a public benefit, but I really doubt that Mr. Stern, the JDS, that the development team would be able to sell these units for what they're going to be asking for if they had to say that they had a homeless shelter in front of these multi-million-dollar luxury units. And so I see that like almost a fundamental requirement for the type of luxury product being proposed by Mr. Stern and JDS. The project just doesn't pencil out with a homeless shelter across the street. So I really don't see it as altruism. It really is a real estate strategy, which, yeah, by consequence, benefits the city. But it's the strategy of being able to sell units that they wouldn't be able to sell with a homeless shelter right there. And I get worried about the precedent. We should never be making zoning decisions based on pressure points or conditional cleanups. As my colleague Commissioner Suarez has been pointing out all day. We shouldn't be told directly or indirectly that unless we approve a significant project like this and increase development rights, that a dysfunctional shelter stays where it shouldn't be. That is not fair to the residents or the taxpayer, to the precedents of good policy making that our city deserves. That's not how sound planning works, and it's not healthy for the dynamics or the future of the city. But I don't get elected by the zoning code. I get elected by the residents who every day are having to walk past a homeless shelter. And that to me is concerning when we have people, residents coming here, and she was standing right there and she was saying it reminds her of New York and how she's having to cross the street when she's walking by there because she doesn't feel safe. And when I drove by there yesterday, it just seemed like it just keeps continually getting worse and worse and worse. And the worst thing is that the word has gotten out in the homeless community that this is a homeless shelter. I remember being there, and there was a family that we found out about that had been dropped off there that needed assistance. That I went out there personally. Some of Commissioner Magazine, I think you went out there personally as well. Capri, your daughter Capri, Valentine's night. That's right. And I left my Valentine's dinner with Robert to go over there, to wait for services to get there, to entertain a child, 2 children actually, with a single lady and a grandmother. Wait for police officers to get there to offer them assistance. Get those children placed in a police vehicle. Getting in the police car with those children so that they wouldn't feel a stigma of being in the back of a police car. So try to lighten the moment for them so that they wouldn't feel like they were in the back of a police car out of anything negative. And why did that happen? Oh, and by the way, while we were there helping that family, another man showed up with luggage asking where the homeless shelter was at. Because the word has gotten out to the homeless community. That's not fair to the residents of this area. That's not fair to our city. And so is that good for Miami Beach? No. For as bad as this process of making policy making is equally bad or worse what has been thrown into this location, in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So I'm also deeply concerned about 1250 itself. The building, you're helping residents that need to move out of there. Tell me what you have offered, or tell me what's happening with the homeowners there. What's the situation with the homeowners?
So the homeowners are that own are going to be bought out at market to above market prices, and we made sure to pay prices that are commensurate, and we checked that there are units available on this corridor if they wanted to stay on the corridor and buy.
But that's good for the
units.
homesteaded residents. So let me ask you, what percentage of the building are those homesteaded residents that you're helping out to stay in the corridor?
I think the building is roughly 25 or 30%.
So that means that 75% of that building are tenants.
I think that's about right.
Okay, and so that is 75% of that building who are our residents. These are long-term residents, working families, and seniors. And where will they go if this project moves forward? You're helping those homeowners who are homesteaded, that minority of the building that is homesteaded, you're helping them stay in the corridor. But I don't only represent homesteaded property owners. I also represent the tenants who make up 75% of the people who are living in that building. And I have not heard what is being done to, again, the forgotten tenants. It's like they don't exist, but they do. They are the fabric. They are the backbone of Miami Beach. And what consideration has been given to their housing security?
So I would be willing to engage in a conversation with you between first and second reading to perhaps establish a relocation fund, some sort of stipend to help tenants who have a hardship relocating as their market rate leases expire and they need to move. We can work together to come up with a program that addresses that. That hasn't been a widespread issue. Actually, we haven't heard yet from a tenant with a hardship, but to the extent any of them reach out to us, we'd be willing to work something out with them to alleviate that burden.
I need something more, and Mr. Attorney guide me, because I don't feel comfortable just hearing, the moment I vote on this today, it's a vote. And I need something more substantial than hearing, well, I'll engage in conversations between first and second reading and, maybe, but what happens? Or I need something more serious today, because these are our residents. This is where our working class residents live. And they're not luxury people, but they matter. They're not people who can afford multi-million-dollar units, but they're our neighbors. They're the people who work in our industries, and they are the people who make Miami Beach special. And I have not heard, and since day one of this conversation, I have made it clear, housing for those being displaced is important. And so, yes, we're going to address the issue of the homeless and treating them with dignity. How about our residents that are being gentrified out? So I need a more robust answer than, well, we'll work on it. Well, we've been working on this for months. This is not the first time that I raised a concern about the tenants. Why don't I have an answer today as to how the tenants are going to, because if anyone that watches these meetings know that I am very predictable.
The mayor? We believe that that's the reason for the development agreement, and we would be
What's the reason for the development
We
agreement?
will be memorializing the tenant relocation program that we will
But I
establish.
need details on it. I don't know, I don't have any details.
I would say at minimum.
Do you have an amount that you think is appropriate per unit or tenant?
I think whatever, this is not something that should be coming from me. I think if the developer is willing to voluntarily proffer something, it's up to the developer. But I just don't want to say, well, we'll kick the can down the road as it relates to tenants to second reading, because, who cares about tenants? They're not rich.
Through the mayor, we'd be willing to proffer at this time that the development agreement at first reading at minimum would have as a baseline the first and last month. And that
joke.
would be the starting place for our discussions before
That's-
first reading.
Really, this,
So we would proffer that at a bare minimum, we would cover first and last month's rent and relocation expenses, moving expenses, et cetera. And if you have an ask, I'd be happy to engage in that.
I think I don't negotiate, but I think these individuals need to be treated with compassion and with the respect that they deserve, because those are Miami Beach residents. And so I'm going to make it very clear to the administration. To me, that's a joke. In today's, in the competitive environment that is Miami Beach, if these people are being displaced from their homes, and if we don't take care of them, this becomes the gentrification ordinance. Because they won't be able to afford to live in Miami Beach. And that's something that I cannot support here at all.
Agreed, and through the mayor, just to be clear, today's item is on the first reading of the overlay. The development agreement has 2 readings. So we want to provide you with a baseline so that you feel comfortable moving the overlay forward today. But the first reading of the development agreement will have as a baseline what we've discussed, first and last month's rent, marketed for the West Avenue neighborhood. We can discuss more of that before the first reading. So you'll have 2 additional hearings dealing specifically with the language of the development agreement, dealing with this tenant relocation program. So just to be clear, we are proffering that our first reading, absent further discussion with you and your colleagues, and of course the administration, which we know we will have a significant discussion, we just want to put on the record today to address your point that it will be first and last month's rent plus relocation expenses, and we could work on what is the best management practices for these kinds of issues. We're aware of state statute as it deals with mobile home parks, et cetera, but that has nothing to do with this. We're dealing with something there's nothing out there, so we want to have that conversation with the administration.
I think you've set a baseline, but let's be real. These
absolutely.
That's from my perspective, and I leave negotiations to the administration.
Agreed.
But these individuals deserve more than a baseline.
We share your concern, and we'll work something out.
Well, if the concern was shared, there something would have been before us today that would have addressed this concern that I have raised in the past, and so I really expect something more than a baseline. So we need to work on that.
Okay.
Will do.
But the reality is, as Commissioner Magazine mentioned earlier, the neighborhood will be better off without the Bikini Hostel operating as a shelter in this neighborhood, and that's not easy to say, but it's true. It's a reality of it. It has created a perception of safety concerns in West Avenue. It's drawn just endless complaints from the neighbors, and frankly, the city doesn't have the $20 million it would take to buy and repurpose the property. And there's one thing that I have heard consistently from West Avenue over the years has been they want the Bikini Hostel gone. And this is the first and only solution that I have seen that actually gets rid of the Bikini Hostel, and beyond that, the greater nuisance that has been placed there. And so I'm going to be supporting this today. It's not, I have been debating this greatly, but so much of our policies have been centered around making our city safer. So much of our policies have been centered about getting homeless individuals into a more compassionate place. And it really frustrates me because I really feel that in a certain way, here in this case, we really are rewarding a very bad actor. We're rewarding someone that I feel has blackmailed our city. There's just no other way of putting it. And one of the other things that I would just put on the record is that I believe before second reading that I support what Commissioner Suarez is proposing in terms of an independent financial analysis that evaluates the values of the additional zoning, because I want to truly understand what's being given to us and whether the public benefits being offered are truly proportionate to the value that we're giving. And I want to make sure that we are treated fairly. And lastly, we need to put the brakes. We need to put the brakes in our city, because this could really get out of control. And I think that now is the time when we truly need to start talking about, now that we have addressed the nuisance in North Beach, that was the empty Doville site that is depressing the economy in North Beach. And now that we are addressing the homeless shelter that's been created on West Avenue, I want for our body to consider a moratorium on the FAR development increases. This needs to end, and it needs to end now. I understand the extraordinary circumstances in which we are placed as a result to the drug dens that have resulted from the empty Doville site, the homeless encampments that resulted there, the nuisances that came from that empty site, and the depression to the economy there. And we had in the public's interest to take firm action when it came to the Doville. And likewise here, our residents don't feel safe with what has occurred at the Bikini Hostel. And I believe we are responsibly using the tools that we have available to us legislatively to address two of the greatest nuisances that our city has. But today we need to start the process. No more. We need to put a moratorium on the FAR development applications. Otherwise, we will lose the fabric of our city. And Mr. Attorney, I need you to guide me on this. I need to know from my colleagues, from Commissioner Magazine, from the mayor, from my colleagues, from Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and my other colleagues, if this is something that you're willing to support, because it's going to influence my decision-making here today on this item. We cannot continue in this process. We need to define the type of city we want to have, a city of responsible growth, a city where we address nuisances, but a city where we don't get taken advantage of through zoning.
I like the direction you're heading. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. So I like the way this project has really evolved. I remember the first time I heard about it, it was a lot taller, a lot more FAR, and the way that you've gone about meeting with the residents and getting neighborhood buy-in from the buildings and listening to what they had to say, I'm really happy at the way it's evolved. I'm also pleased that there's a prohibition on short-term rentals, and that's a covenant that you will have. I like Commissioner Fernandez's idea to maybe help the people that are displaced, because that is important to keep them in Miami Beach, and we have lots of different apartments on West Avenue and also Flamingo Park for people that wanted to stay in South Beach. The water and sewer impacts, you're going to be upgrading under your site. The Baywalk, one of the reasons I ran was to help finish the Baywalk. It's something that's near and dear to me, and I chair neighborhoods and I listen to what's going on with the Baywalk every single month. So that help really, it just means so much. And then, of course, the Bikini Hostel, what you're doing there in that area. So I know that the idea is a park. I don't know if that's a concrete idea or not. I'll just throw this out there. People really love community gardens, so we only have a handful of them in Miami Beach, and they're coveted space. So just throwing that out if it's something that the neighborhood would want or would be interested in. And then the existing building has been in tough shape. I know from hearing from the different neighbors and people that live in the building, everything from pipes bursting to being without running water and then having it come back again and air conditioning issues and the whole building. So it sounds like it's coming at an opportune time. And so I'm pleased to support it today. And my two favorite parts are the Baywalk and the Bikini Hostel. Thank you for addressing those two important issues.
Commissioner Bott.
I'm not going to say much about this at this point. My colleague, Commissioner Fernandez, has raised a lot of the points that I would have raised, so I thank you for that. And I would be very interested in supporting a moratorium on overly ambitious development. You have a comment? I would.
I was chuckling.
I would, let's not forget that as terrible as the Bikini Hostel has been as a neighbor for a very long time, without the city for decades being able to do anything about it, it only turned into a makeshift homeless shelter recently because of the actions taken by some of my colleagues. So, this is a bit of a self-inflicted wound, and I wonder what the conversation would be about the merits of this project were that not this big carrot, because it is a huge carrot to try to extinguish this very problematic use in a residential neighborhood, which does not provide appropriate services for the very people it's supposed to be providing services for. And that makes this a very complicated dilemma, because you worry about the precedent being set. I think everybody agrees it's a beautiful looking project. Could it also be a beautiful project at a smaller scale if the costs were not inflated by the purchase price of the Bikini Hostel? What I will say is that the idea today was to open and continue this. Given that the room was full of people who had, and online, who had things they wanted to share, I wonder if it might not make sense to defer this for a month, to let some of the things that have been raised here be fleshed out, and then everything can run in parallel. And so if there's an appetite for that, I toss that to my colleagues if anyone's interested in that.
Tanya, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we could. Procedurally, couldn't we move this along and then the development agreement could catch up? I mean, I think it's important to gauge where everybody is.
Commissioner Suarez.
I just find it completely hypocritical that I asked to defer the Doville item to land use and finance to really iron out all the details. And I don't know where you were, Commissioner Bott, but I wasn't getting any support for that. I think you want to iron out details for this project, but not for your project. I think that's pretty hypocritical. I mean, come on, guys. Anyone watching this? I mean, excuse me, I'm speaking. It's just, this is so hypocritical. To treat this project differently than the Doville. I mean, the Doville is literally double the size, okay, of this project. And the Morellos are far worse bad actors compared to the Bikini Hostel actors, okay? I mean, the fact that everyone here seems to be kind of just weak-kneed at the issue with this. I want to bring home a point because look, I like to call out hypocrisy when I see it. Okay, if we're going to care about affordable housing, let's mean it. Okay, let's not say for this project we're going to okay 3,000 or 4,000 square foot multi-luxury condo residential units when he could build 700 square foot, 577 700 square foot units that could be attainable housing, and completely ignore that. But for this project, we're going to poke holes in affordable housing, and we're going to want to defer because we haven't heard enough. And Commissioner Bott, to talk about precedent. I mean,
Let's please
I
not
look,
mention-
I just,
let's please not mention
I
this.
understand, but to talk about precedent here on this project, when literally 3 years ago, you were railing against the project, and you said, I have a quote here, and I'd like to read it.
Can we just get to the substance of the item?
And I think it's important. I think it's important.
Excuse me,
Mr.
I
Mayor.
heard- no,
Excuse
no,
me.
no,
I have the
no,
floor,
I'm sorry,
and
you're
I have the
denying my
floor, and
character.
listen. I have the
Excuse
floor.
me.
Listen. I have the
I
floor. I am
voted
speaking.
against
I am
the
speaking,
speed
and I'd like to
Ross
bring out.
project.
Listen.
Stop
I
with
have
this
the
nonsense. I
floor.
voted
I
against
want to
the
talk
speed
about
Ross
this.
project.
Listen. I want to talk about hypocrisy.
Well,
I
feel
find it
free.
very frustrating.
Feel free.
And I will. And I'm
Let's
going
talk
to.
about the
I'm
substance.
going to talk about it. Okay?
Sure.
And listen, I got elected on accountability, and no one up here is immune to accountability,
You
especially
are the
elected
biggest
officials.
hypocrite
Okay,
on the
so I-
dais. You're
Guys,
so
time out,
full of
time
it.
out, time out. I'm asking you, there's other means, if you want, this is a commission meeting. Let's
I'd
stick to the substance of the item.
I'd like to read this quote. I have the floor. And, excuse me, I'd like to read this quote, okay?
Read the quote about a vote on a
I'd like to
project
read
3
this quote,
years ago
excuse
that
me.
was totally different. Feel free
There's
to read
nothing,
the quote.
you know what's the difference between the last project and this project? Is that it's 1/3 more FAR in
It was
height
a lousy
than it was last,
project,
than it was the
and
last
that's why it
time.
was soundly
Guys, we're gonna be here
defeated.
till midnight if we
That's why it
continue
was
this.
soundly
My daughter's
defeated.
face.
Okay.
I'd like to bring her somewhere where I'm proud.
Let's
to
just
work
talk-
and
I just want to make sure
Okay, please.
that we're going to stay consistent. If we're going to stay consistent with affordable housing, okay, and deferrals, let's stay consistent. Let's not beat up one project and then leave up the other. Okay, fine. I'll save this for the second reading of the Doville. Okay, for now, I think this project should move forward on a first and second reading. I think we need to hire an economic consultant to tell us what exactly we're giving away. We're apparently in the business of selling zoning and height and FAR. That's what we've made clear today all day. Then, you know what? Let's get the best deal out of this. Let's not grandstand on issues. If we're going to be in the business of selling FAR and height, let's see what the value is. And let's get the best deal possible for our city. And let's be consistent on it. Let's not pick and choose, cherry pick projects that we're going to beat up and not.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Wonderful. It's been a long day, many hours dedicated to development. Commissioner Fernandez, first and foremost, I would support your motion for no more FAR after this. Because really, it sucks up a lot of our day, a lot of our time. We're unable to work on anything else. So I would support and second your motion on a moratorium if you want today. Regarding this project, I have to say the first time that I sat down with Michael Stern, I looked at him and my first thought was when he showed me what he wanted to do, I said, can I just be a quiet no? You know, because I didn't want to cause a bunch of problems, but I also didn't want to support this. But when I looked at the most recent proposal with the height and the fact that it's in scale, and I've been to Terrace several times, and I do think that it's a lovely development. And honestly, I was there that night with Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Fernandez when we saw the homeless get dropped off. I don't know how it happened. Yeah, we were all there. I think Commissioner Suarez, you were there. Shirtless, yeah. There he was, sweaty in the night. But it was horrible. And really, it's gotten to the point where the other day when I was walking to West Avenue.
I was on a workout, by the way. I was on a run.
When I was walking
Adult
to West
material?
Avenue
No.
for a community association meeting, I got kind of catcalled myself, and I saw that I was holding my bag and trying to cover my bracelet and watch, and I thought, I can't believe that it's gotten this out of control. And from that point, at that point there were 75 homeless. Now it's doubled. I would tell you that Fresh Market, the landlord at Fresh Market told me that they've been homeless defecating there. We've had breakdowns in the surrounding area. Publix is being looted, not to mention just the fact that we have this homeless shelter on West Avenue. And I think that's where we are. In terms of, I've had some questions today because I sent this out this morning, and I think about 35,000 people opened this email. I got a couple of complaints, I did, but for the most part, I had hundreds of people agreeing that I had really no complaints about the project. I did have questions, though. Number one, the relocation of the homeless. That was a big deal for a lot of people on West Avenue. They might not want the homeless shelter on West Avenue, but I think people wanted to make sure that they were being relocated to a different shelter and wanted to understand what that looked like. Can you guys let me know? And I'm not ceding my time. I'm just asking a question.
I'm happy to speak on that.
Before we have to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend for another 30 minutes.
I'll second.
So in the agreement that we struck with the owners of the Bikini Hostel, we required that the homeless population be moved in a humane manner. We also provided for $1 million fund if they don't perform in doing that we could take $1 million of their money and make sure that it is done in a humane manner. From what we understand, they are in the process of purchasing another building in the city of Miami. They will move that population there in the city of Miami, and that's the plan for
Do you
them.
have a contract that will?
Yeah, it's in the contract. I believe they're doing a 1031 exchange from this property into that property, and they have an arrangement with the Homeless Trust to shift that population over. So we aren't involved in that logistical operation, but they won't be put on the street, and they will be relocated outside of Miami Beach.
Okay. Another complaint that I had today that I wanted to bring up was garbage. Apparently, the garbage dumpsters get brought out in front of Monad Terrace, and they don't want the same thing to happen with this new project. Can you somehow make an accommodation so that so that it doesn't turn into like Dumpsterville on West Avenue?
So I will talk to the Monad Terrace board about what they're doing with the dumpsters. I don't know if that's an issue with the company that's picking it up. There is trash storage at Monad Terrace in the basement parking garage, and the loading dock for this building is actually below grade, so the trash trucks are going to come completely off the street into the below grade space to load trash and then pull back out. And we also have, as I showed in the presentation, all the vehicular traffic is being brought to the middle of the block and away from the street.
Okay, wonderful. And my final question, and I think we saw this today with Mel Schlesser talking about his hotel and the fact that his business model doesn't work because with his costs, you know, the rents are unaffordable. That business model doesn't work. How did you start this transaction? Did somebody from the building approach you and say, look, our building is in financial distress, maybe you should start to buy the units? Because I want to understand like why this is happening, because this is a reality that we're facing across the city.
Yeah, so I'll say a couple of things. This building is uniquely in bad condition and not suited for residential. It was originally built as a hospital or healthcare facility, and it was kind of jerry-rigged into a residential building later. It's in really bad condition. And when we did Monad Terrace, we were looking at it as, hey, we wish we could get rid of that. By the way, we tried to buy Bikini Hostel when we did Monad Terrace because it was a problem even before it was a homeless shelter. It was a youth hostel with an incredible amount of police activity, et cetera. But we were approached by residents in the building to say, we are financially trapped in this building. Would you look at doing a buyout here? And you heard from the president of the board today who affirmed what we've been telling you about. We are not fear-mongering about the condition of the building or the financial situation that the owners face themselves. We're solving a problem for them. And at the end of the day, that's what public-private partnership is about. It's supposed to be win-win.
So I don't think it's so much that we're selling zoning as adapting to a new reality. I think post-Champlain Towers, the state of Florida imposed these restrictions, the different recertifications, requirements, condo reserves, and these condominiums and the residents in them, they can't afford the rents. The owners can't afford the assessments and the requirements. And so we're faced with situations like this. Now, did we expect to get a homeless shelter there? No. But would I love to see that property, if we purchase it, turned into a beautiful park, or if part of it was a park for the children and part of it was a community garden like Commissioner Dominguez wanted all this? Some of those gardens aren't so lovely looking. I mean, if you could build a beautiful community garden, I would be fine with that. I do think that I don't love all this upzoning. I really don't. But when you look at where you've come to, and I look at the scale and the profile of the other buildings, it doesn't look so bad. It really doesn't. And as a matter of fact, I think it's going to help the entire commercial district. It's also going to help Lincoln Road. And, you know, we're working right now with Macy's to try to possibly turn it into a Bloomingdale's. And I feel like there's really some positive forward momentum for the whole entire area. I see it when I look at, you know, last night I was at Samia, which a lot of residents from West Avenue watch it. Those buildings need residents that live there. And, you know, in terms of density, it's less density, which I think is a great thing. And, you know, you had a beautiful product. Do I feel sad about the residents that have to move? Absolutely. But what can we do? And I don't think the cost of living is going to get any cheaper. I don't see insurance prices coming down anytime soon. I think that we're faced with infrastructure and resiliency issues that are going to cost us billions of dollars. And I'm not quite sure where we're going to get that funding, given that the federal government isn't giving us this funding, and the state of Florida is probably it's going to be more difficult. So here we are, and I want to congratulate you for giving us something that we could digest.
Thank you so
because
much.
where you started and where we
remember
ended
that meeting
up is something that I don't feel bad about voting for. And I'm just going to say this because you said this to me in my office when I met with you. You said, I've developed in LA, I've developed in New York, and, you know, even City of Miami, and there's nothing like this in Miami Beach, where literally I'm meeting resident by resident and with each commissioner. He said it's like hand-to-hand combat here. But we have it. And the other day I saw David Martin almost like wanting to like tear out his hair. And I will continue like over this. He did not look like a happy camper. But I think that that's where we came. This commission really made a big difference because Commissioner Fernandez just got first and last month's rent. And what else did you get for the residents? As a baseline. I mean, that's pretty
I know you're
impressive.
like
So
playing
you
a
know what I mean?
negotiation.
So
I get it. I see
we've
it.
made it better and better. And West Avenue, gosh, guys, I know a lot of you are going to be disappointed in me, but what would you have us do if we don't do this? What is the alternative? We have a building of owners that cannot necessarily afford to keep the building, and we have a homeless shelter. So we've kind of been forced to this point. But I would like to once again reiterate that I'm all for an FAR increase because I think overall we really need a break. We need a break and a moratorium. What did I say? Because I'm tired. Oh, no. Oh, that's definitely going on a video.
I heard it right, a moratorium.
A moratorium on FAR. I'm completely for a moratorium on FAR. I hope that we would vote for it right now, and I'm prepared to support this.
So let's bring this home. As I said right after you said it, Commissioner Fernandez, I think it's a great idea. A couple of things have happened today that are interesting. I think we initially we didn't fully. It's not a final approval, but for the Doville, I think we're about to do that for you guys for this project as well. I think we're independently looking at each project because I think most of us are. We hear our residents that they don't want these continued increases in FAR. But at the same time, each one has its unique issues why we're supporting it. But at the same time, whereas I speak at a lot of neighborhood association meetings, and I'm very proud that our commission in the last year and a half has basically not had these hour-long conversations on development agreements because we discussed the issues, safety, cleanliness, flooding, and today we've kind of gone away from that necessarily, but which is one of the reasons that I love your motion that you're about to make on the moratorium because I think our residents expect that of us. So I think you're very prudent in doing that. So I'm actually going to turn it over to you, Commissioner Fernandez, to bring us home on the moratorium item, and then we'll take a vote on this item, and then we'll have to bring up C7AZ so we can get, assuming this item passes, we'll bring it so you guys can negotiate the development agreement. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And so, yeah, just to bring this in for our landing, we're doing this because this cannot be the new normal. Today, we are addressing the two extraordinary public nuisances in our city, the lingering homeless shelter at the Bikini Hostel, and the emotional and economic depression caused by the vacant Doville site. And these are not typical cases. They are exceptional, and that is why I'm willing to support these exceptions. But moving forward, we need to restore balance. And so today I move to refer to direct a referral to the planning board, including a 6/7 waiver of the requirement of the required referral to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee to consider a moratorium on the review or approval of any legislation that includes floor area ratio, FAR increase above the maximum FAR currently allowed in all zoning districts in the city. The purpose of this moratorium is to preserve the status quo while the city conducts a comprehensive study on the impacts of recent FAR increases on traffic, public infrastructure, and municipal services, and consider any legislative amendments to the comprehensive plan and LDRs to ensure future development is appropriate. This includes evaluating impacts of recently adopted FAR bonuses, as well as analyzing anticipated intensity and density associated with pending or proposed Live Local projects currently in the development pipeline. And with that, I move my item.
I'll second it, and I'd like, if, with your permission, to be a co-sponsor with you.
Yes, and I think I would like everyone to be a sponsor of this moratorium with me if you're also inclined.
Sign me up.
Is it to bypass land use? Is there any particular reason
A
why?
6/7 waiver of it going to land use, because I think this is urgent. We need to restore balance.
I'm asking, are you asking to bypass going to land
Yes.
use?
Yes, through a 6/7 vote.
Why?
Why?
Because we're
Yeah,
all
no,
here.
yeah, just if I'm asking why not go to land? I mean, I said on land use, you said on land use, and Commissioner Bott said it's on
Because I
land
think it's urgent. The longer we wait to pass this, the more applications we'll get in the pipeline.
use. It would go to planning board, then back to commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? With this item, as soon as it goes to planning board, it will be zoning in progress, correct?
I defer to the attorney on that.
Yes, once the planning board adopts, it would become zoning in progress.
Hallelujah. Okay.
And I would just
We
ask.
need a break.
I think it sends a strong message when we are all united in this, and I welcome anyone that's willing to join as a sponsor on this moratorium, because I think we need to be united. United, we're solving problems, but united, we're gonna preserve the character of our city from these types of changes in the future.
Co-sponsor.
So
I want to be a co-sponsor.
So, and just to back and forth, Commissioner Fernandez, we both have items on Lincoln Road, for example, and Washington Avenue. What are going to happen to those items?
I gotta tell you, I think that your item doesn't, I don't know when.
And again,
Yeah.
remember, those items, they didn't come from a developer.
I understand.
They're coming from the top down, not
Well,
from the bottom up.
I need to know before we approve those items, what's going to be the impact on traffic, on public infrastructure,
And
on
we're
municipal
waiting for those
services?
studies.
When we're waiting on those studies. But I cannot have more applications like these intense applications coming forward until we know the outcome of these studies. We're gonna destroy our infrastructure, our major roadways, our evacuation routes. I'm having to go to Tallahassee and beg them to exempt our districts from Live Local because our evacuation routes are failing. Our concurrency won't be able to keep up with what is being proposed. Not just forget about here, even with Live Local. And so we need to do this. This is about being responsible, and I don't think we can even consider those applications until we know what comes out from these studies.
And by the way, we have thousands of units in the pipeline, thousands and thousands that have yet to be built, and we do not understand the impact. Plus an 800 room convention center hotel. We have so many buildings going up in North Beach, all of Ocean Terrace, the Doville, enough. Because we don't understand what, the impact. These two buildings were on the water. And I think we have, there are similar buildings, but I'm very concerned about the center of the city, and I just feel that I'm so happy.
If you are, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, if you're concerned, you can certainly vote no on the Doville and this project if you really mean it. There's nothing stopping you from voting no and saying, if you really mean it, then do that. But
so what is your plan? Let's say that we vote no today. So Commissioner Suarez, what would your plan be to solve the Bikini Hostel, and what would your plan be to help the owners of this building who need a financial bailout?
So, look, I think it's, if Commissioner Fernandez, if maybe I can offer a friendly amendment, Okay. When I got elected, I was surprised to know that developers can submit private applications. To me, I found that pretty funny considering, and I know exactly why that is. It's because commissioners or mayors didn't want to sponsor any items that had FAR or height increases, and they try to hide behind not sponsoring that sort of application. I think a more prudent.
It was the opposite, actually, it was the opposite. Commissioners and mayors were sponsoring FAR applications, and rather than being considered on the merits, it was being considered on the politics of who was sponsoring an item. And it became an issue of infighting on the commission on politics. That was a lot of what was happening.
So wouldn't it make sense to say you can't submit any more private applications? Meaning, like, I think we're all accountable here, right? So if we sponsor an item that's an FAR, that's on that commissioner, and he has to do, or he or she has to do whatever they can to put that forward. But if it's an application, no one really has like sort of accountability up until the time of a vote. So, like I said, obviously I have a residential component that I'm trying to create a neighborhood in Washington Avenue on Lincoln Road. I believe you are too. I want to make sure that we move forward in a careful manner. I think having a moratorium is going to send a really dangerous message to Tallahassee, and that's going to just fuel more fodder to that fire. I think it's important to say we're going to prioritize affordable housing for FAR or attainable housing. I think that's a more carefully way that we can move about this. It's one thing to say we're going to grant FAR and height increases for luxury units. It's another completely different thing to say we're going to grant FAR or height increases for affordable housing or attainable housing. Because I can guarantee you right now, if we pass that, you're going to see 500-foot towers all up and down Miami Beach. And that Tallahassee is going to use our video today to say this is why we need Live Local.
I'll tell you, through getting to the point, big boys and girls here, I have no appetite for just some one-off project to come in and say, I want to do this great thing on the water, I need extra height, right? These are extenuating circumstances that I'm hoping aren't popping up. I've been elected for a year and a half, and these are the first two that have came up in that
So
regard.
I have a question, Mr. Attorney, the Doville. The Doville was a private application?
That's correct.
The application before us, this is a private application?
That is also correct.
These could have been done legislatively, but they were done through the private process.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna prospectively, I think we need to, say from this point forward, a moratorium on new private applications. And, what's already we have these two items on the pipeline, and I need to stay true to my word because I've gone to Tallahassee, and part of the reason why we've been able to get the amendments to Live Local that we've been able to get is because I've been able to tell Tallahassee, we're looking at Lincoln Road, we're looking at Washington Avenue for affordability in housing, but nothing new. We need to put a pause on this. We need to control what's going on, but we cannot continue to have these private FAR applications or even new FAR legislation. What's in the pipeline is in the pipeline, but nothing new. And that's what this moratorium does. Mr. Attorney, just advise me if the language that I read makes that clear.
I would suggest to give our office a little time to study what you can, if you want to create distinctions within what you're referring to the planning board. We know what you want to do, and
I want to take action today to send something to the planning board. When we want to figure it out, we figure it out quickly. Do we need to, Nick, if you could guide me, please.
So a moratorium has to be temporary in duration in order to preserve the status quo while we engage in a planning study. and consider any amendments to the LDRs that may be appropriate. We have to follow the process that applies to any land development regulation amendment, which is why this would need to start as a referral to the planning board.
Okay. So, and can we apply this to new, the moratorium on new private applications and a moratorium on new FAR legislation?
I would suggest for purposes of the referral, if you are, it sounded like you were focused on any legislative amendments that include an FAR increase, and we can work with you, since you would be the sponsor of this ordinance, we can work with you on the details.
Okay.
But, and just so we're on the same page, Commissioner,
I can't stop Washington Avenue and Lincoln Road now because I have gone to Tallahassee, and it's part of the reason why we have now an amendment to HB 943 that we've been able to carve out the nationally designated historic district from HB 943. It's the reason why we've been able to carve out, to a certain extent, other contributing buildings. So I can't walk back now Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue. So that needs to continue in its process. But being able to say, you know, that's it. You know, nothing new until we study the impacts of these projects. No new FAR legislation and no new private application.
Just to be clear, private applications to amend the LDRs.
That's correct.
Including FAR increases.
That's correct.
and so I think I also mentioned that it's important to perhaps make a carve out for FAR for attainable housing or affordable housing.
I would not do that. What we have in the works.
Just so we're clear, that's fine if that's the direction you want to go. But I can tell you right now that Tallahassee is going to say, look at what Miami Beach is doing. They don't even want to do FAR increases for affordable housing. If we can at least legislatively keep that open and tell them that we're gonna have affordable housing options for FAR increases or height increases, they're going. It doesn't matter if we carve out Washington Avenue or Lincoln Road. I'm telling you, the people up there, they don't care. They're only going to play a video that basically says we're having a moratorium on everything. And if that happens, I can guarantee you this is going to backfire, just like it has backfired on us already. You're going to have 500-foot towers in the middle of Flamingo Park and Flamingo neighborhood. And I think just keeping it at Washington Avenue and Lincoln Road, that's great. Obviously, we both have items there. But, you know, there's other areas of the city that may need a slight FAR increase for affordable housing, like North Beach. You know,
So
North Beach seems to be going in the direction of only ultra luxury condos.
What do you mean? There's a bunch of micro units being built right in the center. 6 buildings of workforce housing, almost, right in the center of the city. Only one has been built, and it's massive. What are you going to tell families when somebody has a death or something horrible happened because they couldn't get to the hospital on time? What are you going to do when we cannot evacuate people because you want to upzone the entire city? These are reductions in intensity. When you look at what we did today.
Affordable housing and intensity don't
We're not
don't
talking.
mix. You
Yes,
need
but
to have
look what's
you need to have
happening
you
with
need to
our
have
affordable
density
housing.
for
It's a
affordable housing,
business model
Kristen.
that doesn't work, Commissioner Suarez. Where are we going to get the money to subsidize it? We built one building. We're considering another building on top of Byron Carlo, but it is tough.
We're not
It's
asking-
really
we're
tough.
not
And
asking
I
the
would like
city-
to second.
we're not
He
asking
made a
the city.
motion. I
Excuse
would
me,
like to
excuse
second
me,
it.
I was
I just
speaking.
find it very disingenuous that
Excuse me,
all day
I
you
was speaking and I-
tortured everybody.
Commissioner Suarez had the floor.
Yeah,
Commissioner
thank you.
Suarez.
All day he
Look,
tortured
I think-
everybody, and now he's
excuse me,
very
Kristen,
upset
I have
about
the floor.
density increases.
It's unfair for you to
very.
hijack my time. Okay.
I'm just saying if we're going to
So,
use
all right,
the
thank you.
Commissioner
So-
Suarez.
hypocritical
Thank you.
word, I think that
I
this
think
is it.
if we're going to be serious about doing any sort of FAR or height moratorium, okay, we need to make a carve out for affordable housing. Commissioner Gonzalez, you sit on the Affordable Housing Committee. Like, it doesn't make sense to say that we're not going to have any incentive for more affordable housing on Miami Beach.
What we found is the best way to do affordable housing, given current building costs, is to buy already built constructions and then make them affordable. That is
Who's
the only
we?
model that works. Our committee, our city administration, we found that that seems to work. So that's really the model that we're pivoting toward. And frankly,
the last time we
that's the
owned
model.
buildings, excuse me,
Couple
the
of
last time
commissioners have told me that they're going to be leaving soon. So if we don't call the votes, we are not going to have a quorum to finish this.
So I
just-
think Mr. Mayor, I think we do have to be prudent, and so I'll accommodate the affordability aspect of it. But I think if we all join on board as together on this, I think the message is going to be very clear that there is not an appetite from this dais to be considering new FAR applications. I'm happy to accommodate the affordability language into this to avoid the Tallahassee issue. Just because I've been having to spend a lot of time up there fighting Tallahassee on this issue. But, you know, I really want us all to be united in this so that the message is clear out there. We are not going to continue in this direction.
What is the motion? So how did we land on, how are you landing on this? Is the private applicants no longer allowed, or are you?
No, a moratorium on new private applications, a moratorium on new FAR legislation. I get what Commissioner Suarez is saying as it relates to affordability. And, you know, yes, we don't want to get preempted by Tallahassee. I get that. So we need to accommodate that language in here. But that's it, no more. I'm not going to entertain this anymore because we are going to lose the fabric of our city. One thing are two very extraordinary circumstances. Extraordinary. The Doville and the Bikini Hostel. The depression of North Beach and the homeless shelter that's been created on West Avenue. But outside of those, we can't continue doing this.
Okay, we have a motion. Second?
Second.
Are we voting on the moratorium first?
Yes.
We're gonna do the moratorium first because Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, and I concur, maybe others, that we're not gonna consider this until we have set in place.
And if I may make a suggestion, to give latitude to Commissioner Fernandez to work with the city attorney's office as to how to craft the referral to the planning board.
If you all trust me for that.
Mayor, if I may, I just to characterize the exclusion, Commissioner Fernandez, is that I would exclude any FAR increases that have already been considered by the planning board as of this date.
Sure.
How many are those?
It's the same. It's just, I just want to be clear when this takes effect.
It's just these two. That's it.
It's correct, these two and the Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue items that are pending.
Yes. Yes.
I would again suggest that we work with Commissioner Fernandez to streamline this.
I don't want to vote for that if you don't include, I would like to have no more FAR. You
need to-
proposed this initially, you never said that you were going to make all these exemptions. If you water it down and you make the exemptions,
need to-
we're in the same place that we were before. The entire interior of the island is then at peril. And you know what? I do think there's a
We
different
just-
government in Tallahassee that's moving in a different direction.
We just lost the 674%.
Okay, can we call a vote on this application? We've had
You know,
hundreds of residents
So
come
you
out
just
here.
need to understand, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, with all due respect, you haven't gone to Tallahassee. I've had to stand in front of committees. I've had to give the face. I've had to give, you have Tanya here, oh, good. I didn't see you over there. I've had to give the face to legislators and tell them what we're doing. So it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, well, Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue. You haven't had to give your face and sit in front of people and tell them this is what we're doing to address affordability so that we can save our historic district from falling into live local.
But you're the one who said
So
an FAR increase across the city. You're the one who proposed that. Now you're going back on that?
we're doing it.
I think we're all
Can we call the
tired.
vote on this?
It's been 12 hours that we've been here. It's a long day. Let's take these votes. We have Commissioner Bott. She's in the office. She's in the audience. Commissioner Suarez is here too. He's looking really happy.
Commissioner Fernandez, you have a motion? I think you originally seconded it, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Are you still seconding?
It was Commissioner Bott on the referral, so that's what we're doing right now. The referral, I have Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Bott, is that correct?
That's fine.
So on the referral to planning board, all in favor of that referral, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The referral passed? Yes, it's the final referral. The referral passes 7-0.
Just so we don't run into a procedural problem, do we have agreement to just extend the meeting 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, back to commission, 10 minutes.
Okay. We're back to R5.
So now on the both AE and AF, I need a motion on that.
Make a motion.
Commissioner Magazine, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bott. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Sure.
And by the way, AE, AF, okay? Yes, by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries on R5AE, R5AF. Second reading, public hearing for both items will be on May 21st.
Let's just, last item, let's call C7AZ, so we can give the authority to the,
For the, just my understanding as we're going through this process, are we setting second reading for May 21st? Or are we going to try and pair up the LDRs with the second reading of the DA, which would mean it would be?
I think they got to be paired.
No, it needs to be together.
Yeah.
So then, second reading would be in June.
Correct.
Okay.
C7AZ, did you call it?
1 second. So second reading instead for AE and AF is going to be in June.
Correct.
I'll tell you the date in a minute.
25th.
What is it?
25th? June 25th? June 25th, I believe.
Okay, so we're now on C7 AZ, is that where we're at?
Yes.
C7AZ, direct administration to negotiate a development agreement with West Hospitality Owner LLC.
I'll make a motion.
Let's call the vote.
Motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. All in favor of C7AZ?
Aye.
No opposed? Hearing none. C7AZ is approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Busy meeting. I don't have the people. Meeting adjourned. We'll call it early next time.
Okay, we're back and we're going to do item R7E. Nope.
This is the Lincoln Road approval for.
We just read it, I'll stay for the vote.
So we can start the.
I've been sitting here for 12 hours, 12 hours waiting for this. 12 hours.
I didn't see anything. I'm sorry. I don't think it's right to do it at this point. Is there any adverse consequences by not calling it today?
So you saw that you're going to have unified support. That helps you.
Can't stay 5 minutes. We have 1, 2,
I
3,
don't
4.
mind
We have
doing it.
5 of us, so let's just do it. If it's
We had adjourned the meeting, and I think procedurally we're putting ourselves.
it
in a
doesn't
bad
matter.
spot.
A quorum is 4 people. We can vote on anything with 4 people. Thank you for weighing in.
The meeting's adjourned. By the way, I have my phone. I've looked. I don't see any text. I'm sorry. Meeting adjourned.